But not all lefties are created equal in terms of pitchers. They have different strengths, different weaknesses. I mean, you can mix and match. Okay, what does this pitcher do? What are his strengths? And where does he pound the zone compared to where it lines up with Kerry Carpenter's strengths as left-handed hitter? So sometimes it might make more sense to have him go against this lefty than that lefty instead of just going against every lefty.
248-539-9797. Tom in Dearborn, you are next. Hello, Tom.
How we doing, guys?
Good.
All right,
first, my son did go to Marquette, so I have spent more than a little bit of time in Milwaukee. The Harley-Davidson stuff is a draw for a lot of people, and Summerfest is one of the best.
Tell us what is the Harley-Davidson stuff?
Well, I mean, their headquarters, their original, factory, which is like a one shack little building, still sits on their property. You can tour their I guess world headquarters and see a history of pretty much every bike they've made.
Gotcha.
And then of course there's all the touring of the Miller, find out why the High Life bottle is clear, and the only beer bottle that is clear. And there's some interesting stuff, and it's a good time. I mean, the drive through Chicago is brutal. Most of the time, I'd go north, stop in Green Bay, and check out Packer stuff, and just because I'm a sports fan. And although it's a little farther, the ride almost breaks down the same because driving through Chicago is brutal.
It can suck.
Yes, it does.
Yep.
It does. And it's good. It's a good city. Got a lot going for it, and definitely put it on the list to stop and try to, like I said, the Miller stuff is worth the trip. There's some interesting things to be had there.
Is Milwaukee just a thumb, you think?
I mean, the way you're selling it, Tom, it sounds, I'm just going to tell you how you come across a little bit. You sound like you're trying to convince yourself as well.
No, like I said, I was there a dozen times over the last few years, and for different events and different things, and it's definitely worthwhile. But I mean, it's like you said, who from here would stop, go past Chicago to get to Milwaukee? Unless you live on the west side of the state and you take one of the ferries over and enjoy the ride across the water. There's different avenues of getting there, and it's not. I don't know. I enjoyed it.
My time there. Tom, it's fine. It's perfectly rated. It's okay.
Honestly, am I wrong? It was his delivery. His delivery was completely unconvincing.
Yeah,
like he wasn't even sure.
Look, you even describing the stadium. You try to do it justice. You don't mean this to sound like a slight, but it's like playing in an air.
It felt like I was sitting in an airplane hangar. Yeah,
and you still said it was fine.
I enjoyed it. Yeah, it was nice.
But it's that's the epitome of our discussion about the thumb.
That guy just the way he delivered his. When you start sentences with, he kept doing that, right?
Yes,
he kept doing.
I mean, as I'm heading north to Green Bay to check out some Packer stuff, I'll stop in Milwaukee.
Yeah.
Get a brat and a beer,
Yeah, the Board of Tourism in Wisconsin is not going to call him right now and go, dude,
no.
That was awesome.
Thanks a lot.
Yeah, right. And I don't think any of us are anti-Milwaukee.
Not at all.
It's just I don't think any of us are going to go out of our way to get
it's
to Milwaukee.
To go a little further. Now that you come to Chicago, are you willing to go a little further? It's like it's the end of Shawshank.
For a city that doesn't have as much.
For a city that...
It's like if Red had gone to Chicago and gone to that stone, it was like somewhere off of Lakeshore Drive, but he turns over to Stone and finds the note. Would you like? Can you go a little further? And I think Red would say if he's in Chicago, no.
Yeah, I'm good.
I'm staying here.
Feedback here. My brother lives just outside of Milwaukee, and every summer we go there to catch a Brewers game. Brewers Stadium is a great place to go watch baseball. It's from an unnamed texter. The golf in Milwaukee area is pretty awesome, FYI. Summerfest Music Festival in Milwaukee, enough said. I had to think for a minute if I've ever been to Milwaukee. I have indeed been there. It was that forgettable. Next text, unnamed texter, grew up in Flint Metro, just moved back from Milwaukee last 5 years. F Chicago first. I could drive by fast enough. Now Milwaukee has great architecture, above great food, all varieties, great sports city. Loves their two teams. The weather is nicer than Chicago. The people are better. The housing is reasonable. The lake access is better. That's all very sellable things. None of these texts started with, Look, my struggles with Milwaukee are centered around that the 2 times I've been there, I swear I would go out and we go to a bar and we get some beers and then get a menu and everything was brats. And I'm like, okay, this is a Doug issue. I'm not blaming the city. I'm actually blaming where we went, I guess. And then, I guess.
Do you like beer? Bar was a good time. You were friends.
Yeah.
But you were hungry. And when you're hungry and all you got are brats to choose from,
I went to some bad places
now
too.
you're gonna be
Because it's not
hangry.
like I've been to places before where there was not much for me to order, but it was like, this is a great place. And I must have just gone to the wrong spots. Chip in Cleveland, you're next. Hi, Chip.
Hey, guys. Milwaukee's a great town. And, Doug, I think you just went to wrong places because there's they call it the third ward, and it's awesome. It's got the public market. There's a lot of beer places, restaurants. There's a lot of little microbreweries. There's a place called the Lakefront Brewery. The tour is fun. I mean, they serve you ample amount of beer on the tour, and it's a great town. People should enjoy it. It's better, in my opinion, better than Chicago.
You're selling it way better than the previous guy.
We were in Chicago for business all week, and the whole plan was sales calls on Friday in Milwaukee to spend the weekend in Milwaukee. That's the way to do it.
Okay.
I mean, I just Googled downtown Milwaukee, and it's got some pictures that come up. And like the first picture that comes up is this beautiful rendering looking down on the city, and it's right on the water. You've got a river going through the one side and the lake on the other side. And, it's not a massive downtown. It's kind of like Detroit,
exactly.
In terms of the buildings and the architecture. There's some high-rise buildings. It's not concentrated like Chicago and New York, but there's enough of them where it's like, okay, it looks pretty cool. And like, if you've got waterfront property, it looks, you can do lots of things to make it entertaining.
And Bloody Marys. Bloody Marys are their specialty there, and they're awesome.
All right. Good to know. I will say this about the state of Wisconsin. I will fight you if you don't like Madison. Madison's incredible. Madison is a quintessential Midwest. I mean, we've got a couple of them in our state. Big Ten campus, except it's got the 2 lakes. Madison is.
It's great.
It's fantastic.
Great time.
It's just fantastic. 248-539-9797 regarding the Tigers. I know it's early, but maybe, just maybe, the hip surgery is what Javi Baez needed. That's from Roy and Pontiac. Yep. Brett from Downriver says, I'm most excited about the youthful exuberance and the Little League aggression on the base pass. Do we have any concern over Riley Green's recent plate appearances? A little bit, but I would authentically categorize it as a little bit of concern. I think there's a long track record of his success, and I'm willing to bet that he will revert back to that at some point during the season. He's too talented. And when you're in the middle of it, it's like a hard sell. Like, people are like, are you sure? I'm like, yeah, I'm sure-ish. But he's had a lot of success.
He's got a pretty good track record to show that, he's a quality player. Now, I'm curious to see how he does bounce back, because it has been a slump to start the year.
Mm-hmm.
And I remember early on he hit those home runs, and they were like, it looked like he's just swinging straight uppercut to get it to go out, and they would.
Yeah.
And it was exciting. Is he going to tame that a little bit, or is it just something else? Or is it just, hey, it's a slump. Players go through it. He'll be fine.
248-539-9797. Let's talk some Pistons. They're in the headlines for a couple of reasons as they get set for this playoff game. Game 1 is the only one on the schedule so far. That is coming up on Saturday night in New York. That might be leading to some challenges for people here interested in buying tickets. But we'll get to that coming up right after the break at 11 here on Carson Anderson on 97.1 The Ticket.
Brought to you by National Benefits Plan of Shelby Township. It's an off day for the Red Wings after winning their final home game of the year last night. It was 6-4 over Dallas with a 3-point showing out of Mo Sider and Lucas Raymond. Detroit hits the ice tomorrow against the Devils for a 2-game road trip to close out their season. Meanwhile, Tigers looking to close out their 5th straight series win tonight. They've got Jack Flaherty getting the nod. He's charged with following last night's gem by Tarek Skubal. He pitched 7 scoreless. That helps the Tigers improve to an American League best 10-6 after defeating Milwaukee 9-1. Tonight's game can be caught here on the ticket with pregame starting at 7:15. And with the NBA season coming to a close, there's been a few firings coming within the association. Phoenix, they'll be searching for their 3rd head coach in as many years after firing Mike Budenholzer. Pelicans also firing Executive Vice President David Griffin. Piston legend and current NBA executive Joe Dumars, he is heavily speculated to receive an offer for that role. Finally, Vegas Raider Max Crosby, he'll be returning to Eastern Michigan as their new assistant general manager. That makes him the first ever active NFL player to receive that role. From the Ticket Update Desk, I'm Dustin Fiocco. For details on these stories and more, you can stay tuned or head to 971theticket.com.
Gator,
Doug?
I want to say bravo. Bravo to the Detroit Pistons for a whole bunch of reasons. But I'll tell you why I'm saying bravo to them today. I went on their website to buy tickets. Look at for them game 1, 2, or 3, which for this series would be game 3, 4, or 6.
Mm-hmm.
Those are the 3 games that the Pistons are in line to host against the New York Knicks. And when I clicked on the link, it said this event is using all-in pricing. That means you'll see the cost of the ticket up front, including fees before taxes. So to be clear, there are fees,
but they're already rolled
instead
into
of it
the price
saying,
of the ticket.
we all know what it's like when you go to buy a ticket and you go, oh, this ticket's $100. I'll get 2. And you click on purchase, and the price comes out at $317. And you're like, okay, by my math, these tickets should cost $200.
Well, you forgot
there's
about the fees.
Except the Pistons are using all-in pricing. So the fees, you are getting your out-the-door price. Although there is, I think, a $3.95 processing fee for all tickets.
Here we go again.
For all tickets. So if you buy a $50 ticket or a $200 ticket, I think it's the same $3.95 processing.
As it should be.
But it's only $3.95 compared to the stunningly large number of fees you can see on online purchases. And it drives me nuts because the only thing nobody cares about what the ticket costs if there's fees on top of it. You want to know how much this is going to cost you, not how much of it is just for the ticket and how much are for the fees. So, bravo, you Pistons, you're saving a ton of frustration, and it reaffirms my commitment to making sure we get tickets to one of these playoff games with the all-in pricing. So we do appreciate that.
And they're also trying to ensure that tickets don't go to brokers.
Well, that's a whole nother thing.
Yeah.
Yeah, that is a completely different topic. But I can't buy tickets until I know when the damn games are. I mean, when the games are, what days they are, what time they are.
They don't have the days and times yet?
No, they only have game 1.
Well, why wouldn't they release the rest of the schedule? If you know when game 1 is, you should know where game 7 is.
So this is the one of the early signs of how new we are to this. This is the NBA playoffs. They've only scheduled the first games.
Does that make any sense?
Well, sort of, because some of the opponents haven't been determined yet because of the play.
Well, here's the other thing. Hockey playoffs at the same time.
Yep.
So a lot of like New York, they've got, well, actually the Rangers aren't in it, so I guess it doesn't matter for them. But had the Red Wings made the playoffs, you'd have 2 teams to play at LCA. Had the Rangers made the playoffs, you got 2 teams to play at Madison Square Garden. So you'd have to take that into consideration, I suppose.
Yep. But there's also, you don't know if, the Lakers are going to be playing Dallas or Sacramento or whomever, right? So those arenas, you don't know their availability. So they're just holding
the season
off.
isn't done yet.
Yep.
Well, actually, no, the season
is done.
We're waiting for the play-in games.
Waiting for the play-in games. Now, there are some series that aren't affected by the play-in games at all. Detroit and New York is one of them, but they want to know what other games are going to be played on those nights so they can get the maximum of TV. We have to sit back and wait. Everything else is TBD. So, I know I'm not buying tickets until I know the days. And you have to be, this has to be your number one priority in life. With all your free time, whatever your free time, I don't mean in life, but with your disposable income and free time, if your number one priority is to go to a Piston playoff game, go buy those tickets. If you have other things that could get in the way, work, kid stuff, whatever, you might want to see when the games are, and that's where I am. I got, if I have to take a kid somewhere or they have one of their own games or whatever, I'm buying tickets for me and my kids. One of them go, I can't go, I got a game. Well, that's why I'm going to wait to see the schedule. You know what I'm saying?
Mm-hmm.
So, that is rather inconvenient. It's not the Pistons' fault, but it is somewhat inconvenient. And there's, quite frankly, quite a few tickets still available for the Pistons for games 3 and 4 of this series, and if there is a game 6.
Well, I wonder if that changes dramatically as soon as the schedule comes out for good.
I would think, I know it makes a huge difference to me. Gator, I have something here I printed up earlier in the show. I'm going to hand this to you, and I want to see if you can, just through deductive reasoning and observation, can you connect the dots and see a trend, okay?
All right.
I'm handing Gator a sheet of paper, something I printed out. Do you see a trend there?
I'm seeing a trend.
Okay. Tell the people what you're looking at.
I'm looking at a sheet of paper that has a list of basketball pundits.
Yep.
That are predicting the outcome of the Detroit Pistons New York Knicks series.
Yep.
And there is a definite trend.
What is the trend?
Well, of the 10 people that have predicted the series, all 10 have predicted the Knicks will win. Knicks in 5, Knicks in 7, Knicks in 6, Knicks in 5, Knicks in 7, Knicks in 7, Knicks in 5, Knicks in 6, Knicks in 6, Knicks in 7. It's a trend.
Yeah, there's your trend. At the bottom it says final tally, Knicks 10, Pistons nothing.
You know what I say?
What?
Buck the trend.
Yeah. Yeah,
I buck.
I kind of like this, huh? This has nothing to do with real life, what these guys think is going to happen.
Or in Doug's case, it's duck the trend, but it is buck the trend.
Do they use this?
Yes. You want to mail it to him?
We should.
Mail it.
Get an envelope.
Get an envelope and hey, we got a stamp.
Yeah. Cheryl up front.
Yeah.
I've dropped off some envelopes to Cheryl and said, can you put this in the outgoing mail? And she will do it for you.
She's awesome.
Yep.
I think you should get that in the hands of the Detroit Pistons. Absolutely.
Yeah. Envelope here to Kate Cunningham, LCA, Detroit,
Dear
Michigan.
JB Bickerstaff. Hi. Big fan of what you guys have done this year.
How is your day? I am fine.
Yeah,
have you seen
I think
this?
To see that there are 10 that, not one wants to go on the limb.
Nope. I didn't even think it was that big of a limb.
I think it's not that big. I mean, it's going against the grain a little bit for sure, but out of 10 people, not one of them is going to say, yeah, the Pistons should win this series. Well, why would you say that? Well, I don't know. They won the season series 3-1.
That can't possibly be true. Oh, it's true?
Oh, wait, that happened?
And yet?
Well, they have the same record basically since the new year, or 2 weeks before the new year.
Middle of December.
Huh.
Identical records. Close to it.
Is that a fact? Is that
also a fact, Scott Anderson?
Okay. All right. Well, that's fine. Let them do what they want to do.
Apparently no chance. Is this the only one where nobody is picking? So somebody picked the Grizzlies to beat the Warriors. There's one. 3 people picked the Mavericks to beat the Kings. So I'm going to, just so everybody understands.
Mavericks are in the playoffs?
Yeah, here we go. Warriors 10, 10 people picked the Warriors, 1 picked the Grizzlies. They had 11 people predict that series. Kings Mavericks, 7 picked the Kings, 3 picked the Mavericks. Magic Hawks, 9 picked the Magic, 2 picked the Hawks. Bulls Heat, 5 picked the Bulls, 6 picked the Bulls, 5 picked the Heat. Pistons Knicks, 10 picked the Knicks, none picked the Pistons. Pacers Bucks, 7 picked the Pacers, 3 picked the Bucks. Lakers Timberwolves, 10 picked the Lakers, none picked the Timberwolves. Clippers Nuggets, 7-2. It's basically us and Minnesota. Got no chance, according to the experts. 248-539-9797. Interesting question asked of regarding the Pistons. We'll get to that today at 11:20 here on Carson Anderson. Open lines, 97.1 The Ticket.
So if you've got a garage door that has any kind of issues whatsoever, there's only one place to call. It's Precision Garage Door Service. They're awesome. Give them a call today at 1-800-DOOR-REPAIR, or you can go ahead and schedule an appointment online, which is even better because you can schedule it for a time that works for you. Just go to precisiondoormi.com and follow the links and do what you got to do to make sure that they come out at the time that works for you. That's amazing. Look, lots of moving parts with garage doors. You may not know on it what's going on with it. If it's a little sluggish, call these guys. They will diagnose the problem and fix the problem right there on the spot. It worked for me. I called them out years ago. They did exactly that. When it comes time for you to get new garage doors, the only place to call is Precision Garage Door Service. Give them a call today, 1-800-DOOR-REPAIR, or visit at precisiondoormi.com and schedule that appointment.
Doug Karsh, Scott the Gator Anderson. Now, did we determine he was the original drummer from Judas Priest?
I believe so.
Okay. Passed away. The original drummer from Judas Priest passed away. And you describe yourself as a rather big Judas Priest fan?
Rather big. I like Judas Priest a lot. I saw them in concert. I've seen them twice. Back in 1986, the Turbo Tour. That was outstanding. Still to this day, the greatest opening song at a concert I've ever seen. Just the song "Out in the Cold," which is on that album, the Turbo album. But just the whole atmosphere. It was at Joe Louis Arena, and they had like the smoke going, and there's this long keyboard intro to the song. It just kind of builds up, and then singer Rob Halford comes up, and he's got this full length leather coat. It's awesome. If you've seen him, it's just it's a great song to do. And we went nuts for it. And then I saw them again maybe 10 years later at Pine Knob, and they were still great. They're awesome. Love Judas Priest.
This was Les Binks, another drummer from Judas Priest, just after a quick Google search. Dave Holland, he passed away back in 2018. So a couple of late, great Judas Priest drummers, although I don't know, you don't know much about Les Binks.
No, because it's before I got into Judas Priest. I got into Judas Priest probably around, well, there's the stuff that they played more in like 1980.
Yeah.
Living After Midnight, Heading Out the Highway, and some great songs like that.
Are they still touring?
What's that?
Are they still touring?
I think they are, yeah. They've got the band has changed quite a bit. I mean, there's still Rob Halford singing now, but Rob Halford even left the band for a little bit, and he's come back, and Glenn Tipton, one of the guitar players. But they've gotten a little younger with some of the other guys.
Yeah.
I mean, these guys have been around since like 1969, 1970. So it's been a while.
Yeah. So are you, I mean, would you go see him again?
I would.
Yeah.
Yeah, I would. Right circumstances. Yeah. A lot of it depends who they're touring with. I don't like as much of the more recent stuff that they played, but I mean, you go to what you love. The 80s Judas Priest, I mean, You've Got Another Thing Coming that's an anthem. That's one of the pillars of rock music. That song is an amazing anthem. And so is Living After Midnight. I mean, they've got great songs that really just put a smile on your face when you listen to them on the radio.
I really like getting you wound up about these old bands. Metal bands, these hair bands.
Priest was fun. And you know who really loved Judas Priest?
Dan Cleary.
No, but I like where your head's at.
Okay.
I don't know if Dan Cleary, he may have. Jim Schwartz.
Oh, of course.
Schwartz was a monster Judas Priest fan.
Yeah, you guys had some moments.
We did have some.
You just became best friends kind of moments.
Kind of.
Yeah. It's like these two. Hey, can we talk about football maybe? You guys. Of course, during his era, he was glad not to talk about some of the football.
Right,
Yep.
exactly.
So when you brought up things like Judas Priest's drummers, he probably would preferred that. Anyway, well, thoughts and prayers. 248-539-9797. Pistons, we mentioned earlier, the ticket thing. So the other thing is you mentioned trying to keep it out of the hands of scalpers. The ticket geo-fence is up. You cannot buy tickets outside of a footprint here that's pretty much drivable to Detroit. Now, there is the quote that was given to, I think, Sportico was the website that wrote about this. The quote that was given from the Pistons was, "This approach is not about keeping any particular group out. It's about protecting our fans and maintaining the integrity of our ticketing process." I have great appreciation for this because I think it is fair to put a geofence up while we don't know the schedule. I don't know how many people can say, I'm buying tickets. I don't care when the games are. I'm going to be there. There are some of you out there, but I think it's probably fair to recognize that there are more that need to know when the games actually are before they can determine whether or not they can purchase tickets to said games. So what this is doing, it doesn't get rid of all scalpers, but it basically means no out-of-town people can hoard up the tickets through the Ticketmaster website. There are other ways to get them, obviously. I have no issue with this. Now, as we get closer to the game, once to hosting a game, and we know when the games are, once the people of Detroit have had ample opportunity to go buy tickets, I think the Geo-fence might get lifted. I mean, would they rather have a sold-out building? And I think they're going to sell out. They're going to sell out. They're going to sell out. They don't need New York fans
they're going to
sell out.
No.
This thing's going to sell out. So
it's not even about the New York fans. It's about not letting some other entity go out there and make the money off it because they're going to sell them for twice the price.
In the story, it said it is about the New York fans because New York fans travel really well, and they took over Philly's arena to the point where Philly, their ownership group years ago, or maybe it was last year, was recently purchased 2,000 tickets on their own and handed them out free to local fans because they were sick of New York fans taking over. So that is... are they going to travel as easily to Detroit as they did to Philly? Maybe not, but they, I guess, have a reputation for taking over an arena. Look, I'm not that worried about invaders because I think Detroit is going to do a great job once the game schedule's made. But I can't be the only one waiting to see the schedule. I would have to think there's a lot of people that just want to, hey, when are the damn games being played?
Right. And it is the NBA, so they tend to do things very spaced out.
Yep. I'm going to guess that the first game we can host, because game 1 is Saturday, right? Mm-hmm. So game 2 is likely to be Monday or Tuesday.
Right.
Knowing the NBA, it's probably going to be Tuesday. So game 3, I will bet that the Pistons host games on Friday the 11th and Sunday the 13th. Wow. Which would be excellent to get Fridays and Sundays, right?
For you, sure.
Yes.
Yeah.
I think a lot of people would prefer weekend games, but others don't care as much. But yeah, I'm that's my prediction. Friday and Sunday, game 3 and game 4, based upon NBA. Seems like they always just throw an extra day in there to make your way.
They do, but would they throw 2 extra days in there? One between the Monday, putting the game 2 off until Tuesday, we'll be throwing an extra day in there, and then if you're not going to play from again until Friday, that's throwing another extra day in there.
Yep.
I don't know if they would do all that.
That's my prediction. I think that's what the NBA is going to do. All right. So a question I mentioned.
Shooting the boot on that.
I'm not shooting the boot. Let me ask you a question. It's not even a stat of the day. Okay. How many stars do the Pistons have? Stars.
1.
Story on a major website covers the NBA. 13 non-stars who could swing the first round. Who do you think the Piston that got mentioned as the non-star that can swing the first round? If we only have 1 star, there's a lot to choose from. Who you got? 248-539-9797. We'll take your phone calls and texts. Give us the non-star that can swing this series in the Pistons' favor. Because it feels like it's a team made up of budding stars, maybe future stars, pending stars, guys that we are very, very excited about. But at this juncture, and remember this, it's just like we did in football. They're about to get themselves into a series here. All those picks of the Knicks that we said that everybody picked the Knicks except... there was no exceptions. 3 of them picked this to be a 5-game series. Everybody else picked 6 or 7. You get in a 6 or 7-game series, that's a series. That's a battle. And everything you do in the playoffs counts like times. It's a multiplier. You go out and have legendary regular season performances, cool. You go do it in the postseason, double cool. 248-539-9797. Who do you think the non-star is named from the Pistons that could swing this series in Detroit's favor? We'll get to your phone calls and feedback on that coming up. It's Carson Anderson here on 97.1 The Ticket. During the NBA play-in tournament, FanDuel is giving all new customers a shot at $250 in bonus bets. Join FanDuel today. You'll get started with $250 in bonus bets if your first $5 bet wins. You know how this works. Find a heavy favorite, just bet them on the money line, and when you win, you won't get a big return on your $5, but you get your $250 in bonus bets, and then you can use that on whatever you want. You can continue to bet money lines. You can bet point spreads. You go player props, 3-pointers, steals, assists in a game. After games tip off, you can live bet. A lot of times the point spread moves a lot early in a game. You can go the other direction. That's one of my formulas. Just visit FanDuel.com/Doug to get in on all the NBA play-in tournament action. FanDuel is the official sports betting partner of the NBA. Must be 21 or over and present in Michigan. First online real money wager only. $5 first deposit required. Bonus issued as non-withdrawable bonus bets, which expire 7 days after receipt. Restrictions apply. See terms at sportsbook.fanduel.com. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER. Doug Hirsch, Scott Anderson, 97-1 the ticket. Open lines, 248-539-9797. John Beeline used to call them the outliers, guys that are maybe not the stars, but play important roles in the postseason. And it was ESPN.com that did this story today. Gator, do you care to offer up your answer? Who is the non-star that could swing the first round in Detroit's favor? And I'm just going to read apart what their definition is. Ranging from backup guards to 3-and-D wings to imposing 7-footers. These players aren't the number one option on their respective teams, but a make-or-break performance under the playoff spotlight could swing their team's fortunes.
Yes, I would say it's Malik Beasley.
Okay.
Guy comes off the bench, knocks down three-pointers. That's his job. He heats up quickly, and he can score in bunches. He averaged 16 points a game coming off the bench, playing less than 28 minutes a game. But he knows what he's out there to do. He takes 9 3-point shots per game. He averages 13 shots a game total. So he's expected to go and score, and it's exactly what he does. And when he gets hot, it's not just that he knocks the shots down and gives the team points, and points help you win games. if it's at home, the crowd gets completely into it. Malik Beasley can single-handedly get the crowd ready to roll because he can knock down 4, 5, 6 shots in a row, and the crowd is insane for it. So, yeah, I think it's Malik Beasley.
Kang, do you have an opinion on this question?
I think this question, I don't even feel like there's a wrong answer because that's just the way this team has been built. And so far, that's the roles the guys have established is they all play their roles. Cade's obviously the star, and everyone else help Cade, right? In what you do best. Beasley, scoring points, hitting them threes, Gator. To go with someone different, though, I'll go with Asar Thompson. I think Asar Thompson defensively is a freaking menace. A menace. Like he can full court press you by himself. But I think the X factor comes in is, does he contribute offensively? He's so athletic. You throw lobs, he can get to the rim, things like that. If he can open it up by hitting a mid-range or open shot, I think that would be huge for this team in this series where they're going to be looking for some secondary scoring. Cade's going to do what he's going to do, or he needs to at least, right? 25 to 35 a night. I think Schroeder, Beasley, Thompson, somebody else on any given night is going to have to score, and I think Thompson has that ability to. And it doesn't have to be because they're not going to draw plays for Asar Thompson. He's going to have to come up with it on his own, and I think that's the X factor.
Here's the feedback coming in. Matt on a mower says definitely Beasley. Roy says Schroeder, he's going to be the non-starter. Zach and Livonia, got to be Malik Beasley. Troy in Brighton says Duren. Patrick in Grosse Pointe says Jalen Duren. He's a borderline star. I love this kid. Todd in Shelby says Beasley is shooting off the bench. Shooting off the bench when he gets hot can bury a team. From an unnamed texter, has to be Isaiah Stewart. Him shutting Karl Anthony Towns down would be completely put the weight of the load on Jalen Brunson. Justin in Madison Heights says Malik Beasley for sure. If he gets hot behind the three-point line, watch out. Asar Star, his defense and athleticism are unmatched in this series. Josh Hart and OG are really good defenders, but neither have the sheer athletic ability that Asar has. It's an easy answer for those who actually pay attention. That's from Eli.
I see.
Eli. I don't think it's that, Eli.
Probably not.
It's an easy answer.
For those that pay attention.
Yeah, but meanwhile, we've had 6 different names mentioned so far.
But nobody's paying attention.
It's got to be Beef Stew, just how Draymond helped Golden State when they were up. When they were on the up, Beef Stew will be the physical presence that the NBA has gone away from. Okay, so we've had Beasley, Duren, Asar, Beef Stew, Schroeder. Anybody else? I think that's it. What if I told you none of those guys are the guys named? None of those guys is the answer.
Are we assuming that they are also saying that Cade is a star, or are they assuming that Cade is not a star?
They're assuming Cade is a star.
All right, thank you.
So let me tell you who's left.
What? Well, we know who's Tobias is left.
Tim Hardaway left.
Jr.
Ron Holland's left.
Yep.
Fontecchio's left.
All right. Slow down.
Sasser's left.
Slow down.
Out of those guys, do you care to offer up a guess?
Ron Harper Jr.'s left.
Is it Tobias Harris?
Gang, do you think it's Tobias, or would you go with somebody else?
I would go with, if it's somebody that that hasn't been said yet, Tobias Harris.
The answer, according to ESPN.com, is Tobias Harris. They write 76ers fans just ran Harris out of Philadelphia after years of underwhelming playoff performances from a player making $36 million per season. But now the 76ers are stuck playing the lottery while Harris is the best on-off differential for a different playoff team. The Pistons have a plus 3.9 net rating when Harris plays, but are only even when he sits. Nobody else on the roster, not most improved player, favorite Cade Cunningham, or six-man contender Malik Beasley, has such a large gap. Harris's surface stats are nothing special, but he does a little bit of everything, which makes him irreplaceable on a team without many two-way wings. So there you go. Tobias Harris. Which is kind of cool, because let me tell you, the Tobias Harris that we sat down with prior to the season was so into being back in Detroit, came across as very grateful to be here, vested to be here, And I know that people say, oh, he should be, a veteran at this point in his career. And it was not met with great fanfare. It's been a good career redemption story for Tobias Harris.
I think he's been a welcomed addition and somebody who has that veteran presence, who has the playoff experience, and it may not be to the liking of that fan base when he was playing in the playoffs. But for the Pistons, he comes to this group and he brings them something steady. He just seems like if you need a basket, Tobias can get it. Like, he can knock down his turnaround jump shot. He doesn't play outside of himself. He doesn't get too hero ball-y at all.
Yeah.
He's just that steady guy and accepts his role with his team.
A little bit of everything, too. Is a little bit of everything doesn't grab headlines. It doesn't when you contribute in so many ways. But if you've been paying attention, you've noticed his ability to impact what's going on.
They kind of have a lot of guys like that, but they're all young. Tobias is clearly the veteran on this team, and it's one thing to bring a veteran into a young group to help them, learn how to play or be like professionals, like Udonis Haslem, but that guy doesn't play. Tobias plays. He starts, right? He's a big factor on the court, and that's where he can make a difference as well. Is you can't just be a veteran. You have to be a veteran that contributes on the court, and that's what Tobias can do. He's got the ability. He disappeared last year in the playoffs for the Sixers. Hopefully that doesn't happen this year. I like the whoever wrote the article, Doug. I don't know if you said the name, but
Zach Cram on ESPN.com.
Yeah, I like that call. I mean, I like the call of Tobias. I mean, he is he's going to be a guy they're going to have to lean on. Like I said, I expect the Knicks to blitz and double team Cade Cunningham. He's going to have to swing the ball around, and it might end up in Tobias's hands.
When the games are on the line too, it's not always making the winning shot; it's making the winning play, and that's something that Cade will be looking to do. Tobias last year, in the last game against the Knicks, Game 6, deciding game, season's on the line. In 29 minutes, went 0 for 2 from the floor, 4 rebounds, 3 assists, no points.
Yeah, that stuck out a lot for Philly fans. And it was different because they have other guys that he didn't have to, but 2 shots in the deciding game in a series, he's going to have to take more than 2 shots against the Knicks this time around, right?
Yep.
And he plays that position, that 3-4, where you kind of have to do everything, play defense, score, shoot from the outside, post up. They need it all from Tobias.
Yeah, he's had a nice season with his team. I don't expect him to take only 2 shots in the game. He's averaged 11 shots per game. And he can knock them down from outside. He can go inside. We've seen this team. The great thing about the maturation of Cade Cunningham is he gets everybody else involved. It's one thing to look at him and say, this guy's whatever he's averaging, 24, 25 points a game. But it's the 9 or 10 assists that he's got that gets everybody else involved. And he's starting to really take it to heart that he can take it to the rack if need be. And if he gets the attention, then he dishes it off to somebody else. Cade still has an issue with turning the ball over, but I think they're going to focus on that in practice this week. Like, okay, let's find ways where we're making sure we've got an open man. And when the collapse is here, let's look for it over there or whatever they got to do. I think Cade is he's the key to the whole thing. If he's not playing well, they have no chance. But beyond Cade, this is where you look. And I think it's if you got a guy that can dribble and drive and then dish to the outside, the open guy for the 3, the Pistons can shine.
Can't wait. Pistons open the playoffs Saturday night. 248-539-9797. You want to keep going with this. In the meantime, something from this weekend I want to revisit. We'll get back to the Pistons a little bit later on. Some NFL draft stuff in the noon hour. It is Carson Anderson here on 97.1 The Ticket. Hey, a great lawn is like a great sports team. It takes expertise and a little extra care to really stand out, and that's where True Green comes in. They are the local experts in Detroit and the official lawn care treatment provider of the PGA Tour. So they know a thing or two about keeping grass looking like a fairway. Here's the best part. It's more affordable than you think, and they'll even match any competitor's price. Plus, True Green backs it all up with satisfaction guarantee. If you're not happy, they'll come back between visits and make it right. Don't wait. Head to truegreen.com today. Let the pros do the work. You sit back and enjoy the results. I'm sure everybody's seen this story about a female crew going to space.
Oh, Katy Perry and the like. Yeah.
Am I wrong? They were just passengers.
Well, right. They weren't flying the ship.
Yeah, but people are calling them astronauts.
They're not astronauts. They were passengers. You're right. They're passengers.
They're passengers.
It's all. Which
is fine.
It's Jeff Bezos's whatever the thing's called, Sky Blue or whatever the hell it is. I don't even know what it is. Something blue. So his girlfriend goes up there with Katy Perry and Gayle King and some others.
Okay, would you do this?
No. Sorry, was that too quick?
Kang, would you do this?
Doubtful.
Yeah, I don't really want to do this either. And would it be cool? I mean, sure. I think about, though, where does Doug prefer to take his chances? I take my chances on my mountain bike. I take my chances when I go downhill skiing. This is where I am choosing to take my chances, in part because I have a lot of control. It's really up to me to get myself into or out of or avoid trouble altogether. But that doesn't mean there aren't things that can go wrong. Things can go wrong. If something goes wrong when I'm a passenger on a ship going to space, I would have to ask myself this question. Was this something that, in my view, was so blanking enjoyable that it was worth risking potentially ending my life? Because I think about that sub. That was
so sad.
It's awful. But that was also something that I really have no interest in doing.
No.
And look, to each their own. I'm not mad at anybody that says, no, I'd want to do that. Got it. I have no interest in this. I shouldn't say no interest, but I don't have a lot of interest in this.
There's no question. It's the views are breathtaking, and when you look at it, it's amazing. And okay, great, but you can't guarantee that you're going to be able to come back. You can't guarantee something's not going to go wrong. I mean, I would love to know what the percentage is of rockets, if you will, spacecraft that have been launched compared to what's the rate of them coming back?
As opposed to those that have some catastrophic malfunction.
Yeah. And it's not, and I recognize that the ones that have gone up with actual people, it might be a better percentage, but I mean, there have been, how many times do you see, a failed launch attempt, or, there was something that happened up in space, and it's brutal, and it's sad when it happens. Now, technology's come a long way, obviously, where they're starting to do these things, and this isn't, I mean, you're breaking the atmosphere. You're up there for like 10 minutes and you come back.
I think that's literally what it was, 10 minutes.
Yeah. So it's a short trip, and it's a very controlled type trip that maybe even just, so to speak, planes are better. It's not a plane that's doing it, but it's a spacecraft. But you're not going to the moon.
So I see this here, and this is I'm not huge on this. A crew of 6 women took part in Monday's spaceflight. Were they a crew?
It's a group. I mean, I'd probably word it as group, not crew.
I mean, am I a crew when I'm in?
God help me if Katy Perry's in charge of like the oxygen mix.
Yeah.
Yeah. Did they all have assignments or anything, or did they just sit there and go, "Girls' night out"?
And they all were dolled up too. Like if you've seen,
were they?
I mean, my goodness.
Well, I will say that
Katy Perry looked flawless.
Yeah. And the Kardashians were there when it landed. It felt, it felt to me like an Instagram stunt.
100%.
Okay. All right. Am I making observations that everybody's already made?
Is this going to create more of a rift between Bezos and Elon Musk? Is that what we got going here?
I don't know.
SpaceX versus whatever the hell Blue. Whatever the hell Blue. I don't know what it is.
Yeah. So look, that's just not something that I would say this is worth the risk to me.
Yeah, it just doesn't interest me all that much.
I mean, Would it be cool? Yeah. But if somebody says, do you want to do it? I'd probably, no.
But here's the other thing.
I certainly wouldn't pay for it.
When I was a kid, I never had that dream to go to space.
Oh, you were never, I want to
I
be
was
an
never
astronaut.
want to be an astronaut. Never crossed my mind. Like I always wanted to be like an athlete, not an astronaut.
Okay.
I have the utmost respect for astronauts. One of my favorite movies of all time is The Right Stuff. It's
Okay.
awesome. Fantastic movie that
So
still
do you have
holds
the
up today.
utmost respect for this crew?
Well, no, because this is a group of women.
They're not
that
astronauts.
Yeah, they didn't train for this. They're not, mathematical wizards are able to figure out problems.
How to slingshot around the moon
Yeah,
if there's a
exactly.
problem with a booster?
Yeah, right. We're gonna fire the LEM rocket. I mean, no, this is.
Yeah.
These are. I forget who the rest of the group of women were. I think there was one that might have been a rocket scientist among the group, but the rest are just
I think Aisha
celebrity.
Bowe, she is
Yeah,
the
and
rocket scientist, and she's local.
I was gonna say yeah. But the rest of them, it's a photo op.
Well, here's the crew: Gail King, CBS Mornings; Lauren Sanchez, of course.
Bezos' girlfriend.
Yep. Carrie Ann Flynn, a movie producer; Katy Perry, and then Aisha Bowe, a former NASA rocket scientist; and Amanda Wynn, a bioastronautics research scientist. I'm going to go with Bowe and Wynn. They're a crew. They sound qualified to be part of a crew.
Yeah, I mean, this is like a ride-along program, isn't it?
Yep.
Is it right?
Well, nobody call Katy Perry an astronaut, right? That's
No.
Yep.
But I'd let her ride along beside me. Hi.
Would you go if she
Yeah, would you
invited
go? Yeah. Oh, I think Gator's on board all of a sudden.
No, I would not go to the moon or up in space. I have no desire. It's not something I want to do. I don't begrudge anybody that would like to, because I know there's tons of people that would like, this would be awesome. Okay, for you it would be. You know what? Hey, you got to do skydiving. It's awesome. Yeah, I don't have to do that either.
Doug, you're a fan of like sunrises. How about
Yeah, I
seeing
am.
the sun?
Getting closer to?
I mean, the pictures are unbelievable.
Sure.
It looks absolutely
and
amazing.
I have looked at them.
Exactly. I don't need to be in, some little capsule that's a third the size of this room, and look out the window and see it. I don't need to be part of that.
I feel like congratulating Bo and Wynn, because they're the ones that are qualified. The rest of you,
because for them, that's what they studied to do.
They had to like put their tray table up, right? They were, the rest of them were. Don't call them a crew.
Katy Perry's in charge of entertainment.
Yeah.
Come on.
Okay.
Do something, Katie.
I sing. Guys, I'm a little shy. Ride a Peloton or something. I don't know.
Anyway, they probably not in my future. Probably not. I do want to say bravo last night to the Detroit Red Wings for them honoring John Keating when the game was over. John Keating, longtime host through a variety of networks, but basically what is now FanDuel in this iteration, has been a longtime host for play-by-play of games. He's your pregame, he's your postgame, he's your between periods guy, he's your middle of the game update guy. And John Keating is one of the absolute most likable on-air personalities that we have ever had. He is witty. He is funny. His impressions are hysterical and not always good, but that's not the point.
No,
He quotes music lyrics.
Like a boss.
He will be missed. He is an absolute staple of Detroit sports for so long. But what the Red Wings did last night when they stopped and saluted him after the game and pointed their sticks up to him was really cool.
That was really cool. He's got 2 games left because he's going to retire after the end of the hockey season. So they have 2 road games that he'll be doing on FanDuel. But Keats is awesome. Mm-hmm. Super, super nice guy. And he's just, every time I hear him, when I catch part of the pregame show, every time there's something he says that'll make you laugh or just shake your head like, really, Keats? You're awesome. I mean, you would not expect someone like John Keating in that position to start quoting Lizzo.
No, but you know what? I think of like the greats in our business that are sort of the straight man on the desk.
Yeah.
There's Ernie Jones. There's Ron McLean on Hockey Night in Canada. And our guy is Keats. And he absolute congratulations on your retirement, man. He's awesome.
And it's what's really cool is to see the relationship that he's got, the friendship he's got with Chris Osgood.
Dude.
Those guys are great.
Their back and forth is outstanding.
Yeah, it's
very entertaining.
It's really, really cool to watch, and I'm going to miss John Keating doing this after this hockey season's done. But good for him. He's lived a heck of a life. He's going to have an awesome time in retirement in his place, and wish him nothing but the best. Love John Keating.
Carson Anderson, 97.1 The Ticket. Carson Anderson, 97.1, 248-539-9797. Okay, so a lot of Piston talk last hour. Had Tiger Talk to open the show, and if you want to use the rewind feature, go back to listen to all that with the Odyssey app. Feel free, AUDACY, download it for your mobile device today. You'll be glad you had it at some point. Very impressive performance last night for Tarek Skubal and the Tigers. We'll talk more about it a little bit later on. NBA play-in action continues tonight. You got the Hawks and Magic in the 7-8 game in the East, and you've got the Grizzlies and Warriors in the 7-8 game in the West. The winner goes on to be the 7 seed for the regular playoffs. The loser will play Thursday. Tomorrow are the 9-10 games. In the East, it's Heat and Bulls, losers out. In the West, it's Mavericks Kings, losers out. The winner advances to play in the Thursday game against the loser of the Tuesday games. Got all that? Easy to follow, right? Pistons await their first game on Saturday against the New York Knicks. That is the only game that's been scheduled thus far. Once they have the playing field set, I hope they come out with the standings or the rest of the schedule so we can all go buy the tickets, man. There's tickets available, but they're geo-fenced to people in our immediate area, which is cool, but bottom line is I can't make that commitment. I want to. I want to take the kids and go have a good time, but until we know what time the games are, then we'll sort it all out. But Gator, I wanted to bring this up because yesterday was a busy day, and I just felt like it's something that impacts a lot of us. I was stunned on Saturday when we got up north. We have a house, it's a Harbor Springs address, but it's not really in Harbor Springs. It's out of town. I feel like it's closer to Petoskey than Harbor, but that's irrelevant. We got a place up north. Your family had a place up north forever. I know a lot of people do have vacation spots. And I knew, because we got so many emails about, from various utility companies, and we're actually on a property that has a management company that was offering updates on what was going on. We knew that the ice storm that hit, I guess about 10, 11 days ago now, was bad. I was shocked when you got up there and see it. And it really is amazing because some places look forever altered. Other places looked, I don't want to say untouched, but and we were very fortunate. Our house and our property had downed trees along the driveway, which the crew cleared, but there was a tree that fell up against our house, but it doesn't look like it did any damage.
Thankfully.
Yes. In the back, there's a deck area where there was tons of downed trees and branches that that didn't do any damage. We just removed them from rubbing up against the house or on the banisters. We're going to have a crew come and help clear all that. But we told them we're not the priority. We're up here every once in a while. You do what you got to do. When you can get around our house, that'll be great. And they're saying that almost 1 million acres of state forest land has been impacted by the storm. And so we went driving through the Boyne Highlands golf course, and from the road, I was seeing 2 holes I'd never seen before because they were always behind the cover of trees. Many of those trees are gone. Many more are shaved off, collapsed under the weight at the tops of the trees. It's going to be a long cleanup. There were utility trucks everywhere. The big white ones with the bucket on the back and the long extension arm. And as we drove around, right, you'd see areas and you go, man, this looks different because of what happened to the trees. Where it looked the worst, though, so when we left on Sunday morning, we drove south out of the Petoskey Harbor Springs area and down to Boyne Mountain. And on the drive down there, I'm like, this area got impacted, but it doesn't look like as much as where our house was. And we got south and we made that left on M32, which takes you through Elmira.
And goes towards Gaylord.
And goes to Gaylord. And as we got through Elmira, that stretch from Elmira to Gaylord was the worst that I saw. Wow. At one point, I'm driving along, I'm like, I never knew there was a lake there. But all these trees were knocked down. When we got
Like Gaylord Country Club.
When we got to the Gaylord Country Club area, which is a north-south portion of the road, there was a stretch there that looked like a nuclear holocaust. I mean, the trees were reduced to toothpicks. And it was all ice that froze on, and the trees were collapsing under the weight. Branches were collapsing under the weight. I couldn't believe how bad it was. And, it was funny. We were driving up Saturday morning. We got up really, really early because we had, we were just going to try and up and back. We got up. I was driving along. It was south of Grayling that I first noticed, but it really is a bit of hit and miss. And look, there are 12 counties now under the governor's state of emergency declaration. The priority is, according to the stories I was reading out of there, is to get the state forest roadways and all the roadways, the general transportation access, get all that cleared. And I know it's a big part of being a Michigander is getting up north. It's a big part of, I know many people own properties up north. I feel for the people that really had damage because, a part of that is getting out and escaping into the woods and and a lot of the woods is gone. And I don't want to overstate it because in some areas you're like, this area got lucky. And others, it looked bad.
Well, there's so many trees up there. That's the other thing is when you drive, people love to drive up in the fall, the early fall, to see the colors, right?
Yeah.
And when you're on that stretch of 75 and you're north of Gaylord and you're going more towards the bridge and it gets hilly, and then you get to the crest of the hill and you see all the beautiful colors of the trees. It's awesome. But to think that that's just a sea of downed trees, or the tops of them have all broken off because of the way of the ice, it's devastating. I was actually talking to my cousin last night who lives in just outside Madison, Wisconsin, and he's got a cabin a little bit further north of where he's at there, and I was asking him about, did you get some damage? He's like, yeah, I haven't had a chance to go up there yet, but I've talked to some people up there, and they say that they were out power for 5 days, and that there are trees down everywhere, and it's incredible. And, it's like 2/3 of the tree itself is gone because of it all breaking off. And now the concern is that, there might be, if there's decay, is the disease, are the trees diseased? And is that going to spread from one tree to the next? And you worry about how much has to be cleared out. And it's a real undertaking, man, to have to clear out all that dead wood, so to speak.
It's pretty amazing because you don't realize how much of a difference and I mean this, a lot of areas it felt like just the top third or the top half of a tree was lopped off. But there was so much of that, things looked different. It completely changed the feel. And I don't know, does this kill the trees? Do they recover from this? I'm not sure, but 248-539-9797. If you have a place up there, I don't know if you got a chance to get up there. Were you lucky? Did you escape the damage? I know some people, we were driving past houses, and all I could do is assume that they've had severe damage because there'd be giant tarps over portions of houses. Man, it's tough because that's just such a big part of summertime in our state. We're coming up to it, and I think this is going to take months. I mean, it's even like you're driving along 75 and you're just seeing piles and piles and piles and piles of wood chips, and you realize they've come through, they've cleared these trees out, they've chipped it all up, and they've just left the wood chips. But there were so many areas with wood chippers are going to get a lot of work.
Yeah, right.
And you could hear them constantly when you were outside. So we had to, do some chainsaw work and all that, which was actually kind of fun. But again, it's a lot easier for us just because we escaped. There were some areas where the house was scratched up. We'll see with the tree that fell in our garage if it did any damage. It really didn't look like it to the naked eye when we got up there and looked around. But, man, 248-539-9797.
Lots of firewood.
Let's go to Phil in St. Clair Shores. Hi, Phil.
Hey, guys. Good morning. Hey, listen, we got a place due east of Petoskey there, and it's in Onaway.
Yeah.
And we were getting reports, from the power company, PIE&G up there, and down one stretch of the 211 that goes into Black Lake, where the UAW Center is.
Yeah.
We have at least 30 poles all snapped along that main highway, and it's our place. Our place got spared up there. We had trees come down. I don't know. Maybe it was an act of God, but we had a pair of trees fall one way, and the other part of it fell the other way. Missed all the mailboxes, missed the garage, missed the power lines. Act of God. But I'm hitting up tomorrow with chainsaws, and we got a lot of clearing to do. It's and then in Alpena, I've got some friends. They're still without power in their section, more than half of it.
Yeah.
So that's like 14 days now. But a lot of volunteers up there. We got reports in that a lot of people are feeding the crews, bathing them, doing laundry for these guys. So the towns have really stepped up, and there's a lot of people from down here that tried to get up there.
I love that. We tried to find a crew.
Yeah.
We actually went and got a 12-pack of Two Hearted and a 15-pack of Coors Light. Couldn't find the crew that we were trying to get it to for the work that they did.
No,
but we'll get it to them. 248-539-9797. If you have property up north, what is your story? It is devastating. It is. I mean, some people's yards that they've had these big, beautiful pine trees that was a big part of their property. Just they're gone. They're down.
last year when I had the tree come down in my backyard and smash my fence up, it was also a tree that was akin to my neighbor behind me.
Yeah.
He had his whole back part of the property was lined by all these trees. He had to take them all down.
Yeah.
Had to have them all cut down. And yeah, that changes everything. I mean, now because there was, in terms of like privacy, if you will, between the two houses, it's like there was nothing there. And he's, look, we're friendly, so it's fine. But he ended up having to replant a bunch of like pine trees, Christmas tree type trees that are up there now all along the fence line. But it was a serious undertaking. And over the last couple of years, he's just lost all of his trees.
97-1 the ticket.
Hey, if you got any problems with the garage door, you've got to call the great folks over at Precision Garage Door Service. They know exactly what they're doing. They're going to fix any problems you have. And the best news is, if you're looking for garage doors, this is the place to call as well. They have an amazing deal where they offer the industry's leading warranty, which is exactly what you want. It's called the Precision Promise. And with these garage doors, they can get installed in as little as 24 hours in some cases because they've got a warehouse that holds a bunch of these garage doors. They came out to my house a couple years ago. We picked out the perfect doors for my house. They walked me through all the different options I could go with, and I could not be happier with the choices that I made. I think you should call them as well. 1-800-DOOR-REPAIR, or visit them at precisiondoormi.com and schedule that appointment.
Get to some Lions stuff later this hour. A couple of interesting names. Very curious on the pre-draft visit list. 248-539-9797. That's later this hour. We're talking about, we just got back from being up north this weekend. We didn't have time to talk about it yesterday. Going, visiting up north, west coast of our state, we take advantage of this great state. And I'm warning you when you go up there, if you haven't been up there yet, or if you have a place up there, it might be different. But it's just like, a tornado, like God's, nature, Mother Nature struck some areas really hard, and it's act of God that other areas did not get hit. And for us, there was quite a bit of damage around us, and there was quite a bit of damage, a lot of trees that fell. Fortunately, nothing fell that did any damage to our house. It's going to take time and money to clear stuff, and it is what it is. But I guess after being up there, I feel lucky. I also warn people, if you got a favorite golf course, expect it to be different. Expect it to look different. Now, maybe, again, you're in an area that act of God was unscathed, but I'm going to guess the Boyne Highlands courses look different, and everything in that Petoskey Harbor Springs area, which is a really popular place to play. When we got closer to Gaylord coming back on M32, that was the worst devastation that I saw.
So I wonder if it kept going towards the east, if it affected like treetops and Garland. And...
The story I was reading today said the area northeast of Gaylord, it was worse, which is right in there.
Yeah.
But, it's something. Martin, you're on 97.1. Martin, put us on hold.
All right.
We'll go back to Martin. Rob, you're on 97.1 a ticket. Hi, Rob.
Hi there, guys. Hey, listen, we got a family farm up there on the south end of Torch Lake, and it's really north of Mancelona's when you start seeing things along 131. But I just want to let you guys know, Twin Birch Golf Club in Kalkaska is providing free meals to all the power workers up there.
Oh, that's cool.
So they've been serving a bunch of guys every day now for about the last week. But it's a great thing that they're doing for the community up there.
The amount of people that are working on this, it's stunning. There were multiple times that we were driving and we saw more utility trucks than anything else, more than cars. There was utility trucks everywhere. So there's probably a lot of people coming in. This is, from out of state and out of the region to help. So that's cool.
This ice storm went all the way through. I got a buddy who's got a peach farm north of Toronto, and it's like they've been without power now for almost 10 days.
Wow.
And devastation, not only in northern Michigan, but across the Lake Huron in Ontario is just as bad.
Wow. Thanks, Rob. 248-539-9797. Randy is next on 97.1 The Ticket. Hi, Randy.
Hey, good morning, guys.
Morning.
I live in Harbor Springs, right downtown.
Okay.
And it was a complete war zone. It was like rifle season for Saturday night and Sunday night. When it hit, you would hear a crack every 30 seconds, like a gun going off. And a lot of people came together. I just got back into my house after 12 days, 2 days ago. But I can't tell you how the community has rallied around this. And the linemen, somebody should hold a party for these guys when it's all done. I'm with Great Lakes Energy. They typically replace about 800 poles a year. They've already replaced 1,400 poles in 2 weeks. Wow. And the people without power, all the cities have power, but the people without power are the people that have poles, where the poles are through the woods on either 2 tracks or just a rough cut trail. And if they're down, the linemen can't even get in to replace them now. It's so muddy and the ice, everything's just thawing out. So they're telling people over in Lewiston by Garland and that it could be another 4 weeks before they can get in and get them done.
Wow.
In answer to your question about will the trees survive, I heard a really good arborist immediately out of Newberry up in the UP. So I got my stuff done right away. But they're telling me the maple, you can't top a maple. If you top a maple more than 4 feet, it's going to die. So maple syrup's going to become at a real premium up here. A lot of spouts. My buddy just invested $10,000 into a machine to make maple syrup, and he lost all his maples.
Oh.
But there are certain trees, if you've got like 30 to 40%, even on an oak or an elm or whatever, it will not survive. So, yes, it looks totally different. I was out at Boyne Highlands. I was at Boyne Highlands yesterday, and you won't recognize it. It's just insane. I was in an EF3 tornado in Fort Myers 5 years ago. This is far worse. The dwelling damage isn't as bad. because very few trees came out by the root ball. They just dropped huge limbs. So they fell straight down and not on houses. I'd say only maybe 10 or 15% of the houses have any damage, but the landscape looks totally different.
Isn't it weird? It is so weird. Like you mentioned Boyne Highlands. When we drove through there, I'm like, oh my God, I can see all those holes from the road. Like they used to be hidden from behind trees, and the trees are gone. It's so strange. Thank you for the update, Randy. 248-539-9797. Ken is next on 97 The Ticket. Hi, Ken.
Hello, gentlemen.
Hey.
So I have a place in Lewiston, Michigan, and I am probably 3 minutes from Garland Golf Course. A lot of people know Garland Golf Course, sir.
Yep.
And this will be week 3 that we're out of power, but the area is so devastated. But like the previous people have said, people come together up there. We're from downstate here, but I was up last weekend and took some supplies and other people, and the town is rallying together, bringing supplies. I mean, these poor people, everybody up there is on a well. You don't have power, you don't have water, so you don't have heat, you don't have water, you can't cook, you can't flush a toilet. It's a struggle still, and power's coming back on shortly. We're still out in my area. But like everybody's saying, the people really rally and pulling together. And It is, like you said, it's just war zone.
It's wild, and it's going to impact whether it's impacting you because you have property up there or you vacation up there. I'm just having gotten a chance to get up there. Be prepared. Your area, wherever you like to go, maybe it did get unscathed, but in others, it's strange.
Get used to the sound of chainsaws and wood chippers for the next couple months.
248-539-9797. Two very curious names on the Lions pre-draft visit list. What they could mean. We will get to that today. At 12:46, it is Carson Anderson on 97.1 The Ticket.
When it comes to your lawn, you want the green and lush lawn that they're the envy of the neighborhood, right? Here's what you do to ensure that. Call Natural Way Lawn and Tree Service and get green and stay green with Natural Way. 888-GET-GREEN is a telephone number, or go to naturalwaylawn.com. And for a limited time only, you purchase a full lawn program and you get free grub control. But you got to mention me, Gator, and the station 97.1 The Ticket. And you don't want to wait. You got to take care of things right away. And frankly, when you take care of things right away, you save money when you prepay. Call by the end of the month to get that early bird discount. Natural Way's got the best offer for the complete season. It's absolutely fantastic. You want to make sure that you take care of not only the grubs where you get the free grub control, but also take care of crabgrass. You see crabgrass in the summer, it's too late to fix that problem. You should have taken care of it right here and right now. That first application is the most important, and why not get it done exactly right now? Natural Way uses fewer chemicals, environmentally sound practices. Each lawn is assigned its own specialist, which is great because they're certified applicators and arborists that'll come out and custom tailor solutions specifically for your yard and your home. It's a company that's been around for over 35 years. It's a company I've trusted for nearly a dozen years now with my yard, and they offer the 100% satisfaction guaranteed. Give them a call, 888-GET-GREEN, or go to naturalwaylawn.com.
So, look, I wanted to bring this up just because I'd heard about the ice storm. And I heard that, it's a historic 100-year storm and stuff, but didn't realize what we were getting into till we drove up there on Saturday. And one of the texters wrote in, "Hey, Doug, aren't you surprised there's not enough news coverage? The damage up there in some areas is so intense. It's like a war zone." I mean, that's part of the reason why to bring attention to it is this is going to impact a lot of people either now or later this summer. Whether if you own a spot there and there's a chance you're going to have to deal with the damage or the downed trees, removing them. If you vacation up there and you've got a spot you've always gone to, there's a good chance it's going to look different. There's a good chance that they suffered some damage. Maybe they did, maybe they didn't. I can't speak to everyone. I do know that going up 75 to Indian River, exit 310, and across, it was south of Gaylord where I first looked and said, oh, that was a curious decision of this person to clear out all their trees right next to the highway. And then I thought, oh, wait, because I didn't expect to see ice damage it was actually south of Grayling where I first noticed it. And I'm like, huh. And then as you started getting further and further north, it was clear that they had cleared a ton of trees along 75. You get up to 310, you go across to, the Petoskey Harbor Springs area. It just looked different. And some of the houses along there, people's property there, they have beautiful, tall, old trees gone. 248-539-9797. Let's go to Pat. You're next on 97.1 The Ticket. Hi, Pat.
Hi, guys. How you doing?
Okay.
So I'm from Petoskey originally, so I was up. I have a brother that still lives there about 4 miles directly out East Mitchell. And he was without power for 4 days. He's 92, and I was up there to kind of take care of him, move some trees around and stuff like that. Then I have some property over in Hillman, which for those who don't know, Hillman's about 20 miles west of Alpena, and I'm 20 minutes out in the middle of no place, north and west of town. And I accessed my property off a 2-track and a dirt road.
Wow.
I had to walk 1.5 miles from where these trees were down across the dirt road every 15 to 20 feet. Okay, and it would extend down to the dead end, which is about 3.5 miles. Then there's another, dirt road that will go across. I don't know when they're ever going to get that place open. I talked to my neighbor last Friday. He finally had power after 2 weeks. But unless you could actually see, it's not like sometimes you see a storm go through and it's spotted. These trees were all covered with ice, 1.5 to 2 inches thick on branches, 2 to 4 inches thick on flat areas. I've never seen anything like it in my life.
So somebody showed us a picture. We were up there, and they told us a story about it. It sounded like gunshots going off as trees came down. They showed us a picture of a fence. The fence was covered in ice. It looked like just a fence made out of ice. It was iced up completely. And, it's like stuff you've just never seen before.
Yeah, picture a whole forest that looks like that, and that's what my property looks like. The good news is, the grace of God, my cabin wasn't affected and my solar panels wasn't affected when I was up there 2 weeks ago. And I'm on my way up there today to see if there's any other damage. But I was fortunate. Lots of trees down, but not touched.
Yeah. Thank you, Pat. 248-539-9797.
You think about it, you mentioned it sounds like gunshots. I don't think that's exaggeration at all. When you consider if you just grab a branch that you can break over your knee or with your hands, the sound that makes. Now think about a same branch that is 10 or 15, 20 times the circumference of the branch you broke, but it's breaking from a tree because of the heavy ice and the sound that's going to make, and then it's going to fall and hit other branches are going to break. It's got to be unbelievable.
Mark is next on 97.1 The Ticket. Hi, Mark.
Hi, how are you, gentlemen?
Okay.
So I've had 550 acres up in Atlanta, which is halfway between Alpena and Gaylord, and I went up about 3 days after the storm. First of all, driving up 33, it was like a winter wonderland with all this ice on the trees. Everything was glimmering, but every power line up 33 from Mayo up to Atlanta, broken, poles snapped. It was insane. And when I got up there, I heard that it was going to be cold, so I had to shut the water off and empty the freezer. and I ended up spending the night. Of course, I had no heat, so I had to sleep in front of the fireplace, and all my thermostats were pegged at 40, so it must have been 35 in the cabin. That was a joke. And I have a lumber on the property, and we were driving around, and we had taken about a third of the trees down just to clear out most of the property. And now we have to go back and cut more because so many trees that we left standing are snapped. The tops are off, or the trees are snapped in half. It's just unbelievable. I've never seen anything like it.
It's crazy. I mean, and it's between, the guy I just called from Hillman, you're in Atlanta. I got over to Elmira. These are massive, massive footprints up north. That's just across sort of that's the Gaylord east-west line. But, we got up like I said, as far as exit 310 Indian River, and about I don't know what that is, 40, 50 miles north of there.
I can't believe that they haven't declared an emergency up there with FEMA. It's like a joke.
Well,
I think they're trying.
Yep.
Trying to negotiate that. But, yeah, it's a horrible situation up there.
Well, look, best of luck to everybody. And, the one guy who said I didn't know what to expect. And when I got up there, I was surprised at how bad the damage was. And I know you still go up, not as much as you used to, but it's tough.
Yeah, and look, it's all throughout the state, whether it's the trees up north or it was the flooding in Detroit that they had. It's taken forever to get done, and it's these natural disasters are just incredible of what they can do. And the thing is, so another part that's a bummer about it is that when it first happens, when the ice first comes and forms, it's beautiful.
That's what, and that's what the initial reaction, everything was.
This looks amazing. And then it's like, wait a minute, it's not getting any warmer. That ice is only getting heavier and heavier, or it's piling on. It's getting more and more icy. And then the trees start to break, and then it's bad.
I am Mr. Winter Wonderland. I love all that stuff. But I also would have been the dummy that was all excited, not realizing what was coming.
I wonder what it's like on the, you're probably not going skiing anymore, but what the ski trails would be like.
So we got an email from Nubs Knob, and they had sent out pictures of all the trees that fell on a lot of their ski runs. And they said, look, we're going to clear these out and we'll be open. This was prior to not this past weekend, but I think it was the weekend before. They said, we're going to be open, but we got a lot of work to do to clean these out, so please bear with us. And so, yeah, all the snowmobilers, although most of that season's over. Yeah. So anyway, something that just to keep in mind next time you're heading up north. It's Carson Anderson here on 97.1 The Ticket. So, Tigers with a win. Jack Flaherty on the hill tonight, trying to follow up Scooble's dominating performance yesterday. Boy, it's fun when you have good starting pitching, isn't it, Scott? And you can follow up one really good pitcher with another really good pitcher.
It's a lot of fun, Doug.
Yep.
When you're starting a series, because all you want to do is win a series.
You keep doing that.
And when you got Tarek Skubal and Jack Flaherty, you have a good chance of winning a series when they go back to back. So off to a phenomenal start this year. The Tigers are 10-6. They're scoring runs in bunches. They score them early in games and just kind of, take the will from the opposition. You think you're going to be in a game. Next thing you know, you're down 4-0 after 2 innings. Yep. Oh, there's an error. Should have made the double play. Get out of it. And there's 4 more to play across the board. It's 8-0 in the 5th or 6th or whatever it was.
Tigers rolled last night. It felt like they were better than Milwaukee at the plate, on the hill, in the field, in every way. Now they go for game 2. And as Leland used to say, momentum's only as good as your next day starter. Our next day starter is an ERA of 1.62 here through 3 starts.
Yeah, and they're going to counter with a right-handed pitcher, so that means you're going to go with a heavy left-handed lineup, which means certainly Kerry Carpenter, but Riley Green and Colt Keith, you would imagine, are in this lineup. These are 2 guys that have got to get going, and what better way than to throw them out there against righties?
Talk some Lions. Curious stuff going on with their pre-draft visits. 2 guys that if they're on the board and the Lions take them, I think everybody would go, wait, what? We'll get to that today at 12:46 here on Carson Anderson on 97.1 The Ticket.
Hey, looking to upgrade your outdoor space? Well, Builders First Source has you covered. With 4 Metro Detroit locations, they specialize in top-quality composite decking. Brands that you trust. Brands like Trex and TimberTech and AZEX. Whether you're a DIY enthusiast or you need a certified installer, their expert team will help you build the perfect deck that stands the test of time. Visit one of their locations today in Lapeer, Auburn Hills, Clinton Township, or Shelby Township and discover why Builder's First Source is your go-to for decking. Quality, service, and unbeatable value, that's the Builder's First Source promise. Search buildersfirstsource.com.
Doug Harsh, Scott Anderson, 97.1 The Ticket, Kangs behind the glass, Kenny answering phones, Evan running around the building, Stoney's here. He's filling in for Lenny this week.
Rico, are you sure, or is Stoney just here?
You never know with Stoney, but I'm pretty sure he's filling in all week. But anyway, so I want to get back to some sports stuff. Thank you for all your calls and discussing the damage up north. And just brace yourself if you're headed up there at some point. and maybe, hopefully, you went relatively unscathed. So I was looking at this pre-draft visit list for the Detroit Lions. There are two guys. The use of the list, and you see names on here, and you go, okay, Josiah Stewart from Michigan, for instance. Okay, you bring in a player that you might have access to in the second or third round, right? Gray Zabel has been a player that's been projected to Detroit at 28. Anthony Belton, the offensive lineman out of NC State, another player that could be on the board for Detroit. Derek Harmon, Tyleek Williams. Those are guys that could be there at 28. Then you start getting into Ruben Hippolyte from Maryland. That could be second, third round pick. Land Larison, the running back, late round pick out of UC Davis. Like, you see them bringing in guys that they aren't necessarily targeting at 28. And then you see guys that they could be targeting at 28. And then you see guys that it makes you wonder, are the mock drafts that far off? And are they really considering this guy? And one of those names is wide receiver Matthew Golden out of Texas. We brought this up yesterday when it was reported that he would be visiting with the Detroit Lions. If they were to draft Matthew Golden at 28, and let's be clear here, they're either moving up to get Matthew Golden, or based upon the inexact science of mock drafts, it would be a pretty big stunner if he were still on the board at 28. Yeah,
he's a first-round selection all day. A lot of people have him as the number 2 wide receiver in the draft, or certainly in the top 3. He ran a 4.29 40. So that's the eye-popping stuff that makes you go, wait a minute, how about this guy? But do the Lions need a wide receiver? They don't necessarily. I mean, you could draft one later in the later rounds. I wouldn't have a problem with that, but I certainly wouldn't look at one at 28. So why are they looking at Matthew Golden, bringing him in for a visit when you're limited on the visits? Why do this?
There has to be a circumstance. You have to be preparing for some circumstance.
Well, let's say, does that mean you're going to trade Jamison Williams?
Well, I mean, it could. It would seem to me rather unlikely, given that Jamison Williams can be here for another 2 years at a relatively cheap cost, as opposed to if you wanted to go out and get a free agent. They don't need the money immediately, unless they're trying to clear some cap space for something else. But Golden doesn't even seem like a likely candidate to be on the board at 28.
No,
so
he does not.
If you're going to move on, it would almost likely have to be a trade up to get access to Matthew Golden. Now, then it just comes down to, okay, here's the logic. He's in that, as the term that Brad Holmes uses, is buckets. What if, in his view, Matthew Golden is in that bucket of elite, immediate difference makers, and that there's only 6 of those, and yet he thinks they could have access to him? And you start thinking, okay, what would make logical sense? Does it make logical sense to be bringing in Matthew Golden when almost no mock draft has him there at 28? Does it make logical sense to bring in Matthew Golden when you have 3 guys coming back that started last year on the best offense in the NFL? They're all back. Some of them should be getting better. What would make sense? The only thing to me that would make sense is if you truly are in the best player available place, without projecting some wild trade scenarios. I mean, we could project some wild trade scenarios, but none of that seems very likely. That he's just simply in that top bucket of players that they think is an immediate impact kind of guy. And they wouldn't say no to him if he were on the board. I mean, what else could it be?
Well, the only thing I can think of is that, like I said, it's if you're going to trade Jamison Williams.
Yeah.
A team would have him for this year, and then a team would have to pick up the 5th-year option for him. So you'd get Jamo for 2 years at a reasonable price at a guy who's proven in the league that he is absolutely a difference maker when you get the ball in his hands. I don't think that there's any reason to even just doing due diligence. I'm not taking a wide receiver at 28, and I'm sure as hell not moving up to take a wide receiver. So unless they think that he could slip and past the first round, which I don't think that's even I don't understand this.
Yeah.
To me, it just seems like a wasted visit. There's no question he's got talent and, okay, best player available, stuff like that. It sounds great, and the bucket sounds like a nice theory, but are you telling me that nobody else is going to be available at 28 that makes any sense?
The amount of money that you would save on moving on from Jameson Williams' contract and going to a rookie contract, his cap hit is $5.4 million this year.
Jamo, and then it jumps up to $14 million next year.
A player, this is a quick Google search. A player selected at 28 has a contract valued of $5.7 million. So a rookie 3 years later at 28 is going to, I mean, that's his annual thing. I don't know what the cap hit would be, but it doesn't even look like, we're not even sure it would be a savings. It would be long-term because you wouldn't have to pick up the fifth year and pay for him beyond that. You'd be restarting a clock. But why would they be looking at Matthew Golden? Kang, do you have any theories on why they're looking at Matthew Golden?
I think every visit they do is intentional. And now Brad Holmes has said this, before in moves in general. Everything we do is intentional. There's a reason behind it. So I don't think I think there's serious interest in receiver Matthew Golden. Now I would pick up Jameson Williams' fifth year option, but they haven't yet, and it's feasible they won't. And they cannot extend all the players they have due for huge extensions. They just cannot. It's the cap. I know if you think it's fake or whatever, at some point it does get you where you're going to lose a player or two. Jameson Williams is on that list with Laporta, Kirby Joseph, Brian Branch. There's a ton of them, right, guys? Now, I do believe there is a little bit of smoke here, though, because you have to let other teams know that you could be interested in him. But even though I do kind of think there is serious interest, because you don't know how the draft's going to go. And I think Brad Holmes, I truly believe this as of right now, that they're not going to pick at 28. Okay? Whether that's move up or move back, I don't think that the draft's going to shake up the way. I think they're targeting guys that they might move up for, and I think Matthew Golden's going to be gone before 28. So if they do have some interest in him, they got to gauge if they want to move up for him.
So here's the other thing, too. Correct me if I'm wrong. Smoke screens are a big part of all this. But you don't use a top 30 pick to create a smokescreen.
No, that's why I think that's just a little bit of smokescreen to it. I think this is intentional. I think they have serious interest in him. But it doesn't hurt to let other teams know this, though. You know what I mean? Sometimes you want to keep things a secret, right? I think this is one of those where he's like, I don't care if people know, because you better be on your toes. If you want him, go get him. And that moves the defensive player down to you.
I think smokescreen is a big part of it. I think the other thing that could be in this is that you're getting intel on other Texas players. Do you bring a guy in for a smokescreen purpose, and then oh, by the way, hey, well, I want to ask you about about Banks, the offensive lineman. What can you tell us about him, or what can you tell us about Gunnar Helm, the tight end?
I don't know that you'd use a top 30 visit.
I can't imagine.
Yeah.
I mean, I'm just searching for.
We're spitballing ideas here. I
don't think this is somebody they even consider at 28.
Let's go to Sheldon in Livonia on 97 on a ticket. Hi, Sheldon.
Hey. What I think is not a smoke screen at all. I think what it might be is if you want to replace Jameson without re-signing him, you get another speedster receiver and you trade Jameson and maybe the 28th and you move up to whatever they think, they can still have him and you replace Jameson. Now you got less of a headache and you have 2 or 3 more years before you have to re-sign your speedster receiver. I think it's a strategic, let's trade a speed receiver for the speed receiver, difference maker for a difference maker, and then, this is less of having 2 or 3 more years before we have to re-sign that receiver.
I mean, it could be, although I would think if you're trying to win a Super Bowl now, you would rather have the bird in the hand than the 2 in the bush. And what I mean by that is we know what Jameson Williams is. Matthew Golden, as talented and as excited as people are, anytime you try and replace a veteran guy with a rookie, you hope the rookie's as good, but you don't know.
And one more thing I want to say about that. When you talk about winning the Super Bowl, and the Lions, they love to take up for Jameson because he's a teammate, but maybe winning the Super Bowl, we get rid of this headache with all of these different issues and problems and not taking things as serious and get rid of him so we can win a Super Bowl and him not be a liability somewhat.
Well, Sheldon, you've strongly played the Jamo's got off the field problems card, and I don't think it's as weighty as he thinks.
Yeah, I don't think he's got off the field problems. I think he is
it's a maturity issue.
That's all.
But now, could they know? There's always the moment where you go, oh, could there be other issues? I suppose, but that's just probably irresponsible speculation.
I don't think it's off the field. I think it's contract. I think this guy, if he performs the way we think he can, and I think he can, he's going to cost a ton of money.
Not for the next 2 years.
No, I mean, it's like you said, it's like $5 million this
But
year.
eventually.
It's $14 million for the 5th year pickup, and then if you're going to sign to an extension, you're talking $30 million a year.
Yeah, I would,
and they're not going to sign him.
I would just ride it out with him, and then let him go.
I'm not opposed to that either.
Yeah. 248-539-9797. He wasn't the only curious name.
No?
There's another one. I want to get to that at 102 here on 97.1.
Welcome back to Carson Anderson here on 97.1 The Ticket. Taking your calls and texts. Same number, 248-539-9797. Draft is just a week and a half away. We're getting really excited about that coming up next Thursday. Live from Green Bay, of all places, for the NFL Draft, which is interesting. I mentioned earlier I talked to my cousin last night who lives in Wisconsin. He was asking if I was coming out to Green Bay for the draft. I said no. And then he mentioned how it's already... He says it's we don't know how to handle a draft. He says it's Green Bay. It's not like it's in some major city. It's a smaller city, and people are realizing what it is to set up for this. They've been, setting up for like 5 weeks now, and it's really kind of creating problems for people that work in Green Bay and having to get around it all and not sure how exactly it's going to work out. And I'm like, well, it's different than going to a football game, man. You're talking about a whole event there. You got to build a stage and interactive and the whole bit outside the stadium. I mean, I can't imagine they're going to use the stadium. So it's quite a change, but we know from experience how great the draft can be.
It's one of the greatest things that's happened in Detroit. And I hope every community that hosts it means the same to them, because it was really, really cool. Even Green Bay. Feedback coming in on the Golden visit. Brad is going to do what Brad does. Best player available. Next text. Golden is bait. If another team wants Matthew Golden, they may trade up, which may vacate a spot, making chances better for the Lions to get their guy. It's a Holmes pump fake. So if Golden's still on the board and it's approaching 28, teams will try and trade ahead of Detroit to take Golden, and that may drop a Donovan Azaraku down to Detroit. That's a long way to go. I suppose that could be the case. Unnamed texter, the Lions are trying to win the Super Bowl this year. Don't trade Jamo. That's kind of where I am. They have Jamison Williams this year and next year, and then they could franchise him after that. That's when it would get super expensive. But this year and next year, he won't take a ton of cap space, but the following year he could. I would just ride it out with Jamison Williams personally. I don't think.
Is this goes? It's the same thing as what happened last year. I just did a quick Google search. Who the Lions bring in last year? They brought in Brian Thomas Jr., the wide receiver.
Yeah.
Now, were they looking? Were they going to draft a wide receiver early last year? Didn't seem like it. But they brought in a great talent like Brian Thomas Jr. And they actually brought in a couple of wide receivers last year. So I don't think it's.
Well, what's funny is Brian Thomas Jr. went with the pick at 23. The Lions traded up to 24 to take Terrion Arnold. So were they really looking at him? Were they looking at him and Arnold? And when one of them went, they traded to take the other so they wouldn't lose one of their guys in that top bucket. Next one, the only thing I can think of is if Detroit trades Jamison Williams and with the 28th pick to move up with Seattle, for example, to the 18th pick to take Matthew Golden. That's from Marlon and Walled Lake. From an unnamed texter, I believe a talent like Jamo, you don't let walk. The Matthew Golden move is a smokescreen. It might be. It's just hard to imagine using it. You have a limited number of visits that you use one on a smokescreen. But so there's another name here. Jahad Campbell, linebacker from Alabama. They brought him in for a visit. I mean, where would that be on the stunning scale if he falls to them and they take Jahad Campbell at 28? Would that seem pretty surprising?
If Jahad Campbell falls to 28?
And they took him. Like, do they need a middle linebacker? Now,
well, he's a bit of a
hybrid.
You hate to keep saying Swiss Army knife, but he can play all over the place.
He can. I mean, he falls in the middle linebacker category in all the draft previews, but he has played other positions. He
played both the Mike and Will linebacker roles.
They moved him outside. Some people see him as an edge rusher. Would that be what kind of move? If they go get a 6'3", 235-pound edge rusher, if they envision putting him in that role?
Well, I mean, this is a guy that is this. First of all, you got to look at him because the versatility. I don't think this one is not a smokescreen to me. This is one that if he's there at 28, you have to seriously consider it. I wouldn't expect him to be there at 28, because he can do all of those things. And, do they envision him like a better version of Derek Barnes?
All right, maybe. But, I mean, it's not – is he – I mean, maybe they are thinking middle linebacker. Maybe they are thinking he's the Alex Anzalone replacement eventually.
Sure. You play Jack Campbell and Jod Campbell.
He went to Bama as an edge rusher. They transitioned to off-the-ball linebacker. Some teams like him best as a full-time edge rusher. He's considered – a draft pick that's going to go in the teens and, the middle area. He's not expected to even creep down near Detroit, but maybe in reality he would creep down towards Detroit. This would be a little bit of a surprise. Maybe not as much as the wide receiver, but I think it would be a little bit of a surprise, only in that they have 3 established guys. They have a good backup they like in Malcolm Rodriguez. I mean, that linebacker room, and I guess there are different positions, of course, amongst the linebacker room, but that linebacker room's pretty well set for next year.
It is, but it's not. I mean, you're not drafting guys just for next year. You're drafting guys for the future. And if you're looking at, okay, then Malcolm Rodriguez, am I going to extend Malcolm Rodriguez? Maybe not. What's Anzalone's contract? When is that done? And they signed, was Barnes a 2-year deal or a 3-year deal? I forget what they gave him.
I thought it was a 3-year deal, but I can go look.
But deals are always made to be broken in the NFL with that. So, but to get a guy that's got the versatility, again, I don't think they would expect him to be there at 28. But if the draft is going on and you have your bucket theory, if they've got a handful of guys they want in the bucket, they say these are can't miss guys. Maybe Campbell is one of these guys, and if he is, then you're not going to pass up on him. Well, I could have Izaraku, the edge rusher, or could I have Jahad Campbell, who can also rush the quarterback, but he doesn't have to come off the field ever because he can cover wide receivers or tight ends, I should say, or he can, play against the run, whatever you need him to do. He had 11.5 tackles for loss last season, had 5 sacks, forced 2 fumbles, had 3 passes defended, had an interception. I mean, did a little bit of it all last year.
Yeah.
And he's Alabama. They like Alabama guys.
They do, and they do need help on defense. And, you're right. You don't just draft for next year. You draft for next year and beyond. I'm okay with them putting a little bit more emphasis on next year, right here, right now, in this draft. Who's going to help us immediately?
Well, if he can help you as an edge rusher, he helps you as an edge rusher.
Seems a bit small, but you're right. And that may be where he ends up.
Well, but is he... Seems a bit small. I would agree with you until you look at Izaraku, who's not a giant guy.
Yeah.
Even Mike Green is not giant. They're both around the same size. They're a little heavier.
But they've played that position, and he's rushed the quarterback a little bit. He came in as an edge rusher, and they immediately made him off the ball linebacker. But anyway, we'll see how this plays itself out. Just kind of interesting developments there. Hey, it was a big week for this guy financially. He scored big time, but he always does. We'll explain today at 1:18 here on Carson Anderson on 97.1 The Ticket. Michigan Auto Law, auto accident attorneys. They specialize only in auto and truck accidents. Many law firms don't specialize, but focus on many different areas of the law. You wouldn't go to a doctor who specializes in all sorts of medicine. Why would you do that with your lawyer? Specialization really matters. Educated consumers will choose Michigan Auto Law. Do your research and learn more at autolaw.com. Michigan Auto Law, the law firm that puts people over everything. Visit autolaw.com. That's autolaw.com. So what they say, the Masters had the best Sunday rating since 2018? Isn't that what Evan was saying?
I think that's what Evan said, yeah.
Yeah. Which is cool. Look, it's a big sporting event that delivered. It delivered. People were compelled. They didn't flip it off. Change the channel. They didn't change the channel is what I meant by that.
I don't know. I was going to say, I was flipping off. Hey, Bryson.
It was good theater. It was really, really good theater. You know who the Masters, who also scores at the Masters every year?
You're setting it up for another line, but who? Who else scores, Doug?
John Daly. John Daly sets up at a Hooters in Augusta and signs memorabilia. In 2024, at the Masters, he sold $780,000 worth of autographed merch.
Oh, my God. It's a lot of signing.
Yes. Now, what did he win? He won 2 majors, right? He won the PGA, where he came out of nowhere as the last alternate, where he was told, I think it was, the story was he was told the night before, hey, you are the next guy up. And so he had to leave and get to the course just in case. And when he got there, he found out indeed he was playing, and then he won it. Nobody knew who he was. He was a grip it and rip it kind of guy.
Still
Always
is.
going for it. Still is.
There's no waggle. Just goes up there and hits it.
Did he come back? He came back and won a British, right?
Yeah, he won the British Open in 95.
Okay. And that's a hell of a career. But he was also somewhat destructive. But he has become one of the biggest cult heroes in sports. And he capitalizes on being John Daly. And he sets up at this Hooters and signs memorabilia and merch.
Smokes cigarettes, drinks Diet Coke.
Anyway, it's a wild story. I personally don't need any John Daly stuff. I'm fine. I'm good.
No, but I don't begrudge him for make money off your name, image, and likeness, my man. Go do it. At this age, go ahead. Because he's clearly not making money on tour anymore. He's competing, I think, in some of the Champions events. He's 58 years old now.
Mm-hmm.
But he's still a really likable guy. Everybody loves him because they can relate to him. Because he's a guy who's got problems. He's got problems. You've seen the problems on the course when he was, he had the shakes and the whole bit, and he has his issues with alcoholism, whether he's recovered or not, or constantly going through it. And that's what he is. You're always an alcoholic, so you have your ups and downs with that, and it's relatable. And he hits the ball a mile, and everybody loves the guy who hits the ball a mile, and he's funny. He's personable.
So he's setting up shop at a Hooters.
There you go. You're more personal.
Do you refer to the customers at Hooters as the patrons?
Yes.
If you're in Augusta, Georgia, are the customers at Hooters patrons?
I think literally they are patrons. If you go to a restaurant, you're a patron, aren't you?
I don't know.
Although if they're just there to get his autograph, which maybe that is, and not there for the wings, then I would say
I'm not sure that the people that are there for the wings are there for the wings, Gator. If you know what I'm saying. He's been doing this since 1997. He's been going to the Hooters there. And he's competing in that time too. But I guess he would still bounce over to Hooters and sign stuff. And now that's the only thing he's doing there. But it's funny. I mean, it's his story, and he scored. That's a huge score for him financially.
Isn't one of the things about going to the Masters for people, like going to the gift shop or whatever?
Yeah.
And buying stuff?
Oh, yeah.
Does anyone also say, hey, I also hit up the Augusta Hooters and got a bunch of John Daly stuff? Because he's clearly selling a bunch of merch.
Yeah, it must be.
And it is the opposite of the Masters in many ways. All the stuff the Gator just talked about, how he's way more relatable to the average person than a guy currently on tour. You don't need a membership to go to the Hooters
Well, you also don't need to be a ton of money like you need to go to the
exactly.
Masters.
Like
No,
everything
you're right.
about it is just the opposite in many ways.
Yeah. So a couple things about this. One is, if this is his big financial windfall, whatever you do for a living, what is your John Daly Hooters Augusta signing that is your big financial windfall? Like, you know, the people like the people that plow, have a snow plow business. I mean, and you get paid by the plow. You want that storm, right? For us, it's football season. Having a good Lions team. That's good for us.
It's
good
great
for business.
For us, yeah.
It's great for business. But in your personal line of work, do you have a total score like Daly's score? When something happens, you know that it's going to be good for your business. Because Daly every year knows he can count on merch sales at Hooters in Augusta. And it is significant.
That hot and humid day, you get that lemonade stand out there.
Yeah. That's if you're a lemonade, if you sell lemonade.
What if I did that?
You set
Middle
up a
of the
lemonade
summer, it's in my neighborhood. I just set up a lemonade stand. You know, people are out there walking their dogs, and here's me,
a grown man,
grown ass man selling lemonade for a buck a glass.
I think you should do it.
Proceeds go to me.
The Human Fund?
Yeah.
Money for people?
Money for Scott.
Anyway, what's your big windfall? Like Daly, it's still Augusta. He's still raking in the cash at the Hooters in Augusta. He was there 2 days this year. Hooters on Washington Road from 10 a.m. to 7 p.m. Saturday and 10 a.m. to 4 p.m. on Sunday. I mean, a lot of this preempts at golf. So he's not watching the Masters. He's signing the whole time.
I think he sells out before like the tournament even starts or something. Like that's how well he does.
I did see that signed golf balls were $10. And he said it's $1 for the ball, $9 for the autograph. And Kang, was it you that said you thought he could charge more than that?
Yeah, I feel like that's underpriced, but I mean, he knows his market more than I do. So.
Yeah, and you'd have to think that you'd have to have something that was relatively cheap. But there's all kinds of Daly merch, hats that say John Daly, shirts that have his image on it, club head covers. So if you want your John Daly stuff, you can still get it.
He competed a week ago on the Champions Tour.
Did he?
So he's still playing.
How'd he do?
He tied for 50th.
Do you think is there exemptions on the Champions Tour? Or if you're just a big name they bring in? How does that work?
I don't know. I don't know. I think that they would welcome John Daly on the Champions Tour.
One would think, yeah.
Yeah, I mean, he's an attraction.
248-539-9797, whatever it is you do for a living, when you know you're going to score big. Like Daly scores big every year at Augusta. Football season's good for us. Red Wing playoffs, really good for us. Unfortunately, it's been a minute.
Black Friday for retail places, I'm sure.
Sure.
Yeah.
Right?
Yep.
I mean, I know out in the West Coast, there's a marketing firm that works with real estate that they put everything into the Catalina wine mixer. It's their big event every year.
I think it's the big one.
It's a huge event. It's the Catalina wine mixer.
The Catalina Blanken wine mixer.
Yeah. I mean, this is where you go out and you get a band, and to come play at the Catalina wine mixer.
David Clarkston sends in the following ticket text. My son works for a restoration company that does well with hurricanes, earthquakes, and fires.
It sucks, but you know what? Thank God they're there.
Yep.
Right?
I mean, I have to imagine that there's probably a lot of money being made up north right now with people that have wood chippers and chainsaws.
You know what? Yeah. I actually talked to some guy this weekend who owns a roofing company. Hailstorms for him.
Mm-hmm.
He said when there's a hailstorm, insurance, you know what I mean? People check your roof and your gutters.
No, that's a good call. Unnamed texter, I work at GM, so my windfall is my profit sharing check. Is that, I mean, is he being for real? Is that good? I don't know how good it is, but John Daly's at Hooters from 10 a.m. till 7 p.m. Sweet Jesus. John Daly is a human bachelor party. That's from Scott.
He kind of is.
248-539-9797. Phone calls, feedback. Do you have a John Daly big-time score every year that you know you can count on? And if so, what is it? Hey, during the NBA play-in tournament, FanDuel is giving all new customers a shot at $250 in bonus bets. Join FanDuel today. You'll get started with $250 in bonus bets if your first $5 bet wins. From three-pointers to steals to assists, FanDuel has so many ways for you to bet on your favorite player props. Plus, during the game, after it tips off, you can combine live prop bets into same-game parlays for a chance to win big. Just visit FanDuel.com/Doug to get in on the NBA play-in tournament action. FanDuel, official sports betting partner of the NBA. Must be 21 or over and present in Michigan. First online real money wager only. $5 first deposit required. Bonus issued as non-withdrawable bonus bets, which expire 7 days after receipt. Restrictions apply. See terms at sportsbook.fanduel.com. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER. Feedback coming in here. I drive DoorDash, and when it rains, I score big. Signed, John.
Sure.
I'm in the optical business, and 2020 was supposed to be our year, 2020 vision, but it didn't work out for obvious reasons. The dispensaries have Easter this year, 420.
Oh.
Is Easter 420? Wow. I'm a plumber, and I can promise you that I'm making big money the day after Thanksgiving,
Those aren't
Christmas,
jelly
and the
beans.
Super Bowl.
Sorry.
It's all right. I'll read it again.
Thank you.
I'm a plumber, and I can promise you that I'm making big money the day after Thanksgiving, Christmas, and the Super Bowl. Wow. I am a local actor. However, I have 4 national commercials under the SAG agreement. Each one averaged $30,000 in residual pay. That's from John and Warren.
Nice.
That's cool. Matt, you're on 97.1 The Ticket. Hi, Matt.
How you doing, guys?
Hey.
During the windfall for me, I'm a truck driver. I've talked to you guys before about moving couches and stuff. But the windfall for us was COVID. I was hauling food at the time, and we made a killing. I mean, you go through St. Louis at like 8 o'clock in the morning on a Monday, and there'd be no traffic. And it went on for like over a year. It was unbelievable. They also relaxed the rules on how many hours we can drive. So if you were hauling food during the pandemic, you just made a killing.
So
a lot of the other guys hauling like auto parts and stuff didn't.
What are the what are the restrictions on how much you can drive? I've always wondered this.
We can drive 11 hours, and we get 14 hours to do it, and then we have to break for at least 10 hours. There's other little rules in there, too, but that's the easiest way to explain it. So you got
basically 11 hours. I was going to say 11 hours of driving time in a day.
Right.
Okay.
So you got 14 hours to do it. You get what I'm saying?
So, and you said they relaxed those rules. How much did they relax?
They basically just threw them out the window during the pandemic for food drivers.
And
yeah.
Did you drive a lot more?
I mean, not a lot more, but if you can, because we get paid by the mile, so if you can work another 2 or 3 hours a day, it adds up, and that's what we were doing. Like, you don't want to drive for more than 14 hours in a day.
Yeah, no.
Like, I mean, that's a lot.
Yep.
But it was really good for a lot of us.
Yeah.
It hurt a lot of us too. A lot of owner operators went under.
That's too bad. But thank you for the phone call. 248-539-9797. Gator. Did you see the video of J.D. Vance and Ohio State's national championship trophy?
Oh, yes. Yes. Did I see the video where the Vice President of the United States fumbled the national championship trophy, dropped the base of it, it tumbled to the ground while, was it Travion Henderson was able to hang on to it, the top part? Yes, I saw it.
I told you the story of our trip to Florida and the kid that knocked the piece of art over.
Yes.
Yeah. For people who missed it, we took 4 teenage boys on spring break. My wife and I were the chaperones, our senior son and his 3 buddies. And we were in Fort Lauderdale, and there's this stretch in downtown Fort Lauderdale, Los Alos Boulevard, which is kind of high end, and there's a bunch of art galleries, and they wanted to go hang out there. And we're like, well, they're not going to be spending a ton of money there, but they want to see stuff. Let's give them scavenger hunt ideas. So we were like, all right, you each have to send us a picture with a bizarre piece of art, a unique piece of art, and find the most expensive item you can find on a menu and send us a picture of that. Try on some clothes, and we got to get a picture of that. Hats don't count. So they were doing all this stuff. And one of the kids went into an art gallery to take his picture, and the art gallery, the owner was there and had a little dog, very art gallery, Vogue,
office dog, whatever, yeah,
gauche, whatever the hell term you want to call it, the kind of pretentious art gallery. I'm sure she had a monocle, but anyway, so he petted the dog, turned and bumped into a display. On the display, something started to rock, and he reached over and caught it before it fell, set it back down, looked at the price tag, and the price tag was $250,000. He almost knocked over a $250,000 piece of art. Now, there's all kinds of questions, like, you have a dog in there. Like, if it's just resting, there's always the chance that this can happen. Don't you have it any more secure? But whatever. It's not the point. I'm sure people have fumbled and caught very valuable things. or not caught them. Like J.D. Vance didn't catch the base of the championship trophy, which fell to the ground. Now, the trophy looks like just the gold part that's kind of the cone shape of the trophy that's
the upper 2/3 of it, yeah.
So it just sits in the base, and it can come out of the base. But he tried to pick up the base, per se, and then reached for the cone part, not realizing that they came apart, and that's when it dropped.
Yeah, maybe not pick it up because you didn't win it. That might be the first thing, because isn't that what they say about any trophy?
Yeah, typically.
Don't pick it up unless you want it.
Yeah.
Yeah, I'm trying to think if that's ever happened. I remember being at somebody's house, and they had a nice piece of art. It was like a sculpture of some kind. And where they had it in the house was by a sliding door to go out to the backyard. It was like kind of a pool party that they were having. And I was in my early, I mean, it may have been 20 years old, 21, something like that. And so it was the parents of my friends that were having a party.
Yeah.
And there was, some beverages that being consumed or whatever. And we're having a great time. And everybody's constantly going in and out of the house. And one time when I was coming back outside after using the bathroom, whatever, and came back outside, I kind of brushed up against it, and the thing started to sway and move. And I'm like, ugh.
Yeah.
And I was able to grab it and make sure it didn't fall.
Huge
and
relief.
kind of pushed it a little bit closer to the wall on the stand that it was on. And I started looking around. Anybody see? Nobody saw, thankfully. And I'm like, all right, maybe drink a little less.
Or maybe avoid.
Pace it out. Maybe not drink anymore.
Avoid some things. Huh?
Yeah, and let's not go anywhere near that again.
Dude.
It's a terrifying feeling.
It is a terrifying feeling. And I always feel like I'm totally capable of doing that. Constantly scared that I'm going to knock something over, bump something over.
Was somebody?
I dropped when I was a kid. I dropped a glass of red cranberry juice on a white carpet at the neighbor's house.
Oh boy!
I mean, just like I felt like such a
blanket liability.
Yeah.
I was
felt
at
awful.
I was at an event, an Illich Charities event years ago.
Yeah.
And they had all this like signed memorabilia they're going to go up for auction and stuff like that. And my friend and I were talking with, I don't want to out the former quarterback of another city. But we're talking with this guy, and he's got this glass of wine that is filled about as full as you can fill a wine glass. And he's talking.
Red or white?
Red.
Oh, no.
And he's right by this display, and it's like a Red Wing autographed pennant or something like that. Something was awesome, signed by Stanley Cup championship team, because this was an event that happened in the fall right after they won the cup in 2008. And he's talking with us, and the wine is like splashing from side to side, and
you're paying attention.
We're like, yeah, it was like a tennis match watching and finally.
And dude is not. He's not paying any attention.
Not really caring. And I said, hey man, why don't we step over here?
Did you actually say that?
Yeah, I did. He said, oh, I don't know. It just, the stuff's over there. And he said, oh, yeah, I'm sorry. And he kept talking, and eventually was spilling the wine on the floor, but fortunately didn't get any on the pennant that had all the autographs on it, because it would totally ruined it. But
yes, careless people. We are amongst them. 248-539-9797. So, Tigers with a win last night. We mentioned that earlier this hour. 9-1 behind a bully performance from Tarek Skubal. Ask yourself what number of games you will start to buy in. What number of games will be big enough of a sample size before you're jumping on the bandwagon? Gator and I are there. We are firmly there early in this season, even after the 0-3 start with the Dodgers. In fact, the 0-3 start with the Dodgers had me chesty on the air that Monday, thinking that this team is going to compete. I expect them to compete. And I get it. If you don't think 16 games is enough, that's fair, and I understand. And in most years, I would agree with you. But how about we do this? Since they turned things around starting on August 11th of last year, when they were 55-63, the Tigers finished the season going 31-13. You carry that over into this year, they are now 41-19 in their last 60 games. Friends, that is a .683 winning percentage. The Dodgers won last year's World Series and had the best regular season record. Their winning percentage was .605. The Tigers' winning percentage, their last 60 games, is .683. Now, is last year's record at the end of the season relevant to how good this year's team is? That's a fair question to ask. I do think when the makeup of players is so similar to what it was a year ago, and they're doing it in different ways, they certainly aren't using pitching chaos. They are kind of using lineup chaos. You never know what the lineup is going to look like day to day.
I suppose you're right.
And that was the case last year, and it continues to be the case this year. Scott, I think it's valid. I think it's relevant information. And I think it's one of the reasons. Now, I'm not saying they're going to win 68% of their games this year and 111 games total. But I'm comfortable that they are going to settle in and be a very good team.
Well, at 10-6 this early in the season, do you think they ever fall below 500 again?
I mean, they could, because seasons are filled with streaks. They'd have to get, you can get cold for sure. You can get cold, and I wouldn't bet on it. I mean, 4 games over isn't an astronomical amount.
No, it's not. But you've got some winnable games coming up this week. Everything is a winnable game, but I mean, you've got Jack Flaherty going tonight.
Mm-hmm.
You've got another game against Milwaukee before you return home to start the 10-game homestand, and you got games against Kansas City. So, I mean, can you start to stack it? So maybe you can absorb something if you don't win the series against San Diego, for instance, or Baltimore.
Yeah.
I think there's a real chance that this team will not see below 500 again this season. Not saying they won't. I'm saying there's a real chance they won't.
It's Carson Anderson, open lines, 97.1 The Ticket. Hey, it's Doug Karsch. Check out the spring savings at Sarah Chevrolet in Sterling Heights. Lease a new 2025 Chevy Equinox LT for just $289 a month for 36 months with $19.99 down. Go to 17.5 in Van Dyke in Sterling Heights. 87-SAY-SARAH, saysarah.com. Together, let's drive with GM employee discount and lease in the household. 10,000 miles per year plus taxes and fees with approved credit. Offer ends at the end of the month. Doug Harsh, Scott Anderson, 97 a ticket. Feedback here on how you know they're not astronauts. The crew. Scott writes in, listen to the audio. They're not reading back nominality or gimbals. It's like, woo, and oh, wow. When you're riding in a plane, you are not the pilot. This is true.
Passenger.
Let's see. How have you not bought into the Tigers? A lot of local media threw them under the bus before the season. I didn't see it. That's from Sven. My number for buying in is 10. 10 above 500.
Okay.
Did Doug just shoot the boot guarantee that the Tigers won't fall below 500 and win 111 games? Because that's what I heard.
I think that's what I heard too. Kang, is that what you heard?
I've got it recorded.
Yeah, that's what we all heard.
Please play back the recording.
You might sound a little different in the playback, but
Yeah,
I mean, you said those words.
Maybe we'll have to find it for tomorrow.
248-539-9797. Larry's in Troy, and he's on 97 on the ticket. What's up, Larry?
Hey, guys. How you doing? Great job. I appreciate everything you do.
Thank you.
Hey, I'm going to stick with Sparky's old formula, 40 games. That'll give about 6 or 7 starts for Mize and Jackson Job. Just make sure they're on. Maybe 30, but I'd like to see them, get through 7 starts, see where that back end of the rotation is. I love it. Flaherty's on fire, but I'm going to stick with Sparky's 40 and see where it goes from there.
So I'm not beholden to Sparky, but I think your reasoning is solid. It is important to see Job and Mize continue to compete and battle and give them a chance to win more often than not when they're pitching. Because let's face it, like Skubal, he's not an auto dub, but he's about as close as it can be. And it was really weird that they lost the first 2 games that he started, and now he's quickly rebounded to 2-2 and bullied his last 2 opponents. And, he there's a chance he'll lose another game this season, but you don't know.
What he does is he gives the team, it's an automatic W situation that he turns the team over to when he turns over to the bullpen.
Yeah,
he gives your team an awesome chance to win because he's not likely to give up more than 2 runs. Now, just so we understand, the 40-game mark is going to come around. I think it's May 10th would be game 40 in the middle of a series at home against Texas. That's still before Parker Meadows would be coming back. By that point, I would expect Vierling to be back, although we don't know for sure. But there's still
and then that's
last
and then that's the thing is Parker Meadows and Vierling have been out, so the rotation is just fantastic. If that back end can be like the front end, watch out.
If they can keep it up. No, if they keep it up, they're a problem.
Yes, I would agree. If the back end turns out like the front end, if you have all 4 of the 5 starters pitching like they're number ones, then you have the Atlanta Braves from the 90s.
Yep. But should be a fun ride this year. Unnamed Texter says 25 games. That's my buy-in. Next one, I'm already on the bandwagon as their run differential matches up with their performance. It's not fake, and it carried over from last year's finish. That's the way I see it. That's the way I see it. I mean, the roster isn't dramatically different. They added 2 regulars. They added 3 regulars, 1 position player, 1 starter, 1 bullpen arm from teams that played in the World Series. Flaherty, Torres, and Canely all came from teams that played in the World Series. They weren't the best players that they had, but they were regulars, right?
Yes. You want to hear a crazy stat?
Do I?
Crazy stat of the day, potentially?
Sure.
So we mentioned the Tigers are plus 23 of the differential.
Yep.
The run differential. Do you know what the Chicago White Sox run differential is?
Minus 23?
It's minus 3.
That's it?
That's it. Thank you. Because they have some wins under their belt where they by the way, they mollywopped the Red Sox. They won they won the series against the Red Sox, but they beat them 11-1 in one of the games. Other wins they have this year, 8-1 over the Angels. I guess those are the big wins. That somehow makes up for all the losing.
Bregman's hitting the ball a little bit now, isn't he?
A little bit.
Yeah. I mean, the one thing about that is I kind of want him to. And the reason I want him to is because it's more important for me long-term to say that Harris and his staff were ready to go all in with a player that still had value. You know what I mean? I think it's more important that Harris and his guys know what they're doing than it is that they win by not getting him if he sucks. You know what I'm saying?
I know what you're saying.
And so I'm rooting for actually Alex Bregman to be good.
The White Sox have 4 wins this year. In those 4 wins, it's like 32-4. Is this?
Are you serious?
The run total. They beat the Angels 8-1, the Twins 9-0, the Red Sox 11-1, and the Red Sox 3-2.
They can win big, except that one game. All right, Gator.
Dog.
Odds to become the next coach of the Phoenix Suns. Some interesting names. Are you ready?
Here we go. Yep.
Becky Hammond is 25-1.
Okay.
Yep. She has a better chance than Tom Izzo, who's 75-1.
I hope Tom Izzo decides not to go pro.
I think it's borderline comical, like the idea that at this point in his career.
Right. I turned it down 15 years ago, but now I'm ready to go.
Yep. Now that I'm way older and probably closer to the end, I mean, that would just probably be, and I can't imagine he needs it, but that would be just a massive money grab, right? It's not what he wants to do.
He wants to win another national championship.
How old was Beeline when he went to the Cavs?
He was pretty old. He was.
That was
old.
kind of a money grab, or hey, this is a one shot. I'll give it a shot, right? This is my only shot, maybe my last shot.
I think it was money he couldn't refuse. But let me, because Izzo, what is Izzo right now?
Izzo's 70 and Beeline 72.
Okay, so when Beeline took over the Cavs in 2019, you said he's 72?
Yeah.
So he was 66-ish, depending on his birth date.
So who's the odds-on favorite? Like,
let's see here.
Steve Nash?
Yes, it is Steve Nash. I just brought up odds for Jalen Ramsey's next team. Sorry, that just popped up in the last couple of minutes. Would you be surprised if Detroit is near the top of the list?
For Jalen Ramsey?
Yeah. Because I am. I'm surprised they're near the top of the list.
Are they near the top of the list?
They're near the top of the list. Favorite to land Jalen Ramsey's the Raiders at 4-1. Arizona's 5-1. Dallas 6-1. San Francisco 7-1. The Foot Commanders are 8-1. The Lions are 10-1. That surprises me. I can't see him being in Detroit. I can't see them giving anything up for him, and I can't see.
Yeah, well, it depends what are you giving up.
Yeah.
I mean, you're not giving up first-round picks anymore for Jalen Ramsey.
No. Nope. Rico Beard has sauntered in studio. Stoney's here as well. How we doing?
Good. Hey, guys. What the Foot Commanders? Why?
They were the football team, and then they were the Commanders, and we combined them and called them the Foot Commanders.
Oh, okay.
Yeah,
I wonder why
it's
they
okay.
call them the Foot Commanders.
That's why.
It was either that or the command team, I guess.
Command team. I like command team, too.
Okay. I'm always in the car when you say, I'm like, there's got to be a reason for the Foot Commanders.
Yeah, it's just, every once in a while we do something dumb. Yeah. How are you guys today?
Rex Ryan wants to coach him.
Good one, Gator.
That was for you, Stone.
I like that.
Apparently you do. What do you guys got planned coming up next?
Well, we got a lot of stuff to go along with the draft. We have NFL draft, my 2.0.
Oh, do you?
You have a 2.0 already? You just released 1.0.
Well, we only do one a week. And by the way, more importantly, you realize tomorrow is going to be my broadcasting history for me. I cannot wait.
I do tell.
The first time in my broadcasting career. Short and show! Short and show! All those years, me, Jamie Jansen, bitching about the morning show wherever. I never got a short and show tomorrow. Because the Brewers-Tigers game is at 1 o'clock tomorrow?
Yeah.
I don't have to come on to 4. A short and show!
How about that, Rico? You're part of history.
Yes, Tony, we don't talk about that type of thing because anything could happen.
Weather. Well, actually,
but they have a dome now.
No, but it could be some type, they lose signal.
Locusts.
Yep. Earthquake.
Yeah, we don't.
Terrible
really
flood.
Talk about that.
Wasn't my fault.
That was my fault.
Well, congratulations on that. Have a great long show today. Stay safe, everyone, and treat each other with respect. 97.1.
Oh, one of the classic moments from former Yankees announcer John Sterling. It is the Valente Enrico Show. I'm Stoney. I'm in with for Mike. He is Rico Beard, Kenny Cott, the Hatchet Man, David Holes here. What's up, Rico?
What's going on, Stoney?
How are you?
Good, man.
What a difference a day makes. Yesterday was so beautiful and nice, and today's crappy, to say the least.
That's a good way to put it.
Yes. It's a clean way to put it. It's Michigan. We understand the weather changes daily, but, we live here.
Crappy, windy this morning.
Yes.
I'm out on the deck trying to cover everything because stuff had blown off, so not happy.
Well, it is, people always bitch about the weather here. But, we don't have hurricanes. We don't have earthquakes. There was a earthquake in San Diego yesterday. You see the video? The elephants, it was almost like 2x2 from Noah's Ark. They were just hanging out together and running away. But it was a 5.9. That's pretty significant earthquake. So we don't have hurricanes. We don't have earthquakes. We don't have a lot of tornadoes. Occasionally there'll be a tornado. We have cold and we have a lot of gray. That's about it. I'll take that over natural disasters. So we shouldn't bitch about it. And we also, by the way, in case you're, not keeping track, we also have the home of the best record, the best team in the American League by record. As of now.
Right.
The Tigers are 10-6. The New York Yankees are 9-7. The Los Angeles Angels are 9-6. So right now, ladies and gentlemen, the Detroit Tigers, 10-6. With an amazing run differential that leads the American League as well of plus 23. Remember, it was only maybe a year ago, a few years ago, we would just sit there and look at the run differential and just laugh how bad it was. Kind of helps when you win games 9-1.
No, this is true, other than losing 9-1. So, yeah, when you look at this team, Stoney, it is a lot of people, when you saw it coming out of spring training, it was a lot of holes. It was just a lot of problems.
Mm-hmm.
It was just a lot of I remember on this show, we said, can you just be 500 or close to 500 when Parker Meadows comes back to give yourself a fighting chance?
Mm-hmm.
Little did we know that a lot of the question marks are all coming through right now. Other than Colt Keith, we talked about it yesterday. You got Casey Mize, you got Torque, you even got Javi Baez out there doing his job.
That's right.
He's doing his job. Hey, I'm not saying he's an all-star.
No.
But he's doing his job. They're out there winning. Skubal goes out there and pitches the way he did. And you're looking at this team like, man, it feels like they're picking up right where they left off at the end of last year.
That's correct.
That we didn't think was sustainable. It was a fun ride.
Yeah.
So, yeah, that's when I look at it now, this is a team that's fun to watch.
And if you want to do the math, what's 116 minus 17 is 145 plus 1. Magic number is 146. Okay.
They got
to win the division. I know
they got a ways to go. I mean, for me, I'm curious for the Tiger fans out there.
Yeah,
have you bought into this team yet? Have you bought into this team? Best record in the American League. They're out there getting it done. A lot of young guys. Yes, there are holes in this team, but it looks like things are falling into place. And you play in a bad division. Are you buying into this Tiger team? Or if you're not, at what point will you say, okay, I believe this team could possibly be a good team. This team could possibly be a team that contends for the American League. Where do you have to go? I mean, because, you played the Yankees. You can't say, well, it was cold. Yeah, it was cold out. It was cold for the Yankees, too.
Yes, exactly.
Okay? Weather was for both teams.
Yeah.
So I'm not buying that whole weather thing. They beat them. Because I think for me it was, okay, let me see what you do when you start facing some better teams. They're winning series. They're getting it done. Are you a fan of the whole Sparky Anderson 40 games and that's when you'll decide? Or are you just willing to say, you know what, maybe AJ is still keeping this thing rolling and they're just finding ways to win games. 248-539-9797. Because I look at this team and Stoney, I'm buying in. I'm like, this is actually a good team.
They are, and
I know it's you're almost gun shy, like it's all gonna fall apart. It's easy to be that guy,
right? Because we've all been that guy, and with good reason. But when your team is the foundation of this team is pitching, you're going to go places.
Yeah.
I mean, look, they're not a perfect team, as you mentioned. There are holes. And do you expect everybody who's on a torrid streak right now to keep this up? I mean, you look at the American League leader in home runs, and there's, Trout and Judge, I believe, lead with 6, and Chisholm and Soderstrom of Oakland. But Oakland, the Athletics, sorry. But we have Carpenter and Torque are tied for second with a lot of other guys at 5 home runs. RBI is the same way. I mean,
they're getting it done, and it's a different person every night getting it done.
Mm-hmm.
It reminded me a lot of, once again, how the season ended last year, where they found ways to just win games, and they're winning games now. And yeah, it's early, but I think this is going to be a trend that continues throughout the rest of the season, where instead of being worried, will they be at 500? Okay. By the time Parker Meadows comes back, I look at that as a trade that they made, except for they didn't have to give away any pieces. You just added to the lineup.
Yeah, the problem is he might not come back until the trade deadline. We have no idea.
Right, but that's just it.
I know.
So if he comes back around July, great. If you can continue this, and if you can stay above 500 and you can keep winning series, yeah, and you play in this division, I've bought in early. I don't know when you're going to buy your stock into this Tiger team. I have. I know some believe in the whole Sparky, well, you got to wait 40 games, and that's going to decide it. I'm not mad at you if that's where you are. And for others, you may just be like, this is all smoke and mirrors. I've seen this before. 248-539-97.
I'm pretty much with Sparky because, he's like a grandfather to me. And, it always seemed to be somewhat accurate, because baseball, and, he was the first one I heard who said it's not a marathon. It's not a sprint, it's a marathon. And he's right. He was right. And, with 40 games, you can pretty much tell, at that point, guys have, over 150 at bats to close to 2. So it usually tells, it's a good barometer of what's going to happen, especially individually. Sometimes team-wise, you can't, depend on injuries and all that kind of stuff. But, you got to like what you see. And look, 2 more games in Milwaukee. Milwaukee, a decent National League team. They're not great, but they're good. And Flaherty goes tonight. And then you get the Royals coming in this weekend. And that's the team that a lot of people, along with Cleveland, you're going to have to battle with.
Right.
And they took care of Minnesota last weekend, and that was on the road. So who knows? They're looking really good. But I think around here, we do have to be measured. Because for some reason, a lot of us, whether you're born with negativity or whatever, you sometimes wait for the other shoe to drop. And with the Tigers, recent history, I should say, they usually do the other thing. They get off to a crappy start, and then
they're playing catch-up all season long.
Now they're off to a good start. I mean, the last time, I don't know if this is accurate. It seems like the last time they had a good start was when the year they all of a sudden they wore those Zubas and everything all went to hell after that. Remember that?
I don't want to talk about that.
Yeah, but that's what happened. So, yeah, this is good, and everybody's not been great. There are ways to improve this baseball team individually on guys on the roster where you don't have to rely on. I mean, Zach McKinstry's doing really well. I mean, you didn't have that on your bingo card to start the season.
You didn't have a lot of things on, but yet, like I said, they're winning. It's a different person every night, whether it's pitching, whether it's hitting. They're getting it done. And Riley Green really hasn't been playing that great, and they're still winning. So, yeah, I am buying in right now. If this was a stock, I would be all in with the stock. And I want to know, where would you be if, Tigers fans, are you buying in? Do you need to wait and see? Or what is it that's going to get you to finally say, maybe we have something here. Maybe Scott Harris has put something together while we were all bitching and complaining, he actually knew what he was doing, and he's put together something that's sustainable, and that's working, and that's winning.
248-539-9797. We'll get your text, your phone calls, all coming up next. It's the Valenti and Rico Show with Stoney here on 97.1 The Ticket.
Hey, if you're looking for the best deals on the hottest Chevy models, well, there's only one place to go. It's Hamilton Chevrolet in Warren at 14 Mile and Mound, to be exact. Hamilton is leading the way with unbeatable prices, top-notch service, and a commitment to total satisfaction. Andrew and his sales staff, and they want to be your Chevy dealer. Whether you're looking for a sleek sedan, a tough truck, or a spacious SUV, Hamilton Chevrolet has the inventory of brand new 2025 Chevys, and the selection is best right now. No more waiting months for your dream car. Hamilton is stocked up and ready to get you on the road in a Chevy that fits your lifestyle and your budget, including the April Rico deal. A 2025 Chevy Blazer LT for $299 a month for 24 months. You walk into Hamilton Chevrolet with $995 down, you drive off with 10,000 miles a year. You know what I say? The best deals are found at 14 Mile and Mound. Go see my guys at Hamilton Chevrolet for details and find out why Hamilton is leading the way. More at HamiltonChevy.com. Chevrolet together, let's drive.
Hey, they held on despite Maeda giving up a run. But that was okay. He pitched one really good inning, and then
he's the only problem on the team.
Yeah, but you know what? If it's ninth inning mop up, that's
he ain't
okay.
the only problem.
No. There are other problems.
Matter of fact, if you could put him in and he gives up a run and you have a 9-run cushion,
yes,
I can live with that, David.
Yeah, especially because he gave you one good inning yesterday before he gave up a run. Anyway, 248-539-9797 is the telephone number. Ticket text, David.
When your best batter is in a slump and you're still winning, it's for real. Total team effort has me buying in because it's a different player every day.
Yeah, Riley Green did not play yesterday, and they still won 9-1. It's good. I think it's a good move. Give him a break.
Yeah, let him breathe a little bit. Maybe some things can get fixed for him.
Mm-hmm.
Someone else says they look great, but I'm in the 40-game camp. I want to see players like Torque Bays contribute consistently for a bit longer.
Javier Bays.
We keep this going, and we better be big-time buyers at the trade deadline. That is from AC from Monroe.
You know what? We'll worry about that later.
I'm glad you said that.
Because I don't think that they will. Look, this team likes what they have. They don't like moving pieces around. But for somehow or another, they were able to carry over last season into this season. And that's rare. So
right.
You know that. How you finish is not how you start. But they're winning.
And it
ain't just the White Sox this year.
No, and they haven't been that many, amazing things. They're just winning baseball games. It's normal.
Yeah. So in my world, the further you can north of 500 until Meadows gets back, you give yourself a legitimate shot at winning this division. That is not a great division, but you know what? Not your problem.
Right. And look, let's be honest. I mean, Torque's his last 2 games, he doesn't have a hit. These things are going to happen. It's baseball. Dylan Dingler is not going to continue to have an OPS that's near 1,000. Okay? He's not.
So Carpenter's not going to just keep hitting home runs?
Well, he might. He's Kerry Bonds. I mean, come on. Opening day, I saw somebody with a number 30 jersey and said Bonds on the back.
Well, probably had to make it himself because they don't sell it in the team shop. So
I
know. Just give it the facts.
Yes, I know.
One more here says, don't talk about the Zubas and please don't bring back the Rally Goose. This team is winning series and that will lead to a winning division, but don't bring back the negative stuff.
And that's why I said, no, not that never happened.
Well, I just had to put a time frame of when they had a really good start, and that was...
No.
Okay.
No.
Thank you, Kat.
No.
He's coming to LCA this shortly, isn't he?
Yeah, I think so.
Yeah.
I think this month.
Yeah.
Yeah.
248-539-9797. Let's talk to Mike. You're a 97 on the ticket.
Hey, Stoney and Rico. How you doing?
Good.
Hey, Mike.
Hey, so couple things. Number one, I've been bought in since day one. The first game against the Dodgers, just the way we played that game, to me, really set the tone. But I can see where maybe this 9-game homestead coming up, where you got the Royals, I believe the Padres and the Orioles, I feel like once those 9 games are done, that's where we can either see, we're going to say one of two things. Number one, we're going to say this team is for real, or we're going to say, what does this team need to do at the deadline to get there?
Yeah, probably. I mean, it's going to be a good litmus test, this homestand. There's no doubt about it.
So you're almost there, Mike.
And I'm almost there. I want to say this, though, because we're talking about the young players, too, is that's the best thing about a Dylan Dingler, right, or like a Riley Green. I mean, Riley Green's an all-star, but, let's look at Dingler. Let's look at, Trey Sweeney. They're so young where they're hitting so well, or they're doing, a guy like Dingler's doing so well now. What is he going to do in the middle of the season? Is he only getting better? And that's going to take the Tigers to the top,
well,
in my opinion. These young guys.
I agree. I don't know how much better. I don't think you can expect him to continue at this pace, but it's just as he's a really productive player. Where he needs to get better is defensively.
Right.
Because the longer you can keep Jake Rogers out of the offensive lineup, the better you are. I mean, he's a terrific defensive catcher, as we know.
Right, or just, you're able to platoon them certain games. All right, you know what? I'm going to give you this off, give you a break on your knees. We're going to put Dingler back behind the plate.
Mm-hmm.
And if you could carry your weight, maybe you give them a couple days off where they're literally platooning the entire season.
Let's go to Joe. What do you know? You're 97 on the ticket.
Hey guys, I'm bought in, and it has nothing to do with Scott Harris. I still don't think he's done a good job, and I'm not going to let him skate by with Rico. I'm sorry, you tried to give him some props. We're still a bad defensive team. All the credit goes to AJ Hinch. Spencer Torkelson is producing, which is huge. He's the biggest X factor because he can put a run on the board with one swing of the bat. But the main reason why I am bought in is because these guys, no matter what they do, innings 1 through 6, innings 7 through 9, they put up some of the best at-bats you'll ever see that frustrate you. You're like, why didn't this happen earlier in the game? But innings 7 through 9, these guys are crushing the ball, and they're putting up great at-bats against some of the best relievers in the game, and they're squeaking by. With our pitching, that's all we really need.
But you got to give, I'm not saying full-blown, flowers for Scott Harris, but look at the lineup, for instance, yesterday. Malloy, Torres, Ibanez, those three, that's Scott Harris, if you're going to, lay credit. So,
I think both things can be true.
Right.
I get what you're saying, and Joe, you're right. It's lineup chaos this year. Last year at the end of the season, it was pitching chaos. This season, AJ's just pulling the strings, and so far the lineups are working, and that's a big credit to him.
Not only are they working, they're working better than I could ever expected. This is cold weather. Once the weather warms up, we traditionally suck in the beginning of the month, April. We traditionally suck. I mean, we're scoring 1 or 2 runs a game for months on end last year. We are putting up 6, 7, 8, 9, 10 runs pretty consistently early on in the season, and that's fun to watch. It's fun to see. These guys deserve credit. There's going to be regression, but that regression is going to be okay because your best hitters aren't even really producing that much right now, and your pitching is still lights out.
Yeah, there's no doubt about it. Look, they're good right now. And that's what we're debating and asking, more than debating, how long do you think this is going to last? I mean, look, let's be honest, okay? It's not like they're at a pace of 35-5 or anything like that. They're playing really good baseball. They've been a good baseball team. And fundamentally, they've been better. Defensively, the issues is more with Colt Keith than anybody else defensively, right? Am I missing something there?
Well,
and Kreidler, but he's not really a center fielder. He's playing there out of desperation.
Colt Keith has just become the poster boy for bad defense.
Yes,
but across the board, it's not a lot. They've just scored enough runs to hide the deficiencies. I get what the callers are saying. Hey, it's still there, Stoney.
Right,
but you're not going to win every game 9-1 where you don't really notice bad defense or things like that. But it is something I would like to see them address down the line, come, trade deadline, but we'll deal with that later. Right now, they're winning.
Yeah. And you know what? They, at 10-6, they're the best team in the American League right now. And we talk about the run differential.
David, have you bought in?
I have bought in, and it's because of Torque. Torque is that bat that I didn't think we would have after not getting Bregman, after not getting the right-handed bat that I wanted. Torque playing this way, yeah, I'm bought in. He keeps this up. And we're going to, we'll win the division, and we'll see what happens in the playoffs. I'll just leave it at that. Mm-hmm. But I'm liking what I see right now.
And the caller is correct when it comes to Torque. Scott Harris has nothing to do with Torque's success, really.
No, he doesn't. And then someone did text in about that, saying Scott Harris deserves credit. Al Avila deserves the credit for drafting most of these players.
Right. And it's the development, and whether that's under the Harris regime or not, you can argue that until the cows come home, and they're not coming home right now. 97 the ticket. 248-539-9797. Coming up in about, 15 minutes. My mock draft 2.0. And we'll get what the man, the legend Rico Beard has to say about this for his 49ers and for everybody else in the National Football League. But we're talking Tiger baseball right now.
You don't have them taking a kicker, do you?
No.
Okay, all right. That's all I need to know. Okay.
No. You're not.
Lord knows we're trying to get rid of our kicker.
I know. You want a new kicker.
I really do.
I know.
49ers at 11 take Noah Kim.
Jonathan Kim. And Jonathan Kim's a little better than Noah Kim.
I was about to say, yeah. But you know what? Either or.
Yeah. David can't get his Kims. He got his Kims confused.
David
sure did.
You know what? Pittsburgh may need Noah Kim.
You might be right about that. And to correct us from the last segment, Cat Williams was here last week.
Oh, okay.
We missed him.
You missed him. Yeah.
Well, I said April.
Yeah, that's
April
right.
12th. We missed it.
Yeah, I
so.
said he was
was
here for
correct.
April.
Yeah.
I knew it was sometime, but okay. We should have got him on the air.
You should have.
We should have. You're right about
Well,
that.
actually, I heard there was somebody did try to get him, and when he got a hold of his people, you know what they had to say?
What?
No.
Oh, okay.
I thought I couldn't have put that up I couldn't tee it up any better.
You did.
I thought that was a layup. I didn't know what was happening.
Kenny, it's because I don't work with Stoney that often.
Right.
I'm looking for this, and okay. I was looking for the alley-oop, and he wanted me, okay.
Yeah.
He spotted me at the three-point line.
Yeah, exactly.
I just blamed our producer that he didn't hook it up, so.
Yeah.
Oh, okay. All right.
Well, David, you weren't the producer last week.
Oh, you're right. On the 12th. You're exactly right. You are exactly right.
I'm not big. I'm not big on comedians playing arenas. It's like
You're not?
No. To me, I think it's different than a concert because I don't know. To me, when you go to see a comedian, it's more of an intimate setting. It's like Sebastian Maniscalco.
Well, you got a big name like Cat Williams or Dave Chappelle.
Oh, I know.
Stoney,
Sebastian sells out arenas everywhere.
It's one of those things. If you're gonna go in an arena, you better be sure you could sell out the arena because nothing worse than a comedian in a half sold out arena.
Right.
Because that is humbling. At that point, yes.
Right.
Should have just went to the local comedy
right. You should have went to the Fox Theater or to the State Theater or to the place out in Royal Oak.
Right. Comedy Castle. Right. I agree.
David's backyard.
You got to make damn
sure.
Right. You got to be sure, and you got to make
Greater
sure.
Life. Come on to Greater Life.
Why not?
And you got to make sure you got to keep the fans of the
What
other
you doing
comedians.
on Sunday,
you got to
Cat?
keep the fans of the other comedians away.
Hey, Cat, you want to preach a sermon? You did it in a movie once, didn't you?
He did.
All right, let's go to Bob in West Bloomfield. What's up, Bob?
Hi, guys. I'm cautiously optimistic. I was before the season started. I predicted we'd win the division based more on our competition. But and I also believe that come mid-season, Young is going to be our third baseman because he continues to hit the ball in the minors. And if he can hit, they'll find a way. But I find the Tigers a lot like the Pistons, minus the defensive proficiency, in that they're fun to watch. They're young, enthusiastic. You really never know who's going to shine, and I just see the glass is half full. What do you think?
If you're going to ask me half full or half empty, I'm usually a half empty guy, but I'm a half full guy because of the division.
Yeah. Wait, we're talking Tigers or the Pistons?
Tigers, you're talking.
All right.
Right? You're asking Tigers about half full, half empty, right?
I really hope they don't sell the farm because I'm optimistic about these Colts that are waiting in the wings. So,
Bob, I don't think they are because they value their minor league system kind of the way you do, where they're not willing to – I don't think they're willing to part ways. They really believe that they have something and just wait and see until all of these guys get up here.
Right.
Now, I thought that you would see this type of team, a couple years from now, but they are blossoming ahead of schedule. And maybe last year – we look at it, and maybe last year was like I like to equate it, Bob and Stoney, to when you know, when the Lions beat the Packers in that meaningless game.
Right.
And you're like, oh, okay, it was cute and all, but that kind of turned everything around. Let's see if they can continue this.
And you didn't think it was going to carry over either.
No, you didn't.
And it did.
Yeah.
But don't you guys agree that we're kind of playing these teams at the right time? The Yankees with their pitching problems, and now Milwaukee with their pitching problems. So, you know, I don't mean to discount what they're doing, but I you know, we've been through this before, you know.
Yeah, I know. Look, they play the Dodgers, who at the time, you know, are the best team in baseball. I still think they are. Right. So they it's not that they're playing a easy schedule. Yeah,
no, they're not playing easy.
Look, the Yankees have some injuries, but you know what? So do the Tigers.
And you know what, Stoney? We're like, oh, well, you're playing all of these different playoffs. So were the Tigers.
Yeah,
they were a playoff team.
Correct.
Okay? Yeah. It's not going to get easy. Like you want to win games, you're going to play against good teams.
Well, here's the thing, and this is why I never like when someone says, oh, well, the Yankees are struggling right now, dealing with injuries, and the Brewers. I don't like that because if the Tigers then lost those games to those teams, then you would be ripping the Tigers. Oh, they have to be better than this. No, they're doing exactly what they need to do against teams, yes, that are dealing with injuries.
But so are they.
Exactly.
I mean,
there's no medals. There's no we didn't have Gleyber Torres for a long time.
No.
So yes, I like what they're doing. Against whoever, it doesn't matter.
You're going to play teams that are injured throughout. It's 162 freaking games.
And look,
and you're going to be injured a decent amount of the time too.
And there's no such thing there's no such thing as a good loss, okay? But they didn't embarrass themselves to start the year off.
No,
in LA. They didn't.
No,
now, a loss is a loss.
They got hosed by in one game,
right?
Too.
And you never celebrate a loss. But the fact that they were willing, they were able to go toe to toe with a team whose luxury tax is your payroll, tells me something.
Yeah,
their team, they just go out and buy whatever they want. You can't.
You talk about injuries. How many injuries does that team have too? I mean, and they're all, but they have so many people on their roster that the injuries don't even affect them.
So it's no such thing as a good loss, but I do like the fact they went out there and they represented and they got swept, but it was like, you know what? Okay, then that's why I wasn't. People are like, oh, we're all 0-3. I'm not counting that. Let's wait and see, because I'm going to say you're going to sweep the White Sox. Now you're even, and now let's see where you go from there. And they're winning, and they're finding ways to win. And unlike pitching chaos, it's lineup chaos this year. Now, how long can that last? I don't know. But you know what, Stoney? I didn't think pitching chaos was going to last the way it did at the end of the season. It was cute for a couple weeks.
Yeah.
You know it's going to stop until it didn't.
Right.
Until all of a sudden now you're in the second round of the playoffs and you're like, okay, should we start talking about them potentially playing the Yankees?
We're 6 outs away.
Right.
They were 6 outs away at home.
Right.
I was there in the stands, cheering my ass off, if that's even the correct expression. And then the home run. But whatever. I mean, they were very close.
They were.
So, and yeah, the Yankees probably would have beat them, but you never know.
But we'll see. They've carried this thing over. I'm buying in right now. If you want to wait to 40 games, that's fine as well. I see something in this team. I can't tell you what, but this just looks like a different Tigers team.
And the one thing about it that's interesting, at least to me, is that offensively, they're doing it in different ways, too. It's like some games they'll hit a couple home runs. Other games they'll,
a timely hit.
Yes, or, whatever happens. Then they have one game where they pitch really well. And then that's what they do. Yeah. And right now you could probably sit there and say, who's their worst starting pitcher right now?
Job.
Worst? No, I think Olsen's probably the worst.
Oh, well, he had a bet. Yeah, you're right. Okay.
Of the five. If Reese Olsen is your worst pitcher,
and I mean, think of it like
this,
that's
pretty damn good.
If it wasn't for errors, you got an extra win against the Yankees because you came back and scored runs in the bottom of the ninth.
Yes. And Colt Keith had a mental error that should have been an error in Seattle. They should have swept that series.
No, if I forgot who was catching that day, makes the foul ball and catches it.
Oh, Dingler, that game too.
He catches it. We forget about that one. We only blame Colt Keith.
Right.
He wasn't the only one that screwed up.
The Yankee game. But in Seattle out there, they hit that ground ball that Keith like threw it to the wrong base.
Yeah, and then you may want to let him know how many outs it is.
Yeah, exactly. All right.
I wish they had like some big thing in the outfield that would alert you.
248-539-9797. It is the Valenti Show with the Rico. I am Stoney in for Mike this week, 248-539-9797. Ladies and gentlemen, it is time for football today, but a different variation. Yes, it's my mock draft 2.0. Mock Draft 1.0 is on the morning show on Friday, so I made some changes for our 2.0. Here we go, Rico. As expected, the Titans will take Miami quarterback Cam Ward.
Okay, saw that.
Okay, the Browns. It's one or two guys, and I changed up from 1.0. I'm going for 2.0. I'm going with Travis Hunter, defensive back, wide receiver, Colorado. I kind of thought Abdul Carter would fit in the Jim Schwartz no blitz defense, which he would, no matter. I don't think they can lose in either situation, but this way they pick up a guy who can play two positions. So, yeah. With the third pick, Mike Valenti's New York Giants select Abdul Carter. Now, you might sit there, well, what do they need him for? They got Brian Burns, they got Thibodeau. You go for the best player available in that position. I know they need a quarterback, but they're not taking Shedeur Sanders 3. Maybe a trade down eventually, but whatever.
So, wait, let me get this. So, Travis Hunter over Abdul Carter.
For the Browns, yeah.
Man, you know what? That is a pure Cleveland move right there.
Exactly. That's not what I would do.
That is one of those.
That's not what I would do.
You will regret this. This is – I'm not saying it's going to be – it's almost like the Sam Bowie over Michael Jordan type of thing where really?
Well, let the Browns be the Browns.
Yeah, absolutely. Okay. So with the fourth pick, the New England Patriots, most people have them going for offensive line. I've changed. They're going Mason Graham. Mason Graham seems to be a Mike Vrabel type of player. He fits perfectly with that whole Patriot crap that they do, more than an offensive lineman. Give me Mason Graham.
I think that's the first surprise because I do expect offensive linemen.
Yes,
for the Patriots.
Yeah, I did. Yes.
Okay, but it fits, and at least that makes sense.
It does because they need D-line too.
When you, I hate to enter, when you have to figure out what position that he's going to play, that's not what I want for the second overall pick.
I get it. I understand. Now the Jaguars are just so pissed off. They wanted Mason Graham. They said, we'll take the best player available. We need help when our defense blows. We're going to take Jalen Walker, the edge from Georgia. I mean, they already have a Walker from Georgia, but they take another one too.
Okay.
With the sixth pick, the Vegas Raiders, they want to go Vegas. They're taking Ashton Genty, running back, Boise State. I wouldn't take a running back that high, but they're the Raiders. They do things that are weird.
And I know you're looking, Rico. I think that's the lock of the draft so far. They really love Genty. They should not do it, but they love him.
But here's the thing that I've learned about the draft. Outside of the number one overall pick, a lot of times the one that you just, this is that guy.
Right.
And then we're going to take this guy instead.
Exactly. All right, 7. Aaron Glenn's New York Jets will say, thank you very much. We'll take offensive tackle Will Campbell from LSU. They need an offensive line badly.
See, you know what? This one I'm going to disagree with only because it's Aaron Glenn. I think he's going to want defense.
Okay.
That got him the job in New York. And it's one of those, I'm going to just draft to my strength.
But the team that he came from was built on the offensive line.
True.
So that's part of it too.
True, but if you have a good defense, your offense could be the Jets, and you can still you become the Steelers.
Yes.
Good defense, mediocre offense.
8th pick in the draft, the team that gave up the most points in the NFL, the Carolina Panthers, take a chance that he'll be healthy and in right frame of mind. Michigan cornerback Will Johnson. Okay.
This is my first real disagreement.
And that was David.
Okay.
That was not me.
Okay.
Correct. This is my first real disagreement because they need someone to come off the edge for them.
Okay.
And
that's fair enough.
Mike Green's on the board here. That's what I would have done.
Okay.
I think they will do that, but I don't know. Will Johnson, that's high, man.
It is. Will Johnson has the potential of being a lockdown corner. But I think people don't realize taking a corner before you take a defensive lineman is the biggest. It's putting the cart before the horse. It's like, no, because with a better defensive line, your secondary is so much better.
Mm-hmm. All right, here we go. The Saints, they have to do this. I don't think they might have wanted to have done it anyway, but with Derek Carr, his injury situation, they'll roll the dice with Shador.
Oh, yeah. He's going to wear the sunglasses. He's going to be down there.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
The Chicago Bears, Ben Johnson's first pick, a toy.
Let me guess. Oh, I was going to say, he's going running back.
No.
Oh?
But you're close. Tyler Warren, Penn State.
You know what? Makes sense.
With the 11th pick.
Don't screw this up, Stoney.
Your San Francisco 49ers.
Stoney, I will be doing this show until 6 by myself if you get this wrong.
Okay, well, I guess I'm out of here. But your great offensive lineman is near the end of his career. The 49ers select Missouri offensive tackle Armin Membu.
Okay.
All right.
I would rather a defensive lineman.
But with Williams' situation.
I can live with that.
Okay.
I think he only gave up, one sack all of last year.
Yeah.
Playing from Missouri. I get it. You played in the SEC. You gave up one. Yes, I can live with that. I would have rather a rush edge to pair up with Bosa.
Okay, I get that too. With the 12th pick, ding, 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 we have a trade. The Dallas Cowboys have traded the 12th pick in the first round to the Los Angeles Chargers. And in turn, the Cowboys get pick 86, 125, and a 2026 second-round pick. And Jim Harbaugh gets his tight end, Colston Loveland. He started freaking out when Tyler Warren was taken, and he didn't want to take a chance. So, because he knows the Colts also want a tight end big time. So Harbaugh trades up. 13, the Miami Dolphins, with tons of need, especially defensively, especially since today we find out they want to get rid of Jalen Ramsey. They go for... It's a roll in the dice here because he was a combine warrior, very athletic. The safety from South Carolina, Nick Emanwari.
Okay. I think he's going to be that one feast or famine type of, but it's always that one guy that if you got it right, man, future Hall of Famer. If not, yeah, it's why we don't get this.
Okay, 14, the Colts. They need offensive lineman Tyler Booker, guard from Alabama. 15, the Falcons. Go Mike Green. That is the one everybody wanted, the edge rusher from Marshall. Okay. At 16.
That's a good pick for Atlanta.
Yes.
Now,
you don't know if he's going to be there.
Right, but the problem with Atlanta's got a team full of players. They just don't have a coach who knows what the hell he's doing.
I know, right?
I mean, if you really look at Atlanta's roster, you're like, how are they struggling? Yeah, you had a coach who had all of these receivers and tight ends and said, I'm going to run the ball. Wait, then you got Bijan. I don't want to use him. He's going to be a decoy. And that's why you're fired.
At 16, I mean, the Cardinals head coach is defensive-minded, Jonathan Gannon, but he sees his quarterback needs help. Marvin Harrison could use a playmate, and it's Tetero McMillan, the wide receiver from Arizona.
Okay, he's the number one wide receiver coming out.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, you didn't even use your other receiver in Marvin Harrison, so okay. I get it. Doesn't make sense to me, but okay. I see where you're going with that.
At 17, the Cincinnati Bengals, they need defense. Who knows about Hendrickson? So they go edge rusher Shamar Stewart from Texas A&M. Now, he has questions.
Oh, he's got a ton of questions because you know what? He's the combine warrior. He puts up fantastic numbers in the underwear Olympics.
Yeah.
But his productivity on the field, 1.5 sacks. Is he really that good, or does he just look great in T-shirt and shorts?
Yeah. They say his tape looks really good except for actually
no productivity.
making the sack.
He can't get to the quarterback. So, yeah.
And at 18, the Seattle Seahawks, who've gotten rid of Metcalf, Tyler Lockett, they go need wide receiver from Ohio State, Emeka Egbuka.
Wow. I don't ever think I've seen him drafted this high. I thought he was like a second-round wide receiver.
I've seen mostly later in the first round, but there's only one other receiver that I would consider, and I think that it's a major need for the Seattle Seahawks and Sam Darnold. All right, we will have the rest of the first round coming up next. 97.1 The Ticket. Wow, a golden oldie, right? 248-539-9797. The second part of the Mock Draft 2.0 will take place at approximately 3:45. Approximately. Okay. Later on this hour. All right. Tonight, the NBA play-in games start tonight.
Yeah.
Nothing says basketball in the play-in game like the Atlanta Hawks being involved.
Right? True, and I'm just glad that our Detroit Pistons not involved.
Yes.
They made the cut.
Time to rest.
Yes.
Yes, indeed. Now, we mentioned this yesterday, briefly, that Piston tickets, they went on sale on Sunday to the general public. And word came out that the tickets, the Pistons were limiting ticket purchases to exclude area codes and zip codes, basically, that were not in the Michigan, suburban Ohio, and some parts of Indiana regions and Ontario. And there are a lot of reasons for this, and we can argue which ones are the correct ones and which ones aren't, but it's happened before. I mean, I remember back, the Wings played Tampa in the playoffs, and this happens all over the country. You want your arena to be filled with your fans, not fans of the other team. And in this age of where you don't have to be in person to purchase tickets, anybody with a computer can buy the tickets, whether you're a fan of that team or not. If you're a fan of, let's say, the Knicks in this instance, you're living in New York, what the heck, I'll make that drive because I can't get tickets. Tickets to the Garden are too freaking expensive. It's probably cheaper to fly from New York to Detroit, go to the game than it is for a ticket in New York if it's a good seat. Okay? So you have that going on, and you want to keep, I understand that. Then there's the other thought where you want to keep away the illegal ticket brokers who, it's capitalist.
Jack up the price of the tickets.
Capitalist society, supply and demand, whatever they are. They'll put them on, SeatGeek, StubHub, whatever. I get it. But our very own Jim Costa tweeted out today, if an NFL team tried to limit Lions fans from taking over, we'd call that weak. When the Wings played Tampa in the playoffs and the Lightning did this, we called them weak. When the Pistons do, it's weak. If you believe your fan base shows up, you don't do this. Now, I agree with Mr. Costa that, what Tampa did was weak, and sometimes what the Lions' opponents might do would be weak. But the reason I don't think the Pistons need to do this, but I disagree with his premise of why it's being done when he says, if you believe your fan base shows up, you don't do this.
Yeah.
I believe that the Piston fan base is going to show up. I don't think that's the issue.
And what's the issue?
The issue is you don't want other people to click faster than your fans. That's all it is. So you want to make sure that your fans have the easiest access to the tickets. That's all it is, in my mind. I don't think you're worried about, oh, my God, we're not going to sell out. We're not going to, be 90% full, whatever. I mean.
No, I disagree. I think this is because you don't know if your fans are going to show up and sell the place out. Because if it was, it's a moot point because, hey, even if the ticket brokers get to it first, you're still going to pay the money to go to the game. You know how I know? You know how much money Lions fans have spent every year in the last couple of years? Because when the Lions do this, God, I can't believe you guys are making me defend Jim Costa. First of all, I feel a little dirty. But the Lions do it every game, every away game. It's the Lions takeover. They have parties in other places. They go and they take over about 30 to 40% of the stadium, depending on what city you go to. It's a thing. It's not just one game, Stoney. It's all of them. They buy up all the seats. Why? Because they can.
But most of those tickets are being bought from
ticket brokers,
secondary markets.
Right.
Exactly.
So
this is the same thing. There's many ticket brokers who live in 313-734-248.
But here's the thing. Lions have tried. You know what they couldn't do it? They couldn't do it when they went to Baltimore. They couldn't do it, take over. Why? Because the Ravens fans are like, nah, bruh.
Right.
We buy our seats and we go to our games,
right.
And we're not selling
The
to
same
anybody.
thing would happen in Philly and a lot of other places too.
I think that if you knew that your fans were going to show up, you don't do this because I hate to say it, Costa's right. If somebody else did this geo-fencing for the Lions fans, we would be on here saying, oh, what you afraid of? What you afraid of? Why won't you sell the tickets? Why? Because you know you're not going to sell it out and the opposing team will come in here and take it over. If you knew your people show up no matter what, you're not doing this.
Let me ask you a question.
This does look weak.
Okay, you're 49ers. The Lions had tons of fans at the 49ers game this year, okay? Now, and they didn't get them.
They had some at the championship game.
Okay, but they got them through either brokers or
Right.
49er fans who, you know what, our team sucks this year. It's a holiday. I'm going to sell them, try to make some money back. They don't care who they're selling them to. They
Right.
just put them up there.
So maybe that's Pistons fans who has tickets, and they just said, you know
Right,
what?
maybe.
If Knicks fans want to buy these seats
Right.
from me, you can have them.
Exactly. So once they go on StubHub, SeatGeek, whatever, the Pistons can't control that. The Pistons can only control basically their own website and Ticketmaster. Pistons cannot control the secondary market.
I understand, but to put up the geo-fence, in my opinion, is not needed because you should rely on your fans to just show up and do the right thing and not say we're going to make it difficult for this other city.
I don't think it's needed either. But I don't think they're doing it because they want LCA packed with Piston fans. They don't. That's the reason. It has nothing to do with the other thing. The Pistons fan base is weak. No,
I didn't say that they're weak.
But I'm reading the tweet. When you do, it's weak. If you believe your fan base shows up, you don't do this.
And this is
I believe they're going to show up now.
And this is why I got to agree with them.
I think they're going to show up now. If the Pistons really wanted to make sure their fans would show up, the upper bowl behind the basket tickets wouldn't be $139, $150 face value. That's another issue. That to me is a bigger issue.
If you know your fans are going to show up, you don't need this. You just say, okay, tickets are there. And if Knicks fans want to buy them, fine. But you know what? You're going to be out cheered by all of the red, white, and blue.
The Knicks fans are going to buy the tickets no matter what. They'll pay over. They'll go to the StubHubs and the SeatGeeks.
Just it for a city that takes pride in taking over other stadiums and arenas, to do it here, it does look weak.
I agree it looks weak. I just think the reasons they do it are we disagree on the rationale.
You're
That's
still
all.
doing it though.
Yeah, I
don't
know.
do it.
I agree.
Don't do it.
That
and
part
just let your fans show up and represent. And if some
That
Knicks
part I
fans,
agree with you.
And if some Knicks fans want to buy tickets, God bless you.
I told you yesterday.
You know what it is?
There were a lot of New York fans at the game the other night when they were here.
Hey, enjoy the loss and go back to New York, okay? Yeah, you got to witness it in person. That's how I see it.
And by the way, if you don't want to spend more than $150 a ticket, there are upper bowl seats available, plenty, on Ticketmaster without going through the secondary market.
I mean, I got to defend Costa on this one. He's right.
248-539-9797. 248-539-9797. Pistons have put a geo-fence up as far as ticket purchase for home playoff games. Do you consider that weak? In other words, if you don't live in Michigan or certain counties in Ohio or Indiana or in southern Ontario, Windsor area, you're out of luck through the Ticketmaster or Pistons websites as far as purchasing tickets, then you are forced to go to the secondary market. And, Jim Costa called it weak. I think it's weak too. We disagree about why it's being done. I think it's being done to A, keep them out of scalpers, and B, you want your own fans there. It's not that you're worried that you're not going to have a strong enough fan base to show up. If like nobody from the opponent even purchased a ticket, they would sell out anyway, I believe. Although right now, well, we're still over a week away. That especially if the Pistons win one game in this series in New York, those tickets will be gobbled up, I believe. So 248-539-9797. Rico is on the Costa side as well, with calling it weak, but he believes it's the reason that Jim Costa says.
I mean, this is a city that prides itself on supporting their team at home and on the road. If you can do it, then you know what? Buy up all the seats and make sure that somebody else does not do it to you. You don't need artificial geo-fencing to make it harder for other people to get in. Just buy up the seats. You buy up the seats. You don't sell them on the secondary market, and you show up to the games. Plain and simple. This, in my opinion, not needed.
248-539-9797.
Yeah, but for the people, do you think that this? I think it's weak. I really do. David, Kenny,
I think it is weak to a degree, but I've been to LCA for a Pistons game this season on like a Wednesday, and there were droves of Pistons fans just showing up on a random weekday basketball game. I don't think there's any need to be concerned that somehow Pistons fans aren't going to buy these seats. They've been waiting for this for a long time, and I do think that Detroit prides itself in showing out in big events like this. I wouldn't worry about it in the slightest.
Then why?
I agree. I'm with you.
Why set it up? Because once you put it out there, it's the perception. Now, maybe the Pistons see it a different way, but once you do this, and Lord knows I don't agree with Costa that often, but for this one, I got to stand by Jim.
Doing it this way, I believe, gives you and your fan base the first dibs on all the tickets. That's what it does. It prevents the market to raising the prices because those ticket brokers from New York won't be getting them and raising those secondary market tickets. And now Pistons fans have the first access to these tickets, and they will buy them up. I don't see this fan base having any problem selling out LCA. They will buy the tickets. And it would allow them to get them first is what this is doing.
Maybe, look, I don't think that the Lions did this. I don't think that the Tigers did this.
The NFL's king, and they also have a wait list for the Lions.
Yeah,
so they're never going to have a problem doing and selling tickets. This is a smaller arena, and I think it allows that fan base to get them first.
Yeah. Great point, David.
I just think that, you know what? It's unnecessary. Your fans will show up. Why? Because this team hasn't been in the playoffs in forever. So they should be clamoring and buying up. The second the playoff tickets became available, should have been sold out.
Yeah, but if you don't geofence, you have no idea who's buying the tickets.
It should have been your fans because they were anxious.
They might have been, but if you open it up to everybody, it could be some, person in, Bismarck, North Dakota who buys a pair of playoff tickets and then puts them on StubHub.
But maybe that person in Bismarck, North Dakota is a Pistons fan.
And I also say this. I think they've actually probably sold out. I really do. It's hard to announce it now when you don't know if the game is going to be on Saturday or if the game is going to be on Sunday. And I think they're waiting for that. I got a couple ticket takes here
Saturday. That's true, but it's Saturday.
But
it's not sold out because I went on when you go
not yet.
When you go on Ticketmaster, there are, like I said, the upper bowl seats are like $100.
Oh, I'm wrong. I'm sorry. They would be next week, not Saturday and Sunday. That's in New York on Saturday.
So $150 or whatever they are upstairs. There are plenty of tickets available for those available. Yeah.
Okay.
But if you want to spend that much money to sit in nosebleeds, where Malik Beasley looks like an ant.
Okay, but in all fairness, there's no nosebleeds at LCA. All the seats are pretty good. Even the ones up high.
What are you talking
Even
about?
Not the gondola.
Even the ones up high aren't that bad.
Oh, they're so much higher than the Palace used to be.
They're not that bad, Rico. You're right. They're
not that bad.
It's a real angle,
Stoney,
but they're not that
I
bad.
realize that you normally sit courtside.
No, I don't sit courtside.
But for the poors of us, and if you sit up there high enough, it's not that bad of a seat. Sitting up.
See,
I've been to places where you're right. It's like, wow, this is high up.
For an indoor arena, that upper bowl is pretty much as high as I've seen, except for the place in LA where they have 3 levels of suites and then the upper bowl starts. Okay, it's high. Look, it's me.
Now, like I say,
it's me because I can watch a hockey game in the last row of LCA, no problem, or a football game in the last row at Ford Field, or even my seats at Michigan Stadium or in the end zone, like 60th row or whatever. All right, so there's nothing to do. Basketball to me, when you're up high, it just doesn't.
You get to see. I just don't think that there's a bad. That's the beauty of LCA. There's really not a bad seat in there. Even if you're up in the upper deck, it's still not that bad.
248-539-9797. We have any ticket text, David?
Yeah, someone says, Rico, you're wrong. The difference between Lions and Pistons, there is not a waiting list for the Pistons, so they have to do this to make sure we get them first. Someone else says, are we checking IDs at the gate now? Laughing out loud to Costa. Okay. Anyone with a VPN can get access to the tickets anyway. They aren't stopping many people with the geo-fencing.
Right. I mean, if you're going to get the tickets, you're going to get the tickets. I just think this is a step you didn't have to do. I mean, if it happens, okay, it happens. But that's on the Pistons fans because you allowed this to happen. It does come across as a little weak.
There's going to be a lot of New York fans there no matter what. There are a lot of New York.
And it's not necessarily for Lions fans here at Ford Field, but you love buying up tickets in other places. You do this, but you need protection at home.
Rico, it's crazy. The second level at LCA is so steep that I almost fell walking up the stairs. It's a joke. It's terrible. That is from Whitmer. It's not a problem for me.
I didn't think it was a problem.
Not a problem for me. Someone else says, you're wrong about the bad seats at LCA. There's literally on both sides, if you're behind the gondola, that you can't see anything on the court.
Well, I mean, at least they give you the gigantic screen so that you can see. Because I mean, that's a pretty big screen.
It is. It's a huge ass screen.
So yeah, if you're missing it, just look right there, and there it. You know what?
But then you get the argument, I might as well spend, do I want to spend $135? I could save the money and sit at home and watch it on the screen.
Well, then you got this one. Someone says the upper bowl at LCA isn't high at all, but the seats are steep, so it feels like you're falling off a cliff, but the view is great.
Okay.
Again, wherever the Bulls play.
United Center. Is it still United Center?
Now that's high up. That place is like, wow. That when they built that was just to get everybody to come and see Jordan, and they just was like stacking seats on. That's high. This I don't see it that way.
I've never seen a game at United Center. I'm worried my car's going to get stolen.
David, just pay for it. The problem is, it's like out right next to a check cashing place.
I'm joking, people. It's just a weird area.
It is a weird area.
Like seriously, it's like in the middle of the hood. It's like, I guess it's some University of Chicago's around it, but it's like, it's nowhere near downtown. There's literally a check cashing place, store right there. Kenny, you think I'm joking? I'm not.
Isn't there a, what's it called? The Billy Goat Tavern? Isn't there one, there's a branch of that near there, I think?
I don't think so, Stoney. It's just parking lots and nothing.
Because I remember last time I was there, we walked somewhere to have something to eat. I thought it was one of the Billy Goat places.
It may be one across the area.
Yeah, you literally drive through Chicago and you just keep on going and you keep going.
I couldn't believe it when I drove by it. I'm like, this is it?
I will say this.
And there's the United Center.
The Chicago Stadium, where it was the same area, obviously. That was one of the loudest, great venues I've ever been in. I love that place. It was loud. Hockey, basketball, it was crazy. All right. 97 won the ticket.
April is here and baseball is in full swing. And you know what? You guessed it. I need high-speed internet to watch all the games on the streaming apps. That's Xfinity. With Xfinity Internet, I get the speed I need at a great price. Along with the great price, Xfinity offers the fastest internet on the largest gig speed network, delivering to more homes than any other network. I can enjoy all my favorite apps all in one place with that Flex 4K streaming box, all with Xfinity Internet. And when I'm taking a break from all the baseball action, Xfinity allows me to stream all of my favorite shows. Xfinity lets you choose from a variety of speeds depending on your needs, including gig speeds up to 1.2 gigabits per second, and enjoy reliable internet on all your devices. So don't miss out on your favorite shows or all the scores and stats. Call 1-800-XFINITY, visit Xfinity.com, or just drop into an Xfinity store today for more details. Maximum download speed of 940 megabits per second when hardwired via Ethernet. Actual speeds vary and not guaranteed based on Xfinity's fastest available download speeds.
All right, we took you through the first 18 picks of Mock Draft 2.0. Let's crack up the band. It's time for the rest of the first round. With pick number 19, the Tampa Bay Buccaneers are on the clock. They need some defensive help where? Maybe everywhere. Levante David's getting up there in age, although sometimes he doesn't show it.
No, he doesn't.
They go for Alabama linebacker Jahad Campbell.
That's a nice pickup.
That is a nice pickup.
That was one that in your mock draft, Stoney, I was kind of hoping would slide down to the Lions because I think that would have been a perfect pick for that Lions defense.
Okay, speaking of the Lions, at 20, the Denver Broncos select somebody who allegedly was in town because Cortland Sutton's really their only wide receiver. So the Broncos select Texas speedy wide receiver Matthew Golden.
That's actually a good pickup for them. I think they would have rather a tight end, but in your draft, both tight ends are gone.
Right.
And I think they probably could pick up another one in the second round. Yeah, top wide receiver's gone, so you got the second Golden. That's actually stunning. That's actually pretty good.
I like it. You're right. The tight ends are gone in your mock already. So would a running back have been a selection there for the Broncos? Just a question.
Yeah, possibly. I'm sure they were thinking about that guy. But next up is David's Pittsburgh Steelers.
Quarterback. Shedeur Sanders.
Shedeur Sanders was already picked, don't forget. But Jackson Dart is still available. However, the great Mr. Hayward, his career is winding down. They need help on the defensive line. What would make David happiest would be Michigan defensive lineman Kenneth Grant.
Oh, my gosh. That'd be amazing. Yes, 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 yes.
With the 22nd pick of the first round. Now, you mentioned a team with needs. Well, the Cowboys had the 12th pick, and they traded down to 22, hoping that this person would still be available. So from the L.A. Chargers, the Cowboys on their trade down select North Carolina running back Marion Hampton.
Okay, that makes so much sense, but because it's the Cowboys, I don't see it happening. Because they actually made a smart move, got extra selections, and got the guy that they want.
Yeah.
If anything, Jera is going to trade up and overspend
to get Jonte or something like that.
And, no, and still get Hampton.
Oh, yes.
No, they're still going to get him. They're just going to move up to get him and just sell the farm. So that's the way it makes sense. It's smart. That's not the Cowboy way.
With the 23rd pick in the first round, well, you know Green Bay is not going to select a wide receiver because they don't. Who knows the mental frame of Jair Alexander, what team he's even going to be on. So the Packers take his replacement, Jody Barron, the cornerback from Texas.
Okay.
Some people believe he may be the best corner. It's a debate.
I mean, it was a debate last year, and the Eagles got it right.
Yes.
Correct.
Just saying.
Yeah.
They got it right twice.
With pick number 24, staying in the NFC North, the Minnesota Vikings only have 4 picks this draft.
So they got to get it right.
They got to get it right. And as of now, they'll be playing a quarterback who we have no idea how good he's going to be. He might need help.
I still say, and I know I'm David, I'm holding out hope because he has not signed yet.
Oh, Aaron Rodgers.
It's Aaron Rodgers.
Well, even if it is Aaron Rodgers, he still needs help blocking. What says Minnesota Vikings more than Gray Zabel, guard center from that part of the country, North Dakota State?
That's a perfect pick for the Vikings. Okay. That is a Vikings pick.
Yep. Pick number 25, the Houston Texans. They traded Tunsil. He's a tackle. They're not in love with the tackles that are available. They are in love with a guard who played his college football in that state, Longhorn guard Kelvin Banks.
Okay. Yeah, I have no idea what Houston was doing when they sold the farm. It's like, you do realize you're good. I mean, I know the NFL makes you play every Saturday in the playoffs, but what you're doing makes no sense whatsoever. I can't figure D'Amico Ryan is like, yeah, that's a great idea. I'm just assuming he's being outvoted in the boardroom.
They better be right.
Right.
Next up, the Rams. A lot of people think the Rams are going to draft a successor to Matthew Stafford there.
Jackson Dart would be on the board for
Jackson Dart would be on the board. They're going to go best available player. Matthew Stafford's still not the most mobile human being on the planet, as good as he is. And they're kind of surprised that offensive tackle from Ohio State, Joshua Simmons, is still on the board, and the Rams take him there.
Once again, you can't go wrong drafting big people, especially offensive linemen, because even though it's not a sexy pick and you're not running out to buy their jerseys, it's the stability. I mean, you see it here with Sewell. Like, he is a cornerstone of this team. So that's no matter who your quarterback is, even if down the line you've already got the line built so that the new quarterback doesn't have to run around and worry for their life the way Caleb Williams had to this year.
At pick number 27, the Baltimore Ravens. Their defense was kind of disappointing this past year. They go nose tackle, defensive tackle, whatever way you want to say it. Walter Nolan from Ole Miss.
That is a Ravens pick right there.
David, good luck, Mason Rudolph. Good luck.
David, to your Steelers. That is such a pick for the Ravens. I like that one.
I hate that one.
With the 28th pick, the Detroit Lions, the phones are ringing.
Did they make the pick?
The phones are ringing.
Okay.
Howie Roseman is at the end of that line. But Brad Holmes says, you know what? I'm not willing to. I like my guy here. I know Howie Roseman loves these guys, but I like him too. The Detroit Lions select from the University of Georgia, edge Mikael Williams.
Okay.
But is he going to be on the field to go very fast?
Kenny, I'll leave that one to you.
Yeah, it's on again, off again. There's no guarantee. It would be that's a very Brad Holmes pick, though, if you want to look at it like that.
Next up, the Washington Commanders. And the Commanders, they need an edge rusher. They select Donovan Izuruauko, however you pronounce his name, from Boston College. Donovan Izuruauko. How's that? Is that better?
That's
Izuruauko. How's that? That's probably better than the third one, is the charm. I probably should have taken who I actually omitted in the first round instead. It's easier to pronounce.
Who was that?
You'll see, because he's not going to be taken. And I realize I should have, but I'm not going to go back on it now.
Okay.
With the 30th pick, the Buffalo Bills, they need help in their secondary. And I got to admit, I'm a little biased. From the University of Kentucky and West Bloomfield High School, Maxwell Hairston.
I'm so glad you admitted your bias.
I admit. Well,
I don't have to say anything now. You said it.
Hey, he ran a 4.3 or 4.28, whatever the hell he ran at the combine. People have it very...
Yes, he is. Yes, he is.
Late first round, early second is what I've seen. So what the heck? I'll give him his flowers.
I'll give you this. Sure.
Yeah.
I mean, when he ran that 4.3 at the combine, you knew at that point he became that guy who then went into the VIP club of the first round. Buffalo, late first round. All right. Stoney, I'm not going to beat you up over this.
Okay. 31, the Chiefs. Their offensive line just blows, so they go with the best tackle available, Josh Connerly Jr. from Oregon.
Okay.
And finally at 32, Howie Roseman is tempted to do something he hasn't done in a while, but he realizes what brought him a Super Bowl. And even though there is a better player, I think, available and a position of need, he can't stop thinking about the red and the black. with the last pick of the first round, the defending Super Bowl champion Philadelphia Eagles select safety from the University of Georgia, Malachi Starks. And yes, Derek Harmon is sitting there. That's
so is that the player that?
Yeah.
Okay.
Okay. You also got Pierce. Was Pierce taken in here in your first
No.
round? No. So you got Harmon and you got Pierce.
Just sitting there.
Harmon and Pierce, there may be too many issues there.
But the Eagles can handle issues.
I know.
And they lost half of their defensive line.
I know. They also lost their safety. So
okay.
And they love Georgia players.
They do love Georgia.
If Malachi Starks went to Alabama, I would have taken Derek Harmon.
Stoney, it's not bad. I think the Eagles would have probably taken somebody on the defensive line because they lost half of their guys.
Yes.
But you make a valid argument. This isn't not bad, Stoney.
Yeah, hey, it's only a mock draft, and hopefully the teams won't listen to me. 97-1, the ticket. 97.1 The Ticket. The telephone number is 248-539-9797. Coming up shortly, a little controversy at the University of Colorado with Coach Prime. That's different. We'll let you know what that is coming up shortly. David, some ticket texts.
If the Steelers take Grant, David will have another baby in 9 months. LOL. That is from Jason.
Okay.
Someone else says, you all were mentioning about the Chicago Stadium. Someone says, cool thing about watching the Blackhawk games from Chicago Stadium on TV was the little steps the players had to climb to get to and from the locker room.
Mm-hmm.
I've seen about 15 Red Wing games in the Upper Bowl. Never once have I had a problem tracking the puck or any player. I don't know what these people are talking about.
Hockey, I believe, is different. I have no problem Upper Bowl for hockey. Basketball, I've always had problems no matter what the arena is. That's just me.
Really?
Yeah. They just look too small for me for some reason. Hockey, because you can see the play develop more. In basketball, it's different because it's a little more compressed, I think. I don't know. Just personal preference. You know, I'm a weird.
You can track the puck, but not the basketball.
I'm a weird guy. What can I tell you? All right. Prime time, Coach Prime, and I know people that actually go to Colorado. Their kids go to Colorado, and you can't even. It's like, you know, what time is it there? And we're not on Mountain Time. We're on Prime Time. That he has taken over the whole school. It's not just the football program. They just love him, and the extension is well deserved because all the money. Forget about the wins and losses. Mm-hmm. You know, it's all about, like everything else in this world, it's all about the money, and Colorado made a good investment, and they're making money. Merch, all that kind of stuff. However, Colorado announced that this weekend, at their spring football game, they will be retiring the jersey numbers, number 12 of Heisman Trophy winner Travis Hunter, and his quarterback and good friend, and the son of Deion Sanders, the coach, Shedeur Sanders. Their jerseys will be retired. Now, when you look through I wouldn't say great history, but they have some history at Colorado. They have, counting Hunter and Sanders, they have 6 retired jerseys.
Rashaan Salaam won.
Rashaan Salaam, the late but great Rashaan Salaam. My 1 year I had a Heisman Trophy vote. I got it right.
Okay.
Some guy by the name of Joe, looks like Ronig, right?
Joe Ronig.
Yeah, he's a guard. He was played 1959 through 1961. There's the Bobby Anderson, the quarterback running back, who I remember him, played there from 1967 to 1969. Good player, really good. He had his jersey number 11 retired in 1999, it looks like. 1969. And then there's Byron Whizzer White, the former Supreme Court Justice, right? Halfback of Colorado in the mid-30s. He had his number 24 jersey retired.
Heisman vote for him, too?
No. That might have been pre-Heisman. When was Burr? Well, I didn't vote for Burwanger either, you know? That's a good line, though. Okay, here's the deal. Those are their retired jerseys, and we included Shedeur and Travis Hunter. What about Cordell Stewart? What about Detroit's own Michael Westbrook?
Yeah.
And I'm sure there's some others that I'm forgetting off the top of my head.
Here's the thing. I actually agree with half of this.
I think I know which half.
The half that actually won the Heisman.
Yes.
You deserve to have your jersey retired. You have done so. You're in a small fraternity that, yes. You know what? I'm going to go ahead and retire. Shedeur? No. You're only being retired because you're Deion's kid, and it was probably part of Deion's contract that when my son leaves, you must retire his number. I'm sorry. You didn't win the Big 12. You didn't win. You didn't go to playoffs. You didn't win a national title.
He won his ball game, didn't he?
You didn't do anything that said you deserve to have your jersey retired.
I agree with you. And for Hunter, yes.
Hunter, yes.
Hunter should have his jersey retired. Not now.
You know what? No. I could even say you could do it now because he won the Heisman. So it's one of those, I'm okay with that. Because it's like when they retired Caleb Williams. I'm okay with that.
Well, here's what I'll say. Because I was initially on your side, Stoney. Why do this now?
Right.
You could have done this anytime. But looking at this, in the list that you went through, everybody but one player had their jersey retired immediately.
That's correct. You're right.
Rashaan Salam was the only one that didn't have it immediately. He was 2017. Why they waited so long, I have no clue.
When did he die?
I was about to say,
it was probably around that time.
Yeah, probably.
But if your tradition with everyone else was the next year, then his jersey should have been retired in 1995.
I'm okay with Hunter because Hunter won the Heisman.
Yes. Sanders, no.
And unless he pulls an OJ or Reggie Bush, you get to keep the trophy.
Hunter's a no-brainer.
But yeah, so I'm fine with that. Shador Sanders' jersey should not be retired. Okay? Plain it. And you guys think I love Shador. No way in the world.
It shouldn't be. You're right.
He didn't do anything special that says I deserve to have my jersey retired. He didn't lead the NCAA in passing yards. He didn't do anything special.
Right.
So, yes, Salam died in 2016, so they did it the next year.
Yeah. So if Salam was still alive, he would have
never had
his jersey wouldn't have been retired. He won the Heisman Trophy, and they waited until he was dead before they gave him.
So he never got the actual accomplishment.
He's like the Pete Rose of Colorado.
I think that this is one where you need to check Deion's contract because I think it was in his contract that if I come to coach this team, my son's jersey will be retired when he's done.
Correct me if I'm wrong, and I guess I can look up the stats, but would it be fair to say that Eric Bieniemy had a better career at Colorado than Shador Sanders?
Yes.
Yeah.
You can say that.
You could say that. I look at this. This is all hype, and this is all propaganda, and this is because of who the coach is. This is not because of his play. And I watched the Colorado games.
I know.
Okay.
He's good, but he doesn't. I mean, he's not epic.
Like seriously, because I would say, okay, Colorado, defend why Shador's jersey. If you can convince me, we can. I don't think they can, other than, well, he was fun to watch. Well, a lot of people were fun to watch.
Yeah.
Well, he was elusive, and okay, yeah. Well, look at all the comeback victories. That means you were losing in order to have comeback victories. And okay, and who did you really beat?
I mean, by that measure, Michigan State should retire Tony Banks. Michigan should retire J.J. McCarthy. They at least won something.
Yeah. You can make a better case. Once again, JJ, you won the national title. If you said they were going to retire, I can't get mad at that because he did something in college. This isn't what you did in the pros. No. It's what you did on that field. Right. I understand. What does Shador do? Maybe I missed that. Maybe I didn't see it. You know what? This is Colorado, and this is the stuff that they do. Travis Hunter.
So I didn't even realize. And your Caleb Williams has his jersey retired at USC?
Yeah, they did it last year.
Yeah, they did it last year.
He came back during the bye week or something.
Well, he played, 2 years there?
Yeah. But he got a Heisman. Yeah, if you get a Heisman.
Okay, yeah.
You get to walk away. It's yours. Like, you win the Heisman, you should go ahead and get your jersey retired the very next year.
Well,
why wait?
It could be worse.
Why wait? Don't wait until you die and then put it in there.
Yeah, it could have been worse. They could have retired Ray Caruth's jersey. 97 won the ticket. It is the Villante Show with Rico. Stoney here with Rico all week. 248-539-9797 is the telephone number. We were just discussing the fact that at the spring game in Boulder this weekend, Travis Hunter and Shedeur Sanders will be having their jerseys retired, and we both agree that, guy won the Heisman Trophy, should have his jersey retired. I question whether he should wait a year, but Colorado tradition basically is, the year after you're done, if you're going to retire a jersey, they do it. They've retired 6 jerseys. And Rico was kind of alarmed about Shedeur Sanders because he said he's really not that good. And you know what? And I was looking back at other Colorado players that probably should have their jersey retired. And I mentioned Eric Bieniemy. He's their all-time leading rusher.
Yeah.
3,940 yards, averaging 5.6 yards a carry, and 42 touchdowns from scrimmage.
And the thing about Shedeur is good. He's not great. Jersey retirement means you're special. You're great. Mm-hmm. You did something that a lot of people at that school never did.
He's 5th all-time in yardage. You know who's 4th?
Who?
Somebody whose jersey probably should be retired at the Big House, Joel Klatt.
You know what?
Thank you. Thank you very much. That was for you.
There you go.
That was for you. But yeah, Joel Klatt's 4th. Shedeur Sanders has been. Now, Joel Klatt played for 4 years, had more attempts, but yes.
I just don't understand it, but yes. I do think that's, you know what, Colorado pushed an agenda and they got his jersey retired. It shouldn't be, but okay. Yes. Hunter, you won the Heisman. Shedeur, what did you win?
Not a heck of a lot.
No.
Got a lot of NIL money.
Yeah.
Got a lot of things. Help make the program relevant, no doubt about it. Anyway, Matthew Golden, the wide receiver from Texas, was visiting in our area the other day. Huh? The Detroit Lions.
Yeah, I saw that.
I'm trying to figure out why. And the only thing I could think of, because certainly wide receiver is not exactly a weakness for the Detroit Lions. I mean, you got Amon-Ra St. Brown. You got Jamo. We'll get to him in a second. Patrick's pretty good. You have good tight ends. The passing game is pretty good. Khalif Raymond coming back. They'll probably draft another wide receiver. I thought so during, that they will during the draft. But it never crossed my mind that Matthew Golden would be on their radar, because everything I've seen has been, anywhere mid to late first round or early second round, which it makes no sense to me.
Well, it does if he's going to be your new starting wide receiver, taking somebody's spot. That's the only way it would make sense, because other than that,
well, look at this. Cut Tim Patrick, is that what you're saying?
No, because here's the thing. We're, 8 days away from the draft?
Yeah.
Something like that, yeah.
I got to think your time is valuable because people are like, it's a smoke screen. I don't have that much time that I can waste a couple of hours on somebody that I really have no thought of drafting, but I want to make these other teams think I'm going to draft him. That's 3-4 hours that you're never going to get back. That doesn't work right now. Like, I gotta think anybody that you're bringing in, or anybody you're flying out to go see, is somebody that you want. So the fact that Matthew Golden, you were checking him out, tells me he's on your radar, which leads me to you gotta wonder, is this the replacement to Jamo? Because you can't keep everybody.
No, and look, I think everybody believes that Jamo will get the 5th year extension, and then after that, he's going to be a free agent, because, like you said, they can't keep everybody. I mean, yes, the cap keeps going up, and I know you guys always say the cap isn't real. Well, the cap is real in a certain extent because you can't keep everybody. You're going to probably pay for 2 safeties. Definitely Kirby Joseph probably next week during the draft, before the draft. That's what they do. But when we know Hutch and goes on and on, the guys they've already extended so far, you don't have enough money for that cap-wise. A first-round pick to replace Jamison Williams now this year, that doesn't, I don't know, make sense to me.
I mean, unless you can get value for trading Jamo right now.
Yeah.
That some other team is sitting there saying, you know what? We'll make him our guy. We'll make him our number one option, and we'll send you some picks in return that you can move up, and now you could afford to pay the Kirby Josephs and all of that because you get to start the clock all over again, especially if you take Golden in the first round. You've now bought yourself 5 years on a wide receiver.
But let me ask you this, 248-539-9797. You guys, David, Kenny, chime in as well. Who out there do you think needs Jamison Williams that badly that they're going to give up, a first-round pick or any type of draft collateral for Jamison Williams?
I mean, Stoney, it's it's the NFL. You see the surprise trades all the time. You're like, wow, I didn't see that coming.
I mean, your team, they got rid of, Debo, and who knows?
They got rid of Debo. They thought about getting rid of Ayuk.
Yeah,
but there was nobody that offered anything. You see what happened with Cincinnati, where their receivers were pretty much out there. If you offer me a right deal, Tyreek Hill, the Dolphins have said, if you come with the right deal, we'll trade him. Wide receivers, I know we love to value them, but yet they are really not valued that much in the NFL
because there's so many of them.
Fans value them
because they're fun.
But you look at the Super Bowl, I mean, okay, you had A.J. Brown, but other than that, most Super Bowl winning teams don't have that great Hall of Fame wide receiver.
Right, or even two really good ones. Philly had, Devontae Smith is pretty damn good, too. Yeah, I mean, what other team would, I don't know. I don't think the Lions are going to be able to get that much for him.
See, I just wonder, is Jamo going to be a part of this Lions core? Like, do you feel like Jamo will be right up there with Amon-Ra and Penei Sewell and all of the people that they've locked up for time? I don't see Jamo being a part of this Lions core. I think Jamo is a great toy. I think Jamo is a great piece to have right now. He's fun. He's fast. He can do all of that stuff. I don't think he's the long-term solution that eventually he's one of those pieces you could part with, bring in somebody else, and keep this thing going. You don't pay him, you pay somebody else.
Right, but you don't have to do it now. Why would you draft a wide receiver in the first round? You can keep Jamo for 2 more years.
I mean, it's value. Because after a while,
if you trade him now, then you don't have to pay him the $15 million, which would be
the 5th year.
The 5th year, and then that money can go elsewhere.
Right. And somebody else will be like, you know what, we'll gladly take that on because we're in our Super Bowl run, and we'll see what happens. And when our run is over, then he'll be a free agent. We'll let somebody else have.
But the Lions are that team, are in their Super Bowl run.
Right, but they're paying everybody.
But can't Golden do just what Jamison can do? So are you really missing anything if you get Golden and don't have Jamison?
I don't know. I think there's so many other needs on this team besides wide receiver that you could.
Oh, I'm just as shocked as you.
Swallow the $15 million next year that you have to pay him. If he has a really good year this year, you'll figure out a way.
Let's look at his RAS score.
Stoney, I'm with you. I don't know why they're doing this. I just think that the smoke screen, time's too valuable and leading up to the draft. This is somebody that I thought maybe if he's around in the second round, but I don't think he's going to be around in the second round.
Well, maybe they're thinking they're doing their due diligence. If he's around in the second round, maybe we can trade up in the second round.
See, I'm thinking different. Or maybe you trade up and get back into the first round.
Okay.
And select him in the first round.
Give up your second round, second and a fourth or something, whatever the chart.
Now, I don't think that once again, that in my world, that ain't a smart move.
Not me neither. I'm with you.
But you know what? Let Brad cook.
Right. Well, they did it for Jamo. Yeah. Really, if you think about it.
I will give you a mock trade, and I'll see if you think for Jamison, and see if you would like this trade. Okay. I'll do that next.
Oh. You're
Look at
really good at the tease. 97 won the ticket. I know that many of you are going through the same thing that happened to me a few years back. My vision was deteriorating and a hard time seeing things up close, like the small print on my phone. I needed reading glasses. Hated them. So I saw Michigan's most experienced eye surgeon, Dr. Yaldo. He explained that at about by our mid-40s, our natural lenses start losing flexibility, those lenses do. He recommended a recent remarkable innovation. It's called bifocal implants. I said, let's do it. And wow, what a lifestyle boost this has turned out to be. Not only will I never need glasses, contacts, or readers again, but the implants gave me the best vision of my life. I see everything with stunning clarity from up close and from, yes, the upper bowl. For those of you who are younger, Dr. Yaldo's custom LASIK will also free you of glasses and contacts for good. Both procedures are fast, painless, safe, and can have you back at work the next day. Go to YaldoEyeCenter.com for a free, no-obligation evaluation. It's YaldoEyeCenter.com.
So we found out that the Lions brought in, well, they took a look at Matthew Golden, and we're all kind of speculating. Why? Does this mean it's the end of Jamo? Are they looking at bringing in another wide receiver? We really don't know. We're just letting Brad cook. But to me, it kind of sounds like if you bring in one, you don't need the other. David, you had a mock trade. What is that?
Well, it's not mine. I'm going to give credit to him. It's Mike Payton, who covers the Detroit Lions. He actually wrote the article about not being shocked if Jameson Williams gets traded, which caused a lot of things on social media. But he has a mock trade on here. So the Lions would be trading Jameson Williams to the Jags to pair Jameson Williams up with their star rookie wide receiver there in Brian Thomas. The Lions would be getting a 3rd and a 6th round selection in this year's draft. First question is, do you see them getting a 3rd and a 6th in this year's draft? Is that too much? Not enough?
I
think it's about right,
I was about to
actually.
say, I know a lot of people think that he's a Hall of Famer, but that's about
Third and a
right.
six.
That's
Okay.
about right.
Yeah.
So then that gives you an extra third-round selection. You can go towards defense. But a third and a six, that seems reasonable to me. So, yeah, I would do it. If Golden is there at 28, I would say yes.
Or I was about to say it's one of those where maybe you move up and you get one of those final selections in the first round.
That's true.
And you trade away a second and a third since you now have a couple of thirds because you got one for Aaron Glenn.
Correct.
And then you get this extra third as well.
Oh, yeah.
So you got a bunch of thirds that you can kind of say, hey,
And there's some edge
Kansas
rushers
City,
available.
Hey,
there, too.
Kansas City, you really interested in this guy, or would you like to really stock up?
Mm-hmm.
I can see that, but it is very interesting because I don't think that he's going to be a part of the core of this team. I don't think that this is going to be one where they're going to re-sign him.
Right, because Mike also points out, and he's right, Mike Payton, who David was referring to, when you look at the extensions and the projections of the extensions, Hutch, 4 years, 160, right? That's pretty much people believe he's going to get $40 million a year. Kirby Joseph, 4 for 82. Branch, 4 for 82. That's what safeties will get. Gibbs, 4 for what, 89? Laporta, 4 for 80. Jamo, 4 for 120. And he says you can't pay them all.
You can't sign everybody.
No. So I'll tell you who else I think might be in jeopardy is either if they sign Kirby, Branch might be in jeopardy because that's a lot for two safeties, although Branch does more and he's so good. They probably is Laporta.
Okay, Laporta I would actually keep because having a difference maker tight end, when you have one, you make sure you hold on to him. You do. Kirby, I'm not. Branch, I would make sure he's never leaving because Branch can play the slot. He can play safety. He could do a lot.
Right. Kirby's good, but let's be honest.
If I had to choose between the two,
Branch, we agree.
Yes.
And a lot of Kirby's, and not a lot, but some of Kirby's interceptions were thrown right to him.
He's playing center field.
Yeah.
He's reading the quarterback's eyes. He's playing center field, and he goes and he gets it. I understand.
He's very good. This is not a knock on Kirby Joseph, but I agree. You might not be able to pay both of them at similar positions.
248-539-9797. Do you see Jamo as a part of this Lions core? Because I don't. And the reason why you would trade, if you're going to do what this article says, you trade him now because you're going to get the most value for him now, where if you get 2 picks, the longer you wait, now you're only getting a 6th-round selection.
Right.
So if you're not going to hold on to him.
Oh, yeah.
And you could bring in, another receiver who could do that. Because Brad Holmes, like I said, a lot of people just follow him blindly. I don't think he's just doing this to waste time. I don't think he's doing this as a smokescreen. I don't think he's just – your time is valuable this week. So this is somebody that's on their radar that they brought in.
There's no doubt that Golden's a really good player. He, as they say, run very fast. But as the team is constructed right now, it's an ultra luxury pick that you don't make unless you're trading another wide receiver.
Exactly, because
or you're just going to dump a wide receiver,
right? Because now, well, first of all, I need to see what this new offense is going to look like.
Right.
Okay, because we're all just assuming, well, he's just going to pick up where Ben Johnson left off. No, this could be a whole new offense that we see.
I don't think it'll be a whole new offense because he was part of it when it started, and I think this is more Campbell's offense than people give him credit for anyway. I don't think it's going to be that.
I think Campbell had the veto rights. I think Campbell had certain plays he wanted, but I think in essence, Campbell kind of told Ben Johnson, look, you want to be a head coach? Come up with the offense. Make sure we score a lot of points. You do your thing. On 4th down, I can veto a play or call for a play. Make sure you have a bunch of 4th down plays for me. But calling the game, I think that Ben Johnson played the role of a catcher. I believe he called the games. That's just me.
Yeah, he called the game, but as far as designing the whole game plan for the season and for games, I think that had Dan Campbell's fingerprints on it more than people give him credit for. That's my point, is when you create an offense.
Well, I mean, I think hey,
and he's
we
an
wanna score a
offensive
lot
guy.
Of points. Design some plays.
Well, he's an offensive guy, Dan Campbell. It's not that you're not having Aaron Glenn as a head coach, let's say, design an offense. No, Dan Campbell, tight end coach, offense.
We'll find out. I think this was a lot more Ben. We'll find out this year how much Dan Campbell was in there.
Let's go to Mike. You're on 97 on the ticket.
Hey guys, great talking to you.
Hey Mike,
thank you.
Just wanted to bring up a quick point, and I get it. The love for Jamo, especially, he's made some personal mistakes in the past, that kind of thing. But I think what we're overlooking is what he brings to the offense, and that is his speed. It's such an important role of how he opens up and how defenses have to respect his speed. To entrust that to a rookie and to say, because we're in the win now mode, right? So to say that we're going to take a key piece. So when you're throwing around, we can't pay everybody. I understand the Kirby Joseph thing, but if you look at the production of the Lions tight ends after Hawkinson and between Laporta, it's clear that Laporta is the guy that you should not pay. You have actually a really valuable piece because Jamison Williams is truly one of the fastest guys in the NFL, and as much of a head case as he might be, and he might be a little bit expensive, for what he brings to the offense and the opening that he creates for Gibbs underneath, and the way that secondaries have to respect that and keep them from beating them deep. I think it'd be crazy to entrust that role to a rookie, especially a team that's trying to win a Super Bowl right now.
But see, Mike, I would say I would look at the wide receiver situation in Cincinnati because that's going to be Jamo. You're going to have to pay. If you want to keep him, he's going to be asking for a ridiculous amount of money. I don't know if he's worth that or not. And as far as Laporta, I do think that Laporta is a difference-making tight end. He could do a lot, and I'm not going to let him go someplace else. I'm going to make sure he is a Lion until he does not want to be a Lion anymore.
I do have a question for you, Mike, because you're talking about, not relying on a rookie. Where are you on the whole defensive end situation for the Lions? Were you on the get Trey Hendrickson boat or what?
Okay, so if you told me that we were moving off of Jamison Williams and you were going to get a Trey Henderson, if that was the deal, if that was the kind of move that you were talking about making, and that was the risk that you were willing to take, then that's a risk I would absolutely take. But for picks for a team that's, I'm not trying to be the Steelers and be really good forever. Okay, I'd rather win once and and have to figure a way to rebuild it. And all I'm going to say is this: is that Jamo they moved up for a reason. He is a special player, and I believe personally, and Rico, I would counter your point with Sam Laporta. Go look at the stats between the buckets of golf balls they had playing between Laporta and Hawkinson, and look at the production they got out of them. And there are a lot of better run-blocking tight ends out there than Sam Laporta. I'm not saying he doesn't get his hands dirty, but he's probably a great run-blocking tight end.
And Mike, I get but I look at what Laporta does in the red zone, and I'm like, he is somebody that now you got to pick your poison. Do you look at the backfield or you're looking at Laporta? Oh, and by the way, and there's Amon-Ra. Like, he adds so much in the red zone. That's why I think he's valuable.
But it seems, thanks for the call, Mike, it seems that there's 2 or 3 of those tight ends minimum that come out in the draft every year, though.
Are they? Look, I look at, and maybe I value Laporta, but I look at him and he's one, in my world, he's right up there with the Kelseys and the Kittles and all of that. He's pretty good.
He's really good.
Put it this way, if you released him, about 8 teams would get rid of their guys and pick him up. That means you have something.
248-539-9797. 248-539-9797. By the way, Kenny, I don't know, if you buy hockey jerseys or not, but if you do, you might want to order a Grand Rapids Griffins jersey number 39.
I saw this.
Because he's here. The Savior is here in Grand Rapids.
Axel Sandin Pelika has arrived.
Yes.
In Michigan, in the state of Michigan.
That's exactly right.
We're just 3 years away.
Yeah, we are officially a year away from being a year away.
We're on the clock.
Yeah.
To be on the clock.
All right.
Mm-hmm. And do we have some news concerning the guy who might have changed college football for the better?
Well, in the world of bad negotiation tactics, Nico, I'm not going to pronounce it.
Right. You're smart, not like me.
Yeah, he opted out of his $2.4 million when to try to hold out for more money. Well, multiple reports have multiple programs waiting for his value to drop to $1 million. So congratulations, you just lost half your money.
So Mr. Iamaliava will have to wait.
Yep.
I mean, you know what? Here's the thing. If you're Nico, what you want to do is you probably, to save face, take less money to show it wasn't about the money. And mistakes were made, and we're going to move on. Go to a team where you can put up video game stats, because here's the thing. People will forget about all of this.
Oh,
you know how I know? Everybody at Arizona State hated Jaden Daniels. Hated him. The team took a picture basically to a middle finger to his locker when he left. Nobody talks about that now. He's this great person. He's this, he's that. If you're Nico, you could change your image. If you go out there, you win, you take less money.
Now, do you think this is going to be a sign to other kids thinking about holding out that, hey, maybe the grass isn't greener. Maybe I can't get that $4 million instead of the 2.4.
Yeah.
Yeah, or maybe time and a place.
So the Jaden Daniels thing you're talking about, they liked him when he was his teammate. They just gave him the finger when he left, right?
I don't think they liked him as a teammate.
Oh, they
didn't like him as a teammate.
No?
They just dealt with him.
Oh,
Right.
okay.
I guess he came in with all of this, pomp and circumstance, and I guess they said he wasn't a good teammate. So he leaves. He wins the Heisman. He goes to the NFL. Yeah, the people at Arizona State made it known. His teammates, they did not like him one bit.
All right, 248-539-9797. James, what's going on?
Hey, thanks for having me.
Hey, James.
I want to make a quick comment that I think it would be very foolish to get rid of Jamo, because he hasn't been here long, and I've seen the improvement in how he catches the ball, and I'm amazed at his speed. So I really think that it'll be the foolish mistake to get rid of him at any cost. Wait for him and then pay him what it's worth. And he's going to prove how much he's worth, because I just analyze and see him every time he come on the field that he's just an outstanding player.
James, I tend to agree with you. I think you sign him to the 5 year his 5 year thing. His fifth year, you pay him out. You might have to overpay him a little bit, make it $15 million a year. And if he doesn't live up to that, in your opinion, then you just let him walk as a free agent.
So you're saying pay him the 5th year?
Yeah, you pay him the 5th year.
Okay. Man, Stoney, that's what I thought they were going to do. But the fact, I'm like, well, why did you bring Golden in?
And they still could. They still could.
Or if he, for some reason, does, because the caller was correct. He has gotten better each year.
He's gotten better, but that also leads me to wonder, okay, you have to, if you're not going to have him be a long-term part of this team, his stock is high right now.
Thank you.
Maybe
yes.
we could cash in on this. And I know a lot of Detroiters are going to get upset because it's like, oh my God, it's Jamo. But there was other wide receivers out there as
yes,
well.
I know, but I think you are at this window, and if I definitely give him one more year.
But Golden, while Golden would be a replacement, he would be doing the same things in the offense that Jamo does, but he would also add an element on special teams.
Return.
So
and right
that
now,
element there adds, and the returns change in the NFL now.
And as much as people love Jamo right now on this team is what, the 4th or 5th option? You got your 2 running backs. You got Amon-Ra.
St. Brown, Gibbs, Montgomery, Laporta.
And I said, at that point, would you put him ahead of Laporte or behind Laporte? You're now looking
It's
at
right
fourth.
there, yeah.
He's your fourth or fifth option.
Well, you talk about returns. He can return for me, right? If you're going to put Matthew Golden as your number 2 wide receiver and a return guy, you might as well do it with Jamo.
Well, they haven't. And why haven't they?
Get rid of Khalif.
I'm just saying, they brought in Golden for a reason. I don't know what Brad is cooking in the kitchen right now, but if he's not going to be a part of your long-term solution and you can get a good – because as the years go on, the value of Jamo will go down. So if you can get 2 picks for him and you could draft somebody else, sure.
I understand.
Do your thing, Brad.
I understand the logic. I do. And by the way, he's not cooking. He's perusing the aisles right now.
Nice.
He's at Kroger. He's in Meijer. He's looking at the groceries right now.
Oh, please. That's a private chef. He ain't going to Kroger.
Yeah,
Come on,
he
that's
is.
Brad freaking Holmes.
He's got
his basket.
Yeah, exactly. No. He's low key. No. He's low key. 248-539-9797. Let's go to Rob and Brighton. What's up, Rob?
Hey, gentlemen. Yeah, I am not one of those Detroiters, Stoney. I might be in the very small minority, but I do not know why they would want to re-sign Jamison Williams. There's a lot of fast players that come out every single year. He hasn't played much. He hasn't produced much. He's had countless dumb decisions outside of the football building, on social media. He's been suspended several times. I don't see why. I don't understand the love affair with Jamison Williams. He hasn't produced anything. He has gotten better. I agree with the last caller. But besides that,
well,
I mean, there's players like him coming out of the draft every single year.
Just to be clear, Rob, I would definitely not sign him long term. I'd sign him to the 5th year.
Yeah. Rob, I think the love affair comes where it's like the first time the Lions have one of those toys that you see in other cities, in Jamo.
Yeah.
Look at what he can do. And it's just like, he's not the only one. I'm with you.
Yeah, but you kind of alluded to my point right before you put me on was I would not re-sign him to the 5th year, but I would shop him and trade him. I mean, I would try to get something for him, especially if he does something this upcoming year. Because, Rico, you're right. He's the 4th or 5th option. And if this is going to be a Jamar Chase, T. Higgins situation, I want no part of that. None.
Right.
Zero.
Right, because, Rob, in the end, if you want to he's going to ask for a bunch of money, and you're like, okay, but you're not even the man. Like, Amon Ra, I get why they re-signed him.
100%.
But you're the 4th or 5th option in this offense. I don't know if you're worth a $100 million contract.
Rico, if he was averaging 15, 16 games a year and putting up 800 to 1,000 yards, this is a completely different conversation. He just hasn't done that. And I don't understand the love affair with Jamo, especially when they have a lot more offensive weapons that they've already paid or they're going to have to pay. I just don't see it. So use it as trade bait. Get some more picks and let Brad cook, like you guys say.
Hey, Rob. Rob, I have a question for you. Somebody told me that Chad Carr looked really not Chad Carr. CJ Carr looked really, my apologies. CJ Carr looked really, really good at spring games. Is that true?
Yeah, that's what I read. And also with the whole offensive line coming back, Jeremiah Love, the running back is coming back. You know, they reloaded a tight end. Yeah, I mean, they lost both coordinators, kind of similar to the Lions. So that'll be interesting to see. They actually signed Sony. The new defensive coordinator is former Ohio State coordinator, I believe, Chris Ash.
Yes.
I think he was the DC under.
He was the great head coach at Rutgers.
So they're not going after Malai. You know what,
Nico?
Nico, I would say, guys, I would say that's out of their price zone, and I don't think he's a Marcus Freeman type.
I don't think Nico fits in Notre Dame. Believe it or not, Rob, I have too much respect for Notre Dame. They ain't going after Nico. I'd be stunned.
What's his name, Rico?
Iamaliava.
It's just funny because you just said something about Kitty.
Right. Iamaliava.
Our telephone number is 248-539-9797. Oh, I am Stoney in for Mike this week, 248-539-9797. Ladies and gentlemen, it is time for football today, but a different variation. Yes, it's my mock draft 2.0. Mock Draft 1.0 is on the morning show on Friday, so I made some changes for our 2.0. Here we go, Rico. As expected, the Titans will take Miami quarterback Cam Ward.
Okay, saw that.
Okay, the Browns. It's one or two guys, and I changed up from 1.0. I'm going for 2.0. I'm going with Travis Hunter, defensive back, wide receiver, Colorado. I kind of thought Abdul Carter would fit in the Jim Schwartz no blitz defense, which he would, no matter. I don't think they can lose in either situation, but this way they pick up a guy who can play two positions. So, yeah. With the third pick, Mike Valenti's New York Giants select Abdul Carter. Now, you might sit there, well, what do they need him for? They got Brian Burns, they got Thibodeau. You go for the best player available in that position. I know they need a quarterback, but they're not taking Shedeur Sanders 3. Maybe a trade down eventually, but whatever.
So, wait, let me get this. So, Travis Hunter over Abdul Carter.
For the Browns, yeah.
Man, you know what? That is a pure Cleveland move.
Yeah,
right
yeah,
there.
exactly. That's not what I would do.
That is one of those.
That's not what I would do.
You will regret this. This is. I'm not saying it's going to be. It's almost like the Sam Bowie over Michael Jordan type of thing. Where really?
Well, let the Browns be the Browns.
Yeah, absolutely. Okay. So with the fourth pick, the New England Patriots, most people have them going for offensive line. I've changed. They're going Mason Graham. Mason Graham seems to be a Mike Vrabel type of player. He fits perfectly with that whole Patriot crap that they do, more than an offensive lineman. Give me Mason Graham.
I think that's the first surprise because I do expect offensive linemen.
Yes,
for the Patriots.
Yeah, I did. Yes.
Okay, but it fits, and at least that makes sense.
It does because they need D-line too.
When you, I hate to enter, when you have to figure out what position that he's going to play, that's not what I want for the second overall pick.
I get it. I understand. Now the Jaguars are just so pissed off. They wanted Mason Graham. They said, we'll take the best player available. We need help when our defense blows. We're going to take Jalen Walker, the edge from Georgia. I mean, they already have a Walker from Georgia, but they take another one too.
Okay.
With the sixth pick, the Vegas Raiders, they want to go Vegas. They're taking Ashton Genty, running back, Boise State. I wouldn't take a running back that high, but they're the Raiders. They do things that are weird.
And I know you're looking, Rico. I think that's the lock of the draft so far. They really love Genty. They should not do it, but they love him.
But here's the thing that I've learned about the draft. Outside of the number one overall pick, a lot of times the one that you just, this is that guy.
Right.
And then we're going to take this guy instead.
Exactly. All right, 7. Aaron Glenn's New York Jets will say, thank you very much. We'll take offensive tackle Will Campbell from LSU. They need an offensive line badly.
See, you know what? This one I'm going to disagree with only because it's Aaron Glenn. I think he's going to want defense.
Okay.
That got him the job in New York. And it's one of those, I'm going to just draft to my strength.
But the team that he came from was built on the offensive line.
True.
So that's part of it too.
True, but if you have a good defense, your offense could be the Jets, and you can still you become the Steelers.
Yes.
Good defense, mediocre offense.
8th pick in the draft, the team that gave up the most points in the NFL, the Carolina Panthers, take a chance that he'll be healthy and in right frame of mind. Michigan cornerback Will Johnson. Okay.
This is my first real disagreement.
And that was David. Okay. That was not me.
Okay.
Correct. This is my first real disagreement because they need someone to come off the edge for them.
Okay.
And
that's fair enough.
Mike Green's on the board here. That's what I would have done.
Okay.
I think they will do that, but I don't know. Will Johnson, that's high, man.
It is. Will Johnson has the potential of being a lockdown corner. But I think people don't realize taking a corner before you take a defensive lineman is the biggest. It's putting the cart before the horse. It's like, no, because with a better defensive line, your secondary's so much better.
Mm-hmm. All right, here we go. The Saints, they have to do this. I don't think they might have wanted to have done it anyway, but with Derek Carr, his injury situation, they'll roll the dice with Shador.
Oh, yeah. He's going to wear the sunglasses. He's going to be down there.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
The Chicago Bears, Ben Johnson's first pick, a toy.
Let me guess. Oh, I was going to say, he's going running back.
No.
Oh?
But you're close. Tyler Warren, Penn State.
You know what? Makes sense.
With the 11th pick.
Don't screw this up, Stoney.
Your San Francisco 49ers.
Stoney, I will be doing this show until 6 by myself if you get this wrong.
Okay, well, I guess I'm out of here. But your great offensive lineman is near the end of his career. The 49ers select Missouri offensive tackle Armin Membu.
Okay.
All right.
I would rather a defensive lineman.
But with Williams' situation.
I can live with that.
Okay.
I think he only gave up, one sack all of last year playing for Missouri. I get it. You played in the SEC. You gave up one. Yes, I can live with that. I would have rather a rush edge to pair up with Bosa.
Okay, I get that too. With the 12th pick, ding, 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 we have a trade. The Dallas Cowboys have traded the 12th pick in the first round to the Los Angeles Chargers. And in turn, the Cowboys get pick 86, 125, and a 2026 second-round pick. And Jim Harbaugh gets his tight end, Colston Loveland. He started freaking out when Tyler Warren was taken, and he didn't want to take a chance. So, because he knows the Colts also want a tight end big time. So Harbaugh trades up. 13, the Miami Dolphins, with tons of need, especially defensively, especially since today we find out they want to get rid of Jalen Ramsey. They go for this guy. It's a roll of the dice here because he was a combine warrior, very athletic. The safety from South Carolina, Nick Emanwari.
Okay. I think he's going to be that one feast or famine type of, but it's always that one guy that if you got it right, man, future Hall of Famer. If not, it's why we don't get this.
Okay, 14, the Colts. They need offensive lineman Tyler Booker, guard from Alabama. 15, the Falcons go Mike Green. That is the one everybody wanted, the edge rusher from Marshall. Okay. At 16.
That's a good pick for Atlanta.
Yes.
Now,
you don't know if he's going to be there.
Right, but the problem with Atlanta's got a team full of players. They just don't have a coach who knows what the hell he's doing.
I know, right?
I mean, if you really look at Atlanta's roster, you're like, how are they struggling? Yeah, you had a coach who had all of these receivers and tight ends and said, I want to run the ball. Wait, then you got Bijan. I don't want to use him. He's going to be a decoy. And that's why you're fired.
At 16, I mean, the Cardinals head coach is defensive-minded, Jonathan Gannon, but he sees his quarterback needs help. Marvin Harrison could use a playmate, and it's Tetero McMillan, the wide receiver from Arizona.
Okay, he's the number one wide receiver coming out. I mean, you didn't even use your other receiver in Marvin Harrison, so okay. I get it. Doesn't make sense to me, but okay. I see where you're going with that.
At 17, the Cincinnati Bengals, they need defense. Who knows about Hendrickson? So they go edge rusher Shamar Stewart from Texas A&M. Now, he has questions.
Oh, he's got a ton of questions because you know what? He's the combine warrior. He puts up fantastic numbers in the underwear Olympics.
Yeah.
But his productivity on the field, 1.5 sacks. Is he really that good, or does he just look great in T-shirt and shorts?
Yeah, they say his tape looks really good, except for actually
no
making the
productivity.
sack.
He can't get to the quarterback. So, yeah.
And at 18, the Seattle Seahawks, who've gotten rid of Metcalf, Tyler Lockett, they go need wide receiver from Ohio State, Emeka Egbuka.
Wow. I don't ever think I've seen him drafted this high. I thought he was like a second-round wide receiver.
I've seen mostly later in the first round, but there's only one other receiver that I would consider, and I think that it's a major need for the Seattle Seahawks and Sam Darnold. All right, we will have the rest of the first round coming up next. 97.1 The Ticket. Ah, yes. 248-539-9797. It's The Valenti Show with Rico. I'm Stoney. In for Mike. Tomorrow, a first in my broadcast history. After all the years of doing radio, close to 30 years, I get my first shortened show as the Tigers take on the Milwaukee Brewers, beginning at 1 o'clock here on 97.1 The Ticket. So we'll be with you sometime around 4 o'clock because they have a big postgame show, right, don't they?
You know what? I'm going to leave this to Kenny because he's probably thinking you're just jinxing everything. Right?
How can I what? They play in a retractable
right, because they'll
roof.
end up playing a 1-hour game, and it won't be a short show.
Still be shorter than...
We'll be on at 3:30.
No, hey, and we're on at 2:45. Hope that was worth it.
Reese Olson's pitching tomorrow. There'll be some hits, okay? Oh, yeah, you're right. Milwaukee might win. Might have to pay. Might not be a bottom of the ninth. Anyway, so last night, I went out to dinner with my wife, my 2 daughters, and their 2 boyfriends. And afterwards, we decided to get a little ice cream or frozen yogurt because we went to a place. I'll give the place's name. I don't care because I'm going to rip it. Yo's, Y-O-Z yogurt on Orchard Lake Road. And we ordered our ice cream, and it was time for our yogurt, and it was, small cup with, whatever flavor you wanted, a couple toppings. So I went to go and pay the bill. And I noticed that they charged. Now, it's my own fault because I didn't look at the big chalkboard or whatever where they had all the prices of everything. $1.95 per topping. And one of the people who I was with had 2 toppings.
Was it one of the boyfriends?
Yeah, but that's okay. But I didn't care at the time, because I usually get 2 toppings, but this time I only got chocolate sprinkles.
But you're paying.
Yeah, but I usually pay anyway. So I'm
not going to say who, but somebody I was with had.
Well, that's all right. I don't care. It's all right. That was fun. That's not the point. The point is $1.95 for a spoonful of chocolate sprinkles, or my daughter had rainbow sprinkles. I think he had like Oreos, whatever, Oreo. $1.95. The ice cream itself was like $3.30, $3 whatever. So you're talking about half of the price of the ice cream for a scoop of sprinkles.
Man, them tariffs hit hard.
You got Yeah, I thought that'd be you have to wait a little bit for the chocolate sprinkle tariff.
Okay, who gets sprinkles first of all?
Make the sprinkles in America.
Make sprinkles great again.
Who gets sprinkles
on ice?
That's like a lot of people do. That's like the most wasted topping. Like, do they even have a flavor?
Yes. Chocolate ones.
No, they're great.
Yeah, they're great.
Chocolate ones, yeah.
The rainbow ones are. They're meaningless to me. They don't have anything.
Oh no, I love those.
I got the chocolate sprinkles. Anyway,
Oreos, yeah,
Oreos, or little Reese's. I usually do that, or I get hot fudge. I'm glad I only went with one because if I got that hot fudge, it would have been an extra $1.95. Okay, so I felt ripped off. Is the bottom line. 248-539-9797. What's the last time you felt ripped off? It doesn't have to be. It could be a small item. It could be a huge item. Well, you actually, you know what? $1.95 for a topping is a ripoff. I got ripped off. Shame on me. So if I ever go back to that place, I ain't getting a topping.
Wow. Did they at least apologize?
No, I didn't say anything to them. I was they were kids who were working there. It's not their fault.
Oh no, I mean I'm not the people, like the boyfriends. Like,
oh no, I don't think he even was paying attention.
Wow, you're a good dad.
Well,
I'll let him know in the car.
No.
Did you enjoy that? Did you enjoy the sprinkles? Was it worth $2 for you?
248-539-9797. Maybe it's just me. I just felt ripped off. So I was wondering, what out there do you ever feel just ripped off for?
You know, a fast food restaurant. Went, thinking of just a regular order. Like, all right, give me burger, fries, whatever. And when I'm like, wait, how much?
Yeah.
I was like, what did I supersize? No, that's just regular. Yeah, you know what?
The prices of fast food, it's like that's why
I haven't gone in a long time.
I'll do the value menu where you get like if it's a McDonald's, it's like a double cheeseburger, and then you get your choice of fries, another double cheeseburger, or McNuggets for an extra $1.
Hadn't gone in a long time, and I'm like, and it will be another long time. I was like, are you serious? I was like, yeah, it was like 10 something. I was like, I'm sorry, what?
248-539-9797. Brian, you're on 97.1 The Ticket. Good afternoon, Brian.
Hey, what's happening, guys?
How are you?
Brian.
I'm great. But, like a month ago, one of my favorite artists, I missed the last 2 tours, so I bucked up and bought some good floor seats for like $110. And I was thinking maybe $20 a ticket. The fees, the service fees that don't include parking are $50 a ticket.
Yeah.
Did you know that before you clicked on or whatever?
Oh, no, they won't give you the final cost until you have to commit to the ticket.
Yeah.
Now, I could have canceled them, but it took me like 3 weeks to actually convince myself to pull the trigger. And then after a few pops, I was like, all right, I'm doing it. And then I look at the debit card the next day, and I'm like, $330? Wait a second. And I look at the invoice. I'm like, you got to be kidding me. $50 a seat.
Yeah, well, that's one thing. Hopefully the president with Kid Rock can get rid of these ridiculous fees.
Man, Brian,
serious.
I'm with you. I miss the days where you could just go to the venue, buy the tickets there, and not have to worry about all the fees.
I know.
You're held hostage.
I know. A lot of times, though, I will say this. If you go and buy your ticket at the venue, you avoid the fees. But a lot of times people are, let's say, you're in Rochester Hills, okay? You don't feel like driving to LCA to go buy something when you can just, a lot of people don't do that. But you can avoid fees a lot of times.
You
by
still, with the gas, you're still better off driving and just buying the seats. I mean, I guess I remember you used to go down to the Fox and just buy them right there. I missed that.
248-539-9797. Dave, we have any ticket texts?
Yeah, someone says, I just went in New Orleans on Bourbon Street. I was charged $40 for 2 slices of pizza and 2 waters. Messed up thing is I went back the next day. That's from Ryan in a car. Yeah, you did that to yourself.
Yes, you probably hammered from the hurricanes or whatever you were drinking.
Speaking of that, man, they hold you hostage at an airport.
Oh, yeah.
They do.
Oh, my
goodness.
They do. You know what? Eat beforehand.
You are right.
Eat beforehand because everything. Oh, that bottle, $7, please.
Yeah, I tried to get a salad one time from one of the places, and I was like, you know what? That's okay.
And they're not that good.
That's exactly why I turned around. $17 for a salad. I said, I'm good. I'm okay.
Yeah.
Not worth it. Someone says $14 for beer at Comerica Park. Total ripoff. That is from Shelley in South Lyon.
Okay.
Another person says car insurance companies rip us off every month.
That's
Gavin in Rochester. Asking what you've been ripped off. Stoney, every time I go to the grocery store, I feel ripped off.
Yeah, well, that's for damn sure. Prices are rising.
No, you weren't here last week. I went to the store, and I'm like, oh, okay, you know what? I'm going to pick up I think it was like some pop.
Right.
A 12-pack. And I thought I was being pranked because I'm looking at the price like, it's $10.99. I'm like, no, it's supposed to be cheaper if you buy the 12 cans. And so I'm walking, I'm like, I got to work. I'm like, okay, did you guys is the cameras around? Is this for? No, that's the new price now, sir. Not anymore. Yeah. I was blown away. Like, I'm expecting to pay like, $5.99, $4.99. It's like, it was $10.99. Like, I guess I'm not drinking pop anymore.
248-539-9797. I got ripped off. I felt $1.95 a topping for an ice cream. Chocolate sprinkles, a spoonful, $1.95.
Really?
Sprinkles, yes.
People like sprinkles.
Yes.
Did not know that.
97 won the ticket. 248-539-9797. Last night I had ice cream. I got a topping of chocolate sprinkles. Other people I was with got toppings as well. And when I went to pay my bill, little did I know that the toppings were $1.95 a topping. So I'm asking, when was the last time you got ripped off? And what did you feel that you were ripped off? Here's another one that's ripped off. Now, I found out the reason for this, but I go to a place to have a bagel, okay? Bagel was like, I don't know, poppy seed bagel, garlic, onion bagel, whatever. It was like $2 for a bagel. Bagel with cream cheese, $3.50. I said, "Are you serious? Like put a little cream cheese more than half of what the bagel costs?" Yep. I said, "You know what? I'll go home and put like some butter or something on there. I don't need to pay an extra $1.50 for cream cheese." It's crazy.
A lot of things they are.
I know. All right, 248-539-9797.
The people have responded.
Yes. John in Maryville, where do you feel Stoney, you were ripped off last?
Hey, just a couple weeks ago, Stoney Rico, long time, many time. Good to hear you guys.
Thanks.
Went to a matinee movie with my bride. Movie tickets were like $12 each, so $24.
Right.
You go get popcorn and pops, 2 pops, popcorn and a pretzel, and that was $36.
Yep.
For 2 pops, popcorn and a pretzel, $36.
Yep.
That's so. I'm thinking like the pop's probably $8. Yeah. Oh my God.
Is it nuts?
Yeah. But you know the thing with the movies, they suck you in. I know people are they'll either bring candy or try to sneak in their own bags of popcorn. I get all that. There's something about being at the movie theater. You just have to have popcorn. I just have to have the bucket, the refillable bucket, and I just sit and eat the whole movie time. And my wife.
See, I don't think the popcorn. I think they get you on the candy and everything else.
Oh, the popcorn's a rip too.
Well, at least the popcorn you can refill it.
Yes, only if you get the large tub though.
Yeah. But then that means that somebody has to leave the movie to go and get it refilled.
When we get the popcorn, my wife keeps the popcorn and puts it under her seat for all the the previews, the trailers. Mm-hmm. She doesn't let me eat it until the actual movie starts because she said you'll be finished before the movie starts.
You'll need more before the movie starts.
That's this. Eat it when you get down. You start eating it. By the time that last trailer, go get it refilled.
Correct, and now you have it through the movie.
Wow. That's the trick.
A little bit of the movie.
Mm-hmm.
No, don't let it get all the way to the bottom.
Right.
It sounds like he'll eat it so fast it'll be like
David,
a quarter through the movie and it'll be gone.
No, but that's just it, Stoney. As soon as you sit down, start eating the popcorn, eat it through the previews, and then at the last preview, get up, go get it refilled. And now you can watch it for the movie. And now it justifies the $8 you just paid.
Absolutely. Omar, what's going on?
Hey, guys, first-time caller, long-time listener.
Appreciate it.
I got one. I felt like I got pickpocketed going to a Taco Bell 3 weeks ago. I simply ordered 2 chicken chalupas, one Gordita Supreme, and 1 chicken quesadilla. It was $29.77 with no drink.
Sounds about right.
Yes.
Yeah, it was outrageous. And real quick, getting on your service fees that you guys were saying earlier, me and my wife, we had a bucket list to go to the Kentucky Derby, and that was for several years. So we finally went 3 years ago. Well, it sells out every year. So we got our tickets through StubHub, of course. I was looking for months ahead to get them. We ended up paying. We wanted grandstands on the final turn because we wanted to actually see the race. It's our only time going. So the tickets on StubHub, were like $1,300, $1,400 a piece. We had saved up all year getting them. So we went, but the service fee alone on the StubHub fee was $350 or $400 per ticket. On top of that, the only good news was we got there and we didn't know it going in. It was all you could drink and all you could eat all weekend, and the drinks and food were great.
Oh, okay. Well, that somewhat makes it worthwhile. You got part of a nice inclusive package there, so that's good. Let's go to Dave in Southfield. What's up, Dave?
Yo, what's going on, guys?
How are you?
So I feel like the price of new cars is like egregious.
Oh, just wait.
And don't even get me started if you want to add chocolate sprinkles to them. $15,000.
Just wait a few months or whatever. That cost will even be higher. But thanks for the call. I'm convinced, by the way, and of course this no way will happen, and it sounds like an old person's take. A car company should build a car that doesn't have all the bells and whistles. And I'm not talking about, obviously still need power windows and things like that. I'm not talking about way back stuff like that. But to me, so many of the gadgets, the computers, like the windshield wipers, it used
Those
to be
newfangled windshield wipers.
Well, like you're driving, and it used to be, obviously, you just turn the wind, you hit whether your blinker was your windshield wiper. No, now you have the two little things in the windshield, in the thing, and you have to press it. And it's to me, it's dangerous, some of this stuff.
Stoney, you're completely right. That is an old man complaint.
Yeah. Okay.
Wait, I'm like, what are you talking about?
I can't describe it very well.
Mine is just simply...
Yeah, you just turn the thing.
No, mine's not. That's why I wish it was.
Really?
Yeah.
Let me Google Bugatti.
No. Equinox. I drive an Equinox.
Let me see what this Bentley has on it.
Much to the chagrin of other people, it's an Equinox.
Okay.
Yeah.
All right.
Chase,
a McLaren.
You're a 97 the ticket.
Hello.
Hey, Chase.
What's up, Chase?
Yeah, no, I'm on my way to New York right now. I'm in Niagara, first-time caller, long-time listener. I love all your shows.
Thank you.
No, I'm on my way. I'm in Canada right now. I actually listen to you guys on the Odyssey, and I went through London, Ontario. Went to Wendy's. I was a little hungry. I got myself a chicken sandwich, and they charged me $17.
But that was Canadian, so it was only $5, right?
Geez, it still charged USD.
Oh, wow.
Whoa.
Oh,
yeah.
$17 for a Wendy's combo?
The tariffs, man.
For a chicken sandwich combo. Medium combo.
Oh.
Was it at least good?
Yeah. I mean, it was spicier than the U.S. version, I guess, but
I hope it was
about
worth
it. I do too, because I'm still hungry, but really not adding up right now on my brain. Bank account's hurting. $17 for a chicken sandwich.
Chase, wait till you get to the other side of the falls and then buy something.
Yeah, I should have. I had to work early this morning, so I had to stop. I had to do something, man. I got to get to New York for work, so.
All right, thanks, Chase. Appreciate it. Drive safe, yes. Ray, what's up?
What's going on, Stoney? Great to be on with you. I got one that's going to hit you in the future, too. So this is going to be ripped off soon, July 25th, when the boss puts out the 7 albums.
Yeah, for like $300 or whatever.
$300.
That's why there's no invention. It's called Spotify.
Yeah, seriously.
You hurting the artist, man. You got to buy it. Buy it.
I know. No, but 7 albums is ridiculous. And
most don't buy it at all.
I know. I probably won't. Wow. Believe it or not.
I mean, times have changed, David.
Yes, it has.
Yeah.
I mean, I remember when Prince did that with a bunch of CDs. It was $40, and I was like, "Are you kidding me?"
right. $300 now.
Yeah. Used to go to like the department store, get an album for like $7.99. It was great. You thought that was even a bit steep. 97 won the ticket.
Natural Weight Lawn and Tree Service. Get green, stay green. Hey, guys, look, I know it's cold out right now. It was warm yesterday. It's going to be warm again soon. And you got to start thinking about your lawn. You got to start thinking, have you prepared your lawn for this upcoming summer? If the answer is no, you got to call my people at Natural Way Lawn and Tree Service and have them come out there and not only take a look at your lawn, but you'll have a specialist custom tailored solution specifically for your yard. You got to call 888-GET-GREEN to get started with this. Tell them Rico from 97.1 said to give you a call. And with that, they will say, hey, purchase a full lawn program and you'll get free grub control as well. With the grub control, it happens in that first, when they apply it, along with taking care of the crabgrass for the situation in your lawn. You don't want to wait. It's going to be warm. I know it's cold today. It will be warm again. You want to be prepared. You want to call Natural Way Lawn and Tree Service today to get your lawn taken care of, to get on their list. You gotta call, and you gotta mention my name, and you want to do it now. Call 888-GET-GREEN, or you can go online at naturalwaylawn.com.
With pick number 19, the Tampa Bay Buccaneers are on the clock. They need some defensive help where? Maybe everywhere. Levante David's getting up there in age, although sometimes he doesn't show it.
No, he doesn't.
They go for Alabama linebacker Jihad Campbell.
That's a nice pickup.
That is a nice pickup.
That was one that in your mock draft, Stoney, I was kind of hoping would slide down to the Lions because I think that would have been a perfect pick for that Lions defense.
Okay, speaking of the Lions, at 20, the Denver Broncos select somebody who allegedly was in town because Cortland Sutton's really their only wide receiver. So the Broncos select Texas speedy wide receiver Matthew Golden.
That's actually a good pickup for them. I think they would have rather a tight end, but in your draft, both tight ends are gone.
Right.
And I think they probably could pick up another one in the second round. Yeah, top wide receiver's gone, so you got the second Golden. That's actually stunning. That's actually pretty good.
I like it. You're right. The tight ends are gone in your mock already. So would a running back have been a selection there for the Broncos? Just a question.
Yeah, possibly. I'm sure they were thinking about that guy. But next up is David's Pittsburgh Steelers.
Quarterback. Shedeur Sanders.
Shedeur Sanders was already picked, don't forget. But Jackson Dart is still available. However, the great Mr. Hayward, his career is winding down. They need help on the defensive line. What would make David happiest would be Michigan defensive lineman Kenneth Grant.
Oh, my gosh. That'd be amazing. Yes, 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 yes.
With the 22nd pick of the first round. Now, you mentioned a team with needs. Well, the Cowboys had the 12th pick, and they traded down to 22, hoping that this person would still be available. So from the L.A. Chargers, the Cowboys, on their trade down, select North Carolina running back Marion Hampton.
Okay, that makes so much sense, but because it's the Cowboys, I don't see it happening. Because they actually made a smart move, got extra selections, and got the guy that they want.
Yeah.
If anything, Jera is going to trade up and overspend
to get Jonte or something like that.
No, and still get Hampton.
Oh, yes.
No, they're still going to get him. They're just going to move up to get him and just sell the farm. So that's the way it makes sense. It's smart. That's not the Cowboy way.
With the 23rd pick in the first round, well, you know Green Bay is not going to select a wide receiver because they don't. Who knows the mental frame of Jair Alexander, what team he's even going to be on. So the Packers take his replacement, Jody Barron, the cornerback from Texas.
Okay.
Some people believe he may be the best corner. It's a debate.
I mean, it was a debate last year, and the Eagles got it right.
Yes.
Correct.
Just saying.
Yes.
They got it right twice.
With pick number 24, staying in the NFC North, the Minnesota Vikings only have 4 picks this draft.
They got to get it right.
They got to get it right. And as of now, they'll be playing a quarterback who we have no idea how good he's going to be. He might need help.
I still say, and I know I'm David, I'm holding out hope because he has not signed yet.
Oh, Aaron Rodgers.
It's Aaron Rodgers.
Well, even if it is Aaron Rodgers, he still needs help blocking. What says Minnesota Vikings more than Gray Zabel, guard center from that part of the country, North Dakota State?
That's a perfect pick for the Vikings. Okay. That is a Vikings pick.
Yep. Pick number 25, the Houston Texans. They traded Tunsil. He's a tackle. They're not in love with the tackles that are available. They are in love with a guard who played his college football in that state, Longhorn guard Kelvin Banks.
Okay. Yeah, I have no idea what Houston was doing when they sold the farm. It's like, you do realize you're good. I mean, I know the NFL makes you play every Saturday in the playoffs, but what you're doing makes no sense whatsoever. I can't figure DeMeco Ryan is like, yeah, that's a great idea. I'm just assuming he's being outvoted in the boardroom.
They better be right.
Right.
Next up, the Rams. A lot of people think the Rams are going to draft a successor to Matthew Stafford there.
Jackson Dart would be on the board for
Jackson
yours.
Dart would be on the board. They're going to go best available player. Matthew Stafford's still not the most mobile human being on the planet, as good as he is. And they're kind of surprised that offensive tackle from Ohio State, Joshua Simmons, is still on the board, and the Rams take him there.
Once again, you can't go wrong drafting big people, especially offensive linemen, because even though it's not a sexy pick and you're not running out to buy their jerseys, it's the stability. I mean, you see it here with Sewell. Like, he is a cornerstone of this team. So that's no matter who your quarterback is, even if down the line you've already got the line built so that the new quarterback doesn't have to run around and worry for their life the way Caleb Williams had to this year.
At pick number 27, the Baltimore Ravens. Their defense was kind of disappointing this past year. They go nose tackle, defensive tackle, whatever way you want to say it, Walter Nolan from Ole Miss.
That is a Ravens pick right there.
David, good luck, Mason Rudolph. Good luck.
David, to your Steelers. That is such a pick for the Ravens. I like that one.
I hate that one.
With the 28th pick, the Detroit Lions, the phones are ringing.
Did they make the pick?
The phones are ringing.
Okay.
Howie Roseman is at the end of that line. But Brad Holmes says, you know what? I'm not willing to. I like my guy here. I know Howie Roseman loves these guys, but I like him too. The Detroit Lions select from the University of Georgia, edge Mikael Williams.
Okay.
But is he going to be on the field to go very fast?
Kenny, I'll leave that one to you.
Yeah, it's on again, off again. There's no guarantee. It would be that's a very Brad Holmes pick, though, if you want to look at it like that.
Next up, the Washington Commanders. And the Commanders, they need an edge rusher. They select Donovan Izuruako, however you pronounce his name, from Boston College. Donovan Izuruakawu. How's that? Is that better?
That's
Izuruaku. How's that? That's probably better than the third one, is the charm. I probably should have taken who I actually omitted in the first round instead. It's easier to pronounce.
Who was that?
You'll see, because he's not going to be taken. And I realize I should have, but I'm not going to go back on it now.
Okay.
With the 30th pick, the Buffalo Bills, they need help in their secondary. And I got to admit, I'm a little biased. From the University of Kentucky and West Bloomfield High School, Maxwell Hairston.
I'm so glad you admitted your bias.
I admit it. Well,
I don't have to say anything now. You said it.
Hey, he ran a 4.3 or 4.28, whatever the hell he ran at the combine. People have it very...
Yes, he is. Yes, he is.
Late first round, early second is what I've seen. So what the heck? I'll give him his flowers.
I'll give you this. Sure.
Yeah.
I mean, when he ran that 4.3 at the combine, you knew at that point he became that guy who then went into the VIP club of the first round. Buffalo, late first round. All right. Stoney, I'm not going to beat you up over this.
Okay. 31, the Chiefs. Their offensive line just blows, so they go with the best tackle available, Josh Connerly Jr. from Oregon.
Okay.
And finally, at 32, Howie Roseman is tempted to do something he hasn't done in a while, but he realizes what brought him a Super Bowl. And even though there is a better player, I think, available and a position of need, he can't stop thinking about the red and the black. With the last pick of the first round, the defending Super Bowl champion Philadelphia Eagles select safety from the University of Georgia, Malachi Starks. And yes, Derek Harmon is sitting there. That's
so is that the player that?
Yeah.
Okay.
Okay. You also got Pierce. Was Pierce taken in here in your first round?
No.
So you got Harmon. And you got Pierce.
Just sitting there.
Harmon and Pierce, there may be too many issues there.
But The Eagles can handle issues.
I know.
And they lost half of their defensive line.
I know. They also lost their safety. So
okay.
And they love Georgia players.
They do love Georgia.
If Malachi Starks went to Alabama, I would have taken Derek Harmon.
Stoney, it's not bad. I think the Eagles would have probably taken somebody on the defensive line because they lost half of their guys.
Yes.
But you make a valid argument. This isn't not bad, Stoney.
Yeah, hey, it's only a mock draft, and hopefully the teams won't listen to me. 97-1, the ticket. 248-539-9797. That is the telephone number. You can talk to us or you can text us. Reaction to the mock draft 2.0. You know, the one thing that the person who mocked it, that would be me, made him left Harmon out. Not good.
Look,
not good. But you know what? Every year,
there's
somebody.
a guy that's a first-round selection that ends up going in the second. Brian Branch.
Yeah.
And the Lions capitalized on the fact that Branch was a first-round selection.
Yeah. In mock draft 1.0, I had the aforementioned Mr. Harmon going 22 to Cincinnati. That was in a trade down with the Chargers for them. But, yeah, I think every guy that I had in my first one, I had in my second one, except for Harmon, and the one who was added was Golden. So, hopefully, he won't be a Detroit Lion. Of course, they're going to draft him now that I just said that. But
yeah, we'll see.
Yeah. 248-539-9797. David, ticket texts.
You have a couple on the draft, a lot on the what you got screwed on, ripped off on.
Okay.
Someone says Steelers have to take a quarterback or the GM should be fired.
Okay. Now you're the Mr. Steeler. Do you want him to take a quarterback?
No.
I wouldn't either.
No.
I think some of these teams like the Giants, you're almost better off, you know what, taking a chance on Arch next year.
Well, the problem with the Steelers, though, they're never going to tank far enough
Right, I know.
to do that. But the Giants, yeah. You're gonna be bad next year, so might as well do that.
Or maybe just hire an offensive coordinator and just inject some life into your offense.
That would be nice.
I'm sorry.
That would be nice.
Watching the Steelers game,
I know what you're
it puts you to
saying.
sleep.
I know.
Like, we're just gonna run the ball.
And that's why I always feel like I'm between a rock and a hard place with Mike Tomlin, because the offense hasn't been creative. It's what he wants. But he's such a great coach. We get rid of him. Now what are we? So it's tough. It's tough, man.
Chances are, knowing the history of the franchise, you get rid of them, which they never do. They retire on their own. But you'll get somebody who will be really good for the next 20 years.
Yeah, probably not this time. That's probably over with. We're done. It's over. Fold up shop. We're done. Someone says, I feel ripped off believing in Iserman when he got hired.
Okay.
Johnny Rockets, Excalibur Vegas, burger, fries, and a Coke, $35.
Well,
duh.
That's Vegas. How about like bottle service in Vegas? Can you imagine what that is?
Someone
How
else
much
says,
is it, Stoney?
I don't know. Don't do it.
Someone else with a Vegas story says, ATM fees in Vegas, $20 surcharge.
Yeah.
For any amount withdrawn.
Yeah. I mean, you have to be desperate. Or, you know what?
You need the money.
It's either you, David, or Evan. Because the last time I'm walking to the ATM.
That was Evan.
Okay, yeah. I was like, Evan. So he came with me. But I'm like, yeah, I'm walking to the ATM that is my bank.
Right.
So it was like a couple miles away from where we were standing.
That's the only way you can do it.
Dude, that was it.
Yeah.
And I'm like, I'm going to take out enough money to cover me. Because, that happened to me in Mexico. I was stuck like, this is extortion, but where else am I going to go?
Probably $80. It's crazy, man. You talked about driving to get the tickets instead of the surcharge. My dad drives from Lapeer to LCA to avoid the fees.
Yeah.
I don't even think he saves by doing that, but whatever. That's
what?
Roy Lowe.
In your mind, you do, because you're not giving your money away to some third party.
Right.
It's mental at that point. Like, yeah, I'm not giving it away to you because all you're doing is just collecting money.
Because even if it is, I don't know, 35, 40 miles, you're wasting a gallon of gas, and that's $3.50.
Are you really wasting a gallon of gas to go 40 miles?
And back.
What kind of car are you driving?
I don't know. So I'm saying it's definitely,
because most cars, if you get 20 miles to the gallon,
that's weak.
4 gallons.
Yeah. Go electric. I haven't paid for gas in 3 years. I just wanted to put that out there. How you guys doing?
Congratulations, Elon.
You feel good about yourself?
Do you have any idea how many times I get flipped off just because I drive that car around?
Really?
I do. I get flipped off.
You brought it up.
Yes, a lot of people don't approve of the car I choose to drive because it's paid off. What am I supposed to sell it? That's silly. Anyway, how you guys doing?
Doing good.
Are you guys still talking about when's the last time you got ripped off?
Yeah.
I'll share something with you.
Go ahead.
Years ago. This is years ago. I swear things have changed. But have you ever I went to one of those cash advance places. I was like short like $300.
Mm-hmm.
So I borrowed the $300. And
didn't pay me.
I didn't pay you.
Oh,
I
God,
probably
I
used it to
remember
pay
that.
you, let's be honest. And I borrowed like $300, and every 2 weeks you can it grows so much that you can really only afford to pay it the price that you borrowed back because there's so much interest. It's like 40% interest. So every 2 weeks, I was just paying the interest back pretty much, and I was always in the hole for like $300. It kept growing. I felt
That's what a cash advance is.
Yes, I didn't know it at the time. I should have read the fine print.
What happened if you just paid it all at once?
I didn't have the money. You could come back and pay it if I remember correctly. 2 weeks after the fact, you could pay it, but like you borrow $200, it's going to cost you like $300 to pay it back, right? But then you don't. They count on you not having the money to pay it back fully. So then you're borrowing the same $200 back over and over and over again.
Why do you think they give you the money?
I know. I didn't know.
How do you think these places stay in business?
I guess. I mean, my goodness, it's awful. Finally, I could afford to pay it off. I got out.
How much did that $300?
A lot. Every 2 weeks, I was going back and essentially paying that initial $200.
So like 2 months.
I'm not talking about it anymore. I've given you enough.
No. I'm just curious.
Oh, it was a while. It was bad.
Are you
You
serious?
didn't double it, did you?
No. I took out like an initial $300. It took, from what I remember, it was a long time ago. It took a long time to pay back because every time I kept going back, I was just paying off the interest. It's all I could afford to pay back.
Was it more than 2 months?
Yes.
Is that how you pay for your Thanksgiving dinner?
No. I cater my Thanksgiving dinner now.
Well, at least you don't steal the turkey from here like somebody else who used to work here.
I saw that individual
He
over the
just
weekend.
gets sliced turkey, Stoney. Cold cuts.
That's a great story, Rieger.
Oh, is it?
I mean, yeah. Did you ever just think of maybe just going to get the money from somebody else?
I eventually
like a family
did.
member, like go and see your brother and be like, hey.
Yeah, it was kind of embarrassing though because like
at some point you swallow your pride.
No, I
Rieger.
know. I eventually did, and this is before I was married and everything else. But
this man has a kid.
I eventually got enough money to pay it all back, and I got out from under their fingernails.
Mr. Rieger.
But I felt ripped off. Yes.
What do you guys? Oh, excuse me. Wojo's not here.
Wojo's on TV today.
He's got bigger fish to fry.
That's right.
What do you guys got? What are you talking about today?
What's up?
What the hell is going to occupy this airspace until the Tigers?
All right, we got Tiger baseball at 7:10. Up until 7:10, I am blown away. We're not talking about that. I'm blown away by the response to the Detroit Tigers on every day part on this radio station. We got to talk about it. I'm curious where people are at. I've decided to dig deep into the weeds on Baseball Reference. What does it all mean? The fact they have the best run differential, the best record through 16 games. We're going to get into it. Plus, I heard a caller call you guys, and he totally just pretty much, he gave no respect to Scott Harris. And I'm curious if the majority of Tiger fans feel that way. So maybe ask that question as well.
All right. Have a wonderful show, Jeffrey. Rico.
Thank you, Michael Stone.
You're welcome.
I pay off my debts.
Yes, I know.
I mean, they were happy I didn't pay off my debts. They made a lot of money off me.
Rico and I will be with you tomorrow after Tiger baseball.
Oh, congratulations. A little short show for you.
I know. First time
Tony,
ever.
I'm really hoping it is a short show for you and you didn't jinx it.
That's right. 97.1.
Power goes out at Miller Park.
April is here and